Roshka just controlling up their Nika. We won't even have an opportunity to use the spells. Dancing in and out, Yatoro goes, and Puppey somehow got put on the high ground. He might be able to clean off Mirror, but Toronto Tokyo gets a lucky bash. Soon to be a dieback for Chrysalis. He wants to enter the fight as well. Being able to clean up the Sansa up to the northern side. He's going to get some distance away, but Toronto Tokyo, hot pursuit, a bash there, and now we can bounce back, but Spirit, they want to get out.
Getting dragged by the Aether Remnant into the kisses and the roll. They've got a bit of chain stun here onto the Faceless Void, but Lumiere's able to get the chrono off onto the two of them inside the pit. Grabs up the Aegis and the Refresher Shard as Yuragi's chasing Analog on the right-hand side. But this Faceless Void, taunted, stunned and controlled. OG doing everything they can, but Lumiere just refuses to die. First life finally claimed up as OG kill off him and the Undying. Cheese grabbed by the Earth Spirit. As Lumiere inside the pit still with his BKB to go, gets another chrono, finding Yuragi's Alchemist and whacking him down. That's him gone. A huge fight for Lumiere's Void, and there seems like nothing can stop him here. Gets away from the two spirits. Amado with a triple kill on the other side. Did find the Undying another time as Theo forcing himself away from the Razor, but it's still this Lumiere show. Getting gobbled up and spat on, rolled upon by Tiger BZM and Yuragi. The control, the Abyssal Blade right at the last second.
He has BKB, but he can't get it off.
Yeah, it's going to prevent that from happening. The toss away, but Bryle, didn't even need the splitter there. Set it all up. Maybe a second time was going to condemn him. Not needed. Katomi doing what he can there on the toss to try and save his ally, but no chance. And now, I mean, look here, they just mid.
Yeah, I want to kill more.
Yeah, and the call is going to hold somewhere in place. That's going to be through the roll-up, and Tomato is here with immense damage here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Brylis is going in, huh?
Entity, they are being pulverized one by one into the high ground here, 20-3.
Turn towards the front as XXS slamming away at Armel. Armel gonna turn himself into us. He gets hexed right now. Raven looking for XXS. He might have found himself a target. Certainly does, as DJ with Sharpshooter to finish it off. And now they move on to the Death Prophet as well. 2 dead on the side of Asta. They don't have buybacks either. Moving for more. Monet! Oh, he gets out just in time as a avalanche comes crashing towards him, but he does escape, and now the black hole comes down onto Baboka. Sansa? Okay, doesn't
I don't think it would have saved him.
He's dead anyway, so...
Take anything you can find at this stage. They've found the Luna. Stuns are going to connect. She's got the BKB, but hasn't used it yet. Pounce comes in from Skidder. He's going to commit the Shadow Dance early. Sacred with the stun control, but there's the Primal Beast on the side. They'll hop across onto the Dazzle. It cancels out. You see the Pounce interaction right there. Eclipse on the side, but Bakaz is just leaving. Everything has been used. They have achieved nothing, and Tundra originally were looking towards Roche. Now they might just look towards the base.
I mean, the kite-ability of this Radiant team is actually fairly impressive, I'm not gonna lie, but it's just gonna be all for naught. 2 more dead. There's a buyback on a Marcy right there. I'll say Luna understandably spent all that time trying to kill the Tombstone, wasn't even able to do so successfully, and she's in trouble again. She's gonna need another 4 staff to survive. They killed Marcy, who went too far, and now it's Dawnbreaker's turn to go too far.
Pops the smoke, the ward drop instantly. Amar's going to drive up to the high ground as well as Draghi just assassinates one of the members, but they completely split. They've been able to deal with Amar. First use of the global silence. They've got a second one ready to go. Matumbaman as well. Another dismember into the middle onto BZM. Mickey just posturing on the high ground with the right clicks, raining down. He's going to look to buy back on BZM and get back into the middle of the fighter's eye. Black hole, where's the counter? They're not going to have it. And BKB will hold the back.
Just a little late.
Whoa! They've got the damage. Mickey starting to pummel into the TA. Back into the lane.
This
They
is
go
a
for
dieback.
Tomberman. A dieback onto the Batrider, and Liquid are doing it.
Just looking to try and secure this one. The final lane of Barracks now as Katomi will jump in with a stun, but Fishman is already dead. And a tidal wave, Dragon Lina right out of position. Stormstorm is going to get dropped as well. That's 2 dead on the side of Entity. I'll look for more here as the X-Marks comes out onto Toby. Chrysalis, his Aegis is now up. He doesn't even care though. Jumping in deep. Gatomi coming in, throwing throughout the stun. Pure trying to get on top of the gyrocopter, trying to catch it with the Aegis down, but do they have the damage? Does not look like it, as they can now turn around and Pure trying to get off some fancy footwork here, but Grillem's back in from Puppey, and that'll get it a kill as well. Buyback, but well, there's a GG coming out from someone.
Sox are already getting a bunch of those kills. So Mira does end up getting doomed. So 33 just chasing around here in the tree line. Do manage to go. They get the Moonlight Shadow. Still trying to find Mira. Then we'll get the denial off. But 9 there finding the opening. He's found his target. The arrow will connect over onto Yatoro. Skeeter just ripping through Yatoro. Now Toronto Tokyo left behind. Oh my god. Now Collapse. He goes for the call. He's getting a couple spins. It's not going to be enough. That's yet another kill. And they're diving really far here from Aposhka. I don't know about this one, guys. Yeah, they want it, though. They'll chase all the way over.
He is a savior. Indeed, Punch. That's a swing and a miss. Puts himself in an exposed spot. The Ghost Scepter goes off to Dismember, but as soon as that wears off, he's likely dead himself. And there we go. The big red numbers coming out from Ori. Thanks to that Daedalus. Sleight of Fist. Get away for Ember Spirit, but now the tier 4s are focused. There's the GG. It is over.
Yeah, Monet's like, do we need to pie in the fountain? Okay, you guys have called it. Good job, good game. You took game 1, but Asta are not going to make it simple. They draw it out in the end, 1-1 apiece in this SA Chinese showdown.
Okay, let him go on mid there.
Yeah,
no global.
Nightfall, very tanky. Storm immediately onto the back lines, trying to get on top of X Nova with the right-click damage. Nearly has it as the hook shot from Fly now cutting in and finding Somnus here. Chalice doesn't have a lot of spells to use. Still has a BKB though, but Abed out of mana now, actually getting jumped by Ghost. Steals his Vortex and uses it as the global is out now. Can Abed still fight through this one? The answer is yes.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the TI11 group stage. We are about to begin here day 4, a half day. Merely 25 games of Dota and maybe a couple of tiebreakers to be played today rather than the usual 50, which means of course for everyone involved in the tournament, it's starting to come down to it. I think I saw the Vikram tweet this morning, only one of the 14 slots, or one of the, how many teams? One of the 16 slots, I think, is currently already taken by Evil Geniuses, that top Group A slot. There are a couple of teams, of course, that can't fall down into that elimination zone, but nothing's quite locked in yet here, Pi, which means we have an exciting day ahead.
Yes, and our first game, oh yeah, we can take it. Yeah, here, first game's Team Secret versus Aster. I believe this game is like, if anyone here wins 2-0, I'm pretty sure they're basically like confirmed to make it to upper bracket. And I think if they split the point, like they both have a high likelihood of making it. And then BetBoom, we have BetBoom LGD, and then later on TSM Fnatic, where TSM fighting for relegation, the same as BetBoom, honestly.
Yeah, so that's going to be a bit rough. Fnatic still trying to get into that upper bracket as well for Group B. So they're hoping that this first series is going to be a 2-0 so that they can get a little bit of a better chance. Fnatic do have 2 matches to play.
Yeah.
If we could probably take a look at group standings, right? It'll paint a little bit of a clearer picture, perhaps, at what the stakes are here for both sides. And there we can see, right? EG already locked in for first. No one can touch them. They have one last match for Boom. And for Boom, you know, obviously that means a lot for them. But facing off against the top team that have only lost 1 series so far, Pi, Boom are certainly looking down a very scary cannon right now.
Yeah, no, every team down there is... they're really going to have a good breakfast, you know what I mean? Like, when you're behind, like, that you only have two or 4 games here, and you have to make up a deficit of either, like, 1 or 2. Like, even just 1 game can be very, very difficult.
Of course, especially when, you know, earlier on in the group stage is a little bit harder to really get the implications of what a win or a loss means, but here they are frighteningly clear, I think, for some of these teams, which makes it all the much more difficult to just play your game and, you know, steal those nerves and keep everything good to go. For Secret and Aster, of course, our first match here, you'll notice those two tied for second in Group B, which is why you're saying that a 2-0 for either of them would put them in a very comfortable position here, looking for that upper bracket run. But, you know, the surprise stories here for TI, I think has certainly been the South American teams. Overall, you know, 2 teams right now sitting in 4th place in each respective group. Now, that's something I think people might not have been, you know, anticipating.
Yeah, I believe the past few TIs, it's mostly been like they've always had they've had decent results. I think both TI 10, TI 9, maybe even TI 8. I don't remember. But 2 teams making it this high, and especially teams you wouldn't necessarily expect, especially Hokori there over in Group A. But I don't want to celebrate them too early because unfortunately, yeah, the last day here and anything can happen. They're just about there now, you know?
Right. Yeah, and Hokori's final match versus Team Liquid here is not going to be on this channel. And for the side of Thunder, they have 2 matches remaining versus Beast Coast, which we're going to be covering later, actually. El Clasico, as they call it down in SA, and then versus TSM. So some really hype matchups for today. I'm sure the panel has done a fantastic job as well over on the main stream, kind of highlighting overall what's at stake here. But over on our stream right now, it matters for upper bracket between Team Secret and Team Aster.
Yeah.
I think no one's surprised to see Secret doing this well. I would say the team, of course, coming through from last chance qualifiers, did end up falling 3-0 in those Western European direct qualifiers. And in fact, when you look at DPC points, I think they're down in like 30th. They are, you know, by DPC points, the lowest ranked team, which is why I think Puppy in his post-qualification interview said that the system's busted because, well, he's kind of living proof of that here. Here they are fighting for upper bracket.
Yeah, I think they had 67.5 points, something like that, because they had a couple of changes, right? And I don't think they made a single major this year.
That's right.
They were very close though, but there was always something going on, right? And yeah, they 9-5 right now. I mean, I guess yeah, you could say they looked strong at a last chance qualifier, but that can go either way, right? Like either you just beat a bunch of the worst teams, but as it turns out, like it was quite a good warm up there, and it could ride the momentum.
Absolutely. Over for Team Aster, they're a team as well that has turned in a lot of heads, and of course out directly qualifying to this competition to do lots of points, especially in the DPC leagues, turning lots of heads here. They have not lost more than 1 series, only to Fnatic. Taking 3 wins and 3 draws, have Team Spirit and now Secret ahead of them. So still 2 matches, a couple difficult opponents there. Secret sitting down currently at 7-7, so would do well here, of course, with even a single point against both of their opponents here for that upper bracket berth.
Yeah, so every win here definitely matters. Yeah, so you said they haven't lost a single series. Yeah, that's...
they've lost only 1 to Fnatic.
Okay. Yeah.
Every team here has lost at least 1 series.
Yeah. All right. So no, I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, we have a lot of Ori here, legendary Chinese mid player by now. Used to be, I don't know, a little bit of a new name, but that was a few years ago. Yeah, very very solid team. Every Chinese team that made it here into TI has kind of proven themselves, looking quite strong. So.
Yeah,
I think I expect them to go through, but I mean, we'll find out.
We'll see if Puppy is going to stand in his way. We'll take a look maybe at a head-to-head as well. You know, we talk about mid laners out of the Chinese region. You want to talk about Ori, but always with secrets. I mean, it's the Twitter analyst meme, right, for Nisha, which is always Nisha is overperforming today, right? Or Nisha is playing exemplary, and he's gonna have to bring his A game here, I'd say, versus Ori.
Yeah, for sure. Ori, very strong player. I'm just thinking about the hero pools, and I'm pretty sure they play. I mean, the thing with Nisha is he plays a lot of heroes, and he plays some carry heroes have been starting to sneak into his repertoire. Played a few Morphlings. He plays Shadowfiend sometimes, and putting Crystallis on more of a not supportive, of course, but like a less farm-heavy role. Depending on, like some games, he still just goes back to playing like a Kunkka Puck, like the more standard mid laners. And Ori, so like when Nisha is playing these pucks and Leshrac, you know, Ori is like that type of player. He plays those heroes too, really well. Like those are his bread and butter. Storm Spirit too, Ori Storm Spirit, very respectable. He also plays in mean Leshrac. Puck, yeah, like a mid laner that, like, if you think of any standard mid hero, Ori will play it super well.
All right. Well, we'll see here what we've seen the head-to-head. Sorry, we actually have a draft ahead of us now between Secret and Aster. It's Secret with second pick here on Radiant side, and Aster with first pick on Dire. Draft about to get underway here. And yeah, I mean, I'm just like wondering as we shift maybe our discussion a little bit over towards the meta of the tournament, if we're going to continue seeing a proliferation of something like the Pangoliers that we've been seeing, if we're still going to see, you know, more Broodmothers and Lycans today, or if Secret and Aster are going to show us something a little bit different here.
Something different. Well, I mean, I hope so. It would be cool to see something different. But the past few days, I feel there are a few heroes that have become stronger. I mean, and always, like, if you watch Secret, right, you can... Chen and Ench are, like, a higher likelihood of being picked, right? Puppy really likes those heroes. And with Ori and Nisha in the mid matchup, right? Like, Akunka also gets way more likely. Leshrac, high likelihood that also gets picked. But otherwise, like Dawnbreaker and Nyx Assassin, I'm gonna give a bit credit to South America there for kind of popularizing that. Thunder Awakens has played that combo a lot, and I think we've seen more and more teams start picking up those two heroes. Yeah,
Dawnbreaker is this hero that's been playing in an SA for a while, and I was just, you know, in LCQs, it's not a hero we saw, I think, very much of at all. But we'll see if we get any in this draft as it's now underway here and live on your screens. We can see now the opening phase already has been completed. Couple of bans, a bit more standard bans here. No one letting through, well, actually, letting through the Enigma and the Undying, I think are the two big ones. You can see already Undying there snagged for Team Aster. And Secret are going to pick up that mid lane.
Wait, Undying?
Yeah, Undying's left through, right?
Oh yeah, but no one picked it up.
No one
right?
picked him. No, just the Enigma. Just
okay. No, I was like, well, am I blind? What happened? Yeah, the Enigma picked up. So yeah, Resolution has performed quite well on that hero, and yeah, that's also a hero that in some series is extremely contested, right? People like they instantly first pick it if they can, and in other series it kind of goes, you know, to the last pick or the fourth pick later on in the draft, if not completely ignored.
And there's the Undying banned out this time. And I've got to say, Pi, it seems like there's a high likelihood in this series, taking a look at Aster's hero pools and what's been working for them, that if there's a single team that's going to change our mind about the Visage, it's going to be Aster. They win a lot with it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Exciting. Most likely not picking it this game, right? If Ori would, maybe perhaps Ori will play it, but already got this Enigma, so
yeah.
Most of the time it's an offlane, right?
That's a very good point. No, you're completely right. And they usually do tend to pick the offlaner in the first phase, either like a Primal Silencer opener, sometimes the Visage, or on occasion here, even that Broodmother. So that is a bit of a contested hero, perhaps.
Yeah. We see that Leshrac picked up, and I think, yeah, there's a lot of good bans for him already, coming up from both teams. Like the Lina, Secret banned that, and then Aster banned out the Nyx first phase, so no Nyx for this poor Leshrac. And Sniper also banned out, so that's the potential to play a really good game. And I do believe, yeah, I was talking about Nisha Leshrac, right? But I think Resolution has played most of it when it comes to Team Secret. So we'll see. So most likely they're offlane here with the Tuskar Leshrac pickup.
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple games there with that Nisha Zeus as well, picked up later on in the match. See here, I see a couple games of Lesh Slardar as well against Beast Coast specifically. Looks like they ran that duo against them. Let me see who picked who though, as the Silencer will come out for Team Secret. So having that be-all end-all for the Enigma BKB Black Hole.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Silencer. Being picked a lot versus Enigma. Also being picked quite a bit in general. I mean, he counters some of these heroes. Dawnbreaker too, right? It's been a few teams snap picking that Silencer once they see Dawnbreaker offlane. EG did it yesterday.
Yeah, and it looked pretty good there, right? Especially against the Morphlane with a very hyper-aggressive mid laner, like a Storm Spirit, right? Ended up making for some pretty easy jumps there.
Yeah.
That looks very convincing. Out for Aster, though. Something that's going to need to fight well into this lineup, though. And again, that Tusk Lush lane does look like it'll be the off lane from Secret. You're absolutely right. It is going to be mostly Rezo's Leshrac.
Yeah. So let's see what the Secret of last pick here. So they're going to get to basically counter everything, right? Except, I mean, they have the Leshrac, so they could still put the Leshrac mid if Aster pick some Pango, perhaps, if it's not banned yet. Yeah, Pango is still available, so then we might see the Nisha. I also saw him yesterday. He played Kunkka versus someone's Pango, and it was quite dirty. I think he had like 2k more net worth than him, or something like that. So
yeah, Nisha's good on the Kunkka.
yeah.
Okay, a little bit of more team fight, lots of damage, and a little stun, maybe even a strong laner perhaps into the Tusk, right? Always a cookie to be able to get someone out of shards and increase that distance so that the tag team doesn't really tear through anyone.
Yeah. No, I'm mostly curious about the what will they, like, if it'll be a mid here. Will they pick a carry? There's quite a bit of everything. Like, because when I see this Lesh, yeah, I want to get these ranged heroes, but they're all banned out. So, what else? Like, I can see a Lifestealer, but picking Lifestealer on this pick, you were speaking about Slardar, like, yeah, Razor too. Like, Secret are so down to pick these type of heroes. So you have to be safer in how you draft.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they've run the Crystallis carry Slardar a handful of times here already, so they're certainly willing to give that one a whirl. And that is something that can definitely snowball, especially given a strong lane in that carry role.
Yeah.
That damage can be overwhelming, plus you have a Tusk to buff it, even that just much more. And not that he really needs it with that Bash doing something like 180 damage. But yeah, that's always something that Secret have in their back pocket. But Aster already kind of burning through their reserve time here, down to their last 13 seconds, 12 seconds. We'll go with the Ember Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, you have to pick something, right? It's quite a strong hero. Very safe from the Tusk once it hits level 6, right? Could have a rough matchup if they decide to put this Leshrac mid. And, I mean, you can also abuse him in other ways, right? There are a bunch of heroes you can pick for mid if you really want to make his life miserable. Like, you can pick these Huskars.
Right.
You can pick Necrophos. I don't think we've seen Necrophos, though. That hero might be dead, but... Yeah, and they're a Monkey King, so... Monkey King, Crystallis loves that hero, so... I don't know if Nisha is the one to play that, but they could still put that mid if they wanted to, but... I'm guessing it's a Monkey King silencer here, up against Enigma.
Yeah, I would agree as well. That's I think... it's between that or the Bloodseeker that Crystallis really made his name on during that Creep Wave roster especially. And his Monkey is very good, very aggressive. For a while, you know, I think he was always the one to be watching. You know, for example, like lots of people, like when I want to know what the support meta is, I'm gonna check and stalk Dubu's, you know, Dota 2 Pro Tracker. When I wanted to know what the Monkey King build was, I always looked at Crystallis's Monkey King. You know, like he was the guy that was really squeezing every little bit of efficiency out. He was the one that was started going back when Jingu was really strong. He would be going like, you know, 1-1-3 basically just to really be a lane bully. So he's really got a good grasp on this hero for sure.
Yep. Definitely a spammer.
You can say that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the better way of saying what I said over the course of a minute. Much more concise.
Yeah. Learning. Yeah, I mean, the only curious part here is if Nisha will play the Leshrac or Resolution here. Because Leshrac gets a very free lane versus Ember, I believe. Also, if it makes it easy for the Tusker to rotate before the Ember hits 6. We'll see. I mean, this is the nice part about second pick, right? They're gonna get to see what Aster are doing here. Banning out Brood, Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, some more off-lane, generally focused bans as well.
Yeah, because they see. I mean, what they see on the screen, right, is they have their Ember and Secret have Leshrac. So they know that's like maybe a 60-40 for the Lesh. So they expect that to go mid, but don't know. What would they pick here? Versus Monkey. Yeah, because I mean, I kind of like Aster's heroes, right? But I don't think they specifically answer anything in Secret's draft. I guess you could could you go for a Terror Blade here? We saw it though that like Leshrac eventually does win out versus Terror Blade. You have a few timings though. Is there something? Has to be something better.
Yeah, looking for a carry. I think the Luna can occasionally do pretty decently well right into that matchup.
Yeah.
You're a ranged hero in what could be, well, it's a Tusk probably in your lane already, right? But what might be a Tusk Lesh, right? Let's not discount that. So that seems decent.
Not for sure. Yeah. So I kind of like that. You can ban out the Lifestealer. I would have been way too uncomfortable to pick that anyway, but you can also maybe go for an Ursa.
Could you maybe try? I'm gonna say something a little wacky here. Maybe in like a Naga Siren. I don't know how strong the lane is, but I'm just thinking about your setup for Black Hole, for Kisses. The Silencer Global is maybe a bit of a problem, but potentially if you can just Black Hole him.
I mean, okay, interesting. I like this, something a bit different. No, unfortunately, when you see the Leshrac, like most of the Illusion heroes go out.
Yep, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's a very good point.
I mean, sometimes you can force it, but I think we actually saw Entity pick. They had the offlane Naga, right? But they picked it into Leshrac, and it did not work out very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what Heen is going to throw up against Aster. He use something. Oh, and it'll be the Magnus, so the Empower, maybe a little bit here to help boost the Monkey King's game. Excuse me. And as Aster were alluding to in their band, it is going to be then this Rezo Magnus. So Nisha heading mid lane on this Lesh.
Yeah. They're not really going for stompy lanes here on Secret. They have the potential though, like the Leshrac versus Ember can be a quite nasty matchup. Also, yeah, I remember even from, I think it was last TI or the TI before, Nisha played a lot of Leshrac mid and extremely good laning that hero. And then the Monkey King and Silencer versus Enigma, I've seen that definitely go both ways, but I feel like if you play it well, and I think they do, like Poppy and Crystallis should be able to do quite well in this lane. But there's always, with the tiny tossbacks, you can always mess up, right? So, yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, bit of a dangerous lane there, certainly. I like you mentioned the tossbacks, and of course the Enigma just being a bit of a lane boss right now, bullying quite easily, such if you can get the split on the Eidolons. We're looking at tossbacks into Eidolons, into splits, into Malefice. Like, it is definitely a very kill-favored lane for Aster, especially onto this very, very squishy Puppy Silencer. So he needs to keep his distance. He's not on the edge, right? He can't, quite get that big heal off or eventually the untouchable, but much different role for him this time around, which I'm sure he is very experienced in, all the same.
Yeah, no, he's played a few Silencer games. I mean, he can totally break the team fights here. There's both Black Hole, there is Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses there, and there's like Furion who might TP in with his spell, right? So in the perfect team fight, like he basically breaks all of these spells at the same time.
Yeah, and we're going to see here what they're going to be able to get brewing here for game number 1. Both Secret and Aster, wanting these points, not desperately needing them. They're likely safe from, the worst case scenario being eliminated here in groups. But a single win here, or a 2-0, especially for either team, I think just about secures them upper bracket.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely safe from elimination. Neither of these teams are going out. I think that's impossible. But yeah, the upper bracket is more interesting, right? Because I think even the middle of the pack teams are only 1 or perhaps 2 wins sometimes away. So
we do get those tiebreakers along along the upper bracket, lower bracket line as well, don't we? So Group B is looking fairly spicy here.
Rezo baiting a little bit at the ramp there, but yeah, I would be surprised if someone at this stage runs up there by themselves.
Yeah, Boca, maybe he was thinking he'd get something there. Did have himself that, he's got the points available. I don't know if he'd necessarily want to toss. We're seeing a lot of tree grabs early, aren't we?
Yeah.
To help secure CS.
Yeah. Let's see. Secret could try to be a little greedy here, go for 3 runes since there's an Enigma, but we'll see. Maybe they just play it safe and go for 2. Nature's Prophet's been changed a little bit. They removed this apps. Okay, let's see here. Because maybe Secret See what they do if they try to fight for 3 runes. Because Aster does not want to give up this top rune.
Oh, they don't intend on doing so. And, well, maybe Rezo and Nisha don't want to give it up either, but they're just posturing.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 apiece.
Yeah. No, it can be a little greedy, right? Like, you have to man up and then Puppey has to run over. And you never know what will happen.
I think Secret there just, you know, daring Aster to overextend, being in position, as there's Zayats we can see going for a bit of the block. Monet has challenged himself, apparently, to the Gauntlet Challenge. I don't know if I've seen that one before.
Oh, interesting. I actually think I saw Cuckoo do that in a pub, but...
It seems like a very Cuckoo move, doesn't it? It's pretty funny.
Secret do get the lane very far back here, though, which is nice. Letting this Magnus last it a bit. But yeah, I wanted to speak about Nature's Prophet a little bit. Extremely strong last hitter now. They reduced his BAT, which basically means his attack animation is way better now. It went from 1.7 to 1.5. But they did that to like make up for basically removing his shard. He had like one of the strongest shards in the game, but yeah, was a little too strong. So they changed it.
Yeah, I think that's a positive change. Yeah, I think other heroes with that lowered base attack time is also Jug. Isn't he at 1.5 or something like that?
Yeah.
He's even lower. He might be even
1.4 or something, I think. Yeah, he's been there for a long time, though. Like, Nature's Prophet is a new one. I think it's only Wind Ranger, other range hero, and Queen of Pain that have lower than standard.
And it's and basically what that allows you to do, there's a lot of fancy math and some Sigma notation on the Dota 2 wiki if you really want to know, and that like kind of gets your goat. But essentially, he benefits a little bit more from like flat attack speed items like Moonshard and whatever, which is why Jug sometimes feels really bonkers late game. That attack speed can get through the roof.
Yeah.
So a bit more viable as a carry for sure.
So I think
as a cookie onto Rezo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, opportunistic maybe.
Yeah, so they him slapping you here with his Blightstone. I think he has, he has Gloves of Haste coming out, so very strong at that point.
Doing too poorly at all, and Zayats with Ice Shards for level 1. You know, this is where it starts to pay out a little bit. You can see the creep wave very close to tower, so Rezo, I think even if he's just healing up, still might be within experience range. It's big for this lane.
Yeah, but they're also ready to kill, right? Just block him with Ice Shards and skewer them into tower.
Back. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
like, you have to start paying respects here. But at least the wave is pulling back now, so that's good for them.
Yeah, all the camps blocked here as well in this top lane. We've been focusing a bit here because I think there's lots of action early. Now, especially at level 2, Rezo is going to line up that skewer here into the snowball. In they go. Zayats holding on to the Ice Shards. Uh-oh. And this actually might end up being first blood. Monet doing what he can here from the sidelines. Another pair of Ice Shards. Don't actually get the perfect body block. And I think, yeah, with that Windlace, it's going to be the great escape.
Sneaking out of there. And the mid lane, wait, the top, they're okay, right? Yeah, they have to wait for... Yeah, Syke's out of mana, so they can't really do anything at this point. But Ori is doing very well mid. This matchup can start snowballing out of control. But if Ember makes it to 6 safely, then he's all good. If the Leshrac hits level 6 before, though, like it's a high likelihood you die. Like he just dives the tower with Pulse Nova and can't really do anything.
Oh, and there's it's just going for a little deny. He sets himself up with some Ice Shards just to get as low as he can on both HP and mana, I guess.
Yep. I was out of mana, so no point in being alive, huh?
Guess not. Do they need him to TP mid to refill bottle? Yes, they do. Nisha gives him permission to die. Yep. I think that means there's going to be no first blood bounty because he just died to Dire, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And Ori, great Ice
nice.
Shards.
Yeah, very nice.
He's actually trapped in there. Oh, but they're going to go instead of for Baboka. Puppey's connected on from the bottom lane. Did go for these Globes of Wisdom. This would be a very nice +2 for Puppey, and he's got it. Just kidding, he does get first blood, pardon me. And even more gold for him now, and a +2 here against the Tiny.
Yeah, a little freebie there. Nisha would have been happy to get it, but better Puppey than no one, you know?
Absolutely. Kill secured. Nisha's happy, right, Nisha, says Puppey?
Yeah.
He is. Siamese C being dove a little bit here by Zayats, just a bit more damage, but Zayats immediately TPing back into the lane, and once again, no more mana at his disposal.
Yeah. Can only auto attack with the Orb of Venom. Might go for another suicide here, honestly.
Yeah, it seems, yeah, he's chasing that courier, and he'll dive. He'll dive for this one, for sure. For now, though, it's Rezo getting his skewer back onto Siamese Sea, but it's at least Rezo staying alive.
Yeah.
And
He's got his ring of health.
Yeah, that's big.
Should be able to, if he gets up a little more HP, he should be okay up here now.
Oh, Zayats as well is actually going to return to the lane. Oh, that's right. Rezo called him back to give him a tango, and now maybe Zayats goes under tower. I'm not sure what the move is. Contest the pull, perhaps.
Enigma seems to be doing okay here. Yeah, XSS, very strong offlaner. But as long as Puppey's playing with Crystallis down here, yeah, they can keep doing this to the Eidolons. Let's use Arcane Curse and then Monkey goes for it.
That's been fairly effective. Crystallis keeping pace here with the denies of the Enigma, but he's doing just fine, 21 and 10 here all the same. As the Malefice should slow Crystallis, does get the chance for a little bit of a jump out from the trees. Boca, though, from the side. Nice avalanche there to disengage. No Jingu Mastery for Crystallis.
And top Sayak is chasing, but I think, yeah, he should be okay. It's just a little spooky.
Oh, but the power rune, it's going to be for Nisha. He's out of mana, regenerating a bit with the Arcane, but it's just not enough here.
Yeah, I just want to say Ori did survive the hardest part of this lane. It's the early few levels with all these auto attacks and then like the timing on the level 6 here. But since he's 6, at the same time as Nisha, like he's going to be just fine.
Nisha happy as well to move into the jungle and start farming a couple of stacks as he makes haste. Likely towards that Bloodstone eventually is what we basically see on every single Shrek. They disassemble those arcanes and eventually just get healing and doing some pretty bonkers damage.
No, for sure.
Right now, not a whole lot of rotations mid. They actually rotated on the 4-minute water rune and then didn't really have the time to rotate for the minute 6 power rune. It was just the Arcane. There's another refill from Zayats.
Yeah. Nisha's getting 2 refills so far. It's always nice. I mean, the rotations here or the kill attempts can come from Nature's Prophet when he hits 6. The Wrath of Nature up.
Yeah, and that's some consideration, right? Maybe that's something to give Nisha pause. Obviously, he's been limited on his mana pool.
We can look at the Monkey King down here. Like, it seems...
Oh, maybe a toss back?
That's the one. Okay, messed it up a little bit.
Yeah, Buboka wants to kill that creep. He's in the way.
Alright, and Ori is safe mid. They try to roll on him. But yeah, he used... Monet used his Wrath of Nature here, so... Was expecting the toss back on the Monkey King.
Yep, and then of course he always has the option to TP in if needed, and likely there would have been necessary for him to secure the kill. Puppey, not a lot he can do to stop the Nature's Prophet this early on. But it's been a little bit of a more calm laning stage, at least for Buboka. He's rotated mid, unfortunately died to the right clicks of Puppey, and now is going again here for the Illusion Rune, which does spawn top and is going to be into the bottle of Ori.
Yep. No, everyone's doing just fine. Nisha though, very farmed. You can expect this from a Leshrac if the game kind of plays out like this. No one really suffering. Like Resto's a little lower net worth, but it's not that big a deal. He'll catch up back here now.
Even Puppey doing his best here to find gold, 500 ahead of Zayats.
Yeah, I mean he got that nice first blood, right?
That's true. That'll be something for him.
Yeah, I mean he almost has Arcane Boots. Yeah, it's huge.
And now a smoke play from Secret. Nisha maybe looking to make the first rotation. They do actually scout Monet moving around the map now, farming into the jungle with his Javelin, but their eyes are set still towards this top lane.
Yeah, they want to pressure the tower, right? He already has 3 points in Edict, so he'll probably just dive.
Rezo, he's got himself an RP, but likely won't use it unless another core or another TP shows. Not the case here. They're going to leave Sanmei to die.
Yeah.
But they do get Puppey in the jungle. Ori rotates on over, and him and Buboka.
They're diving Crystallis here. He does get his ultimate off.
Wrath of Nature is not nearly enough damage, and Monet diving tower dies, and the shards catch the Enigma as well.
Yeah. Crystallis, too good, too strong.
That's a Monkey King spammer right there.
Yeah.
It was the strength in the trees.
Yeah, I was really just abusing the fog of war there. And then, like, instead of 1 monkey, there's 14 that you have to deal with.
That becomes a little bit more difficult, even if they don't really have too many items. wonder if they also get that Lance of Pursuit, to be honest.
They probably do.
Yeah, so that'd be an interesting. Maybe helping just a little bit there, but of course the rotations from Secret were sufficient in any way to secure those kills, and that does hurt a little bit for Monet.
It hurts a lot. Like, I would say this is a huge deal because Secret's rotation on the tower like works out perfectly, right? And Aster basically get the hand in the face.
The stiff arm.
The stiff arm, yeah.
Yeah, you like that American football analogy quite a bit there.
Well, iShield 21, that's where I learned it.
As well. I mean, he's now very comfortably farmed, actually. Not too far behind Nisha's Lesh, which is, I'd say, quite a high mark, really, here for Crystallis.
Yeah.
You can be happy with that.
Now 2 heroes running into you dying definitely helps. A lot of the time, yeah, he usually has to end up playing like this. Okay, he's actually TP's out. Because generally he tries to stay for as long as he can down here. Just delaying the push, like making space for both Rezo and Nisha. Because Secrets are a team where they, like everyone tries to get farm, right? And it's been working out well for them because everyone can carry.
Right.
Like Rezo's had a few games where he's carried them, Nisha obviously, and then Crystallis as well.
Well, they will not be as voracious, right, as we saw Fnatic in defending that 2-1 tower. They'll let it go. So Aster at least will equalize here in terms of tower pressure. In the meantime, though, Rezo is recovering fairly nicely. Did go for this Falcon Blade now on top of his Bracer and Ring of Health, and has the Blink in the quick buy. He is on the recovery train.
He's feeling amazing. Puppey basically told him, I'll take mid, you guys should smoke Enigma. Not quite happening yet. Nisha's actually very close to the Bloodstone. Only needs 1,000 gold.
That means deceptively close, right? Because you get to disassemble those arcanes, go right into the build. Taking a look at supports, though. Evoca's still only level 4, so this Tiny missing out on a lot of damage, and I don't know, it just didn't really seem like he got to do too much. His team, of course, only with 2 kills, certainly, but he spent a lot of time between rotating mid and here in the river, where they are contesting runes yet again. Puppey holding onto the global silence and is now committed for this kill onto Ori. Snowball as well, only catches the Tiny. Big old Wrath of Nature, though, cast before the global, and now Kisses chasing down Nisha and Puppey, kind of splitting between the two, though, unfortunately. And yeah, that's going to be Secret then getting out pretty safely here. Puppey, I believe, with another +2 there, as he does steal 2 into from Ori.
Very unfortunate that he uses those kisses, because I think they would have an easy time pushing this tower if they kept that spell.
Evoca.
Yeah, it's very
he's in trouble. Power Rangers TPs from Secret, as that's an amazing toss in place. Rezo already used the Shockwave here as Monet and XSS.
Monet has to be careful
for the kill. Those are some great ice shards, though.
And here comes Ori.
Yeah, and he's back into the fight with a kill on a Puppey, who buys back instantly. They want this kill. RP committed out from Rezo. Wukong's command as well from Crystallis. Doesn't even need the Boundless Strike for that second kill onto the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, imagine them having the kisses there. Quite unfortunate that they went for the very optimistic play. Basically had to hit every kiss from 2,000 range away.
Yep. Easier said than done, right?
For sure. No, it usually ends up like it ends up. You just miss all of them.
Yeah.
Painting the map.
Monet, I mean, this is just not the start he's been looking for, is it? Normally, you know, the more successful carry NPs I've seen have been the Hawk styles of, you know, rotating in mid on a dive, or rotating mid to punish a dive, right? Like Nisha, you're saying on level 6 with the Pulse Nova. It just hasn't had the opportunity.
They're smoking mid again here, though. If they can get Crystallis here.
And they haven't had a black hole yet. There's a full Wraith pack. Crystallis on the run. Cookie. Oh, okay. He's going to be hit with the stun. He avoids the damage, but it's a little bit too much here. And that's what Monet is looking for, right? Getting involved in kills like that, immediately taking the tower. That's how it's meant to be played.
Yeah. No, very well played. They don't give up, you know. They go straight away again. Like, they're not letting Secret get away with having this mid tower up.
Crystallis taking it out. Did get his Echo Saber farmed up before he died, so didn't lose too much gold there on that passive income. What is it called? Unreliable gold. But on his way towards the Desolator now, as Nisha gets that 14 minutes Bloodstone ready to go. So expect him to be much more active on the map now, pushing out waves.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be farming it up for sure. XXS, yeah, he's kept up in farm here. So Ori is lacking a little behind, but overall they're doing just fine. Puppey down here. Monet TPing in.
This would be a dieback if they can kill him, and they can. There's a Maleficus waiting, and a Black Hole if they really wanted to send Puppey a message.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete counter to Puppey's playstyle, right? He wants to be a little greedy, take an extra wave or so, pushing out the hard lane, but with a Nature's Prophet, the carry you can TP wherever he wants.
Oh.
He'll just see this as free gold, right?
Aster, they're going to look to punish Secret as well, actually. I think they're going to just avoid each other. A nice little toilet bowl rotation, kind of, as they'll go clockwise around the map, hunting at the same time. So unlikely to catch anyone else. Although, oh no, that was
Monet is just pushing bottom. Maybe they'll get a fight. It would have been huge, though, if they smoked up into their own jungle. Because no Puppey, no global.
Yeah,
oh,
and
it's
now
going real
Ori,
big.
with Kisses coming down, it's Searing Chain's only, I think, level 1. So
Nisha is in from behind there.
And he is. And Ori, a short little remnant away into the Walrus Punch. They're going to focus down, however, onto Siamese first. He will fall. Ori has 1 remnant remaining. Really wanted to fight with his DD root in the bottle here, Pi, but now finds himself retreating.
Yeah, it looked a little awkward, right? But overall, I think it's okay. They force all of Secret's heroes down there, and then Monet can just safely get to farm.
Also as well here, with the Blink Dagger, eager to fight, right? He's looking to be having this Blink RP. Be able to catch someone like Ori off guard in the mid lane here, potentially. Underdive. I mean, look at the Secret warding as well in the jungle. They know exactly where this Ember Spirit is. They know where this Furion is.
Yep. Don't know. Both teams should have used quite a few smokes, so I don't know. Aster might have 1 left.
Rezo, does he even need a smoke? Looks like the answer is no. Crystallis as well gets off the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike, continuing the chain stuns.
Yeah.
And there's a kill. Onto the Ember.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, as you said, these two cliff wards here, basically scouting out the entire jungle. And now hitting the mid tower. No kisses. Yeah, they're not defending this. It's not happening.
Yeah, you can see kind of like Rezo optimistically moving towards that area, right? Just like, am I under vision? Is he reacting? Do I need to slow my roll here to not make the ward obvious? Am I under ward? And eventually they just make the play and straight into Roche we go.
Yeah, I am pretty sure they can just do this. If Puppey is not dead, this global is just extremely strong. With the Nisha Bloodstone, I think they can almost 2-on-5 there.
5 heroes in the pits, pardon me, applying the tag team bonus damage as well here. And down goes Roshan, number 1. Looks like Crystal is getting ready to grab this first Aegis.
No. You give that to the Leshrac.
Oh, the Nisha. Yeah, pardon me.
Yeah, so the issue for Aster is they have... Nature's Prophet is not a bad carry at all, right? He's strong. But in terms of scaling, the Monkey King definitely outscales him. And the Leshrac versus Ember, it's like, yeah, Ember is also very strong, so it's kind of even. But usually the trump card here is the Enigma, right? That's like when the game goes really, really late, he ends up with these Refresher Orbs, Octarines. But now they have a Silencer, so that trump card not really working.
No. I don't think we've seen this one Black Hole here, right?
No.
Puppey has his ace in the hole, so to speak, so they take priority over that one.
Yeah, Secret posturing up here. They have some annoying spells. Skewer.
But there's a Blink Dagger recently farmed here for XXS. That might be something here for him.
He's under vision now. They're TPing in. Like, oh, he should be. Oh, he feels it in his bones. He sees them TPing actually on his ward.
He feels it in his piggy bones, trying to escape.
Oh, but he's just...
Oh, the scan.
Oh, everyone's
Secret.
around him.
They're relentless. They surround him. Now the blink away, Zions. Oh, he's going to run right into Ori here, but there's not really enough from Aster here to quite turn this easily. Nice little Wraith Pact on the cliff. Yeah, interesting play.
Yeah.
Little blink canceller there.
Oh, Boboka had a free lane top, but Monet just TPs in and steals all the creeps. Tiny desperately looking for his own Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's got level 8 now. He was level 4 for like the first 13 minutes of the game. Not the biggest deal on someone like a Tiny, but you'd ideally like to have, you know, reduced cooldown on your spell combo and that amped damage. Ember on bottom though. Isha. From the fog, he's gonna land the first stun, and that'll just trigger Ori to leave. She didn't like what was maybe coming in the fog of war.
Yeah, I mean, I like, because Puppey could have used Global Silence there. They'd probably get the kill, but it's better to save it. Because when he has this up, like, Aster feel extremely uncomfortable fighting.
Right, right. And the result, I mean, the result obviously isn't the same because they get a number kill.
They see Nature's Prophet here on the board. They're just instantly TPing, so aggressive, running in here.
Success is here as well. His Blink Dagger canceled though. That time the Ice Shards from Zayats. Once again, this Clipboard, the one that got the kill earlier, onto Monet, still up. Exercise alive in the river. And they've actually killed Zayak. Now, Nisha looking for some more kills. That's his puppy to get the first kill in the engagement there onto the Enigma. That'll force back Aster.
Yeah, I mean, they're really fast and really aggressive. It's a little unfortunate that I think it's like Nisha and I guess Zayak tip it in too, so that's a catch. It's just easier if you have more of a blink immediate stun there, or like the skewer back.
Yeah, or a boundless strike from a tree right nearby. Yeah. They're just eager to fight here, and they are getting pickoffs, and now maybe another one is boundless strike just barely avoids the tail of Mortimer.
I have to give credit to Aster. They're really living through this. Like, the way Secret's playing, it's not easy not to just feed extremely hard here. Like, the second they're glimpsed on a ward, like, Secret are on them immediately, and they're just escaping every time. The BKB finished on Monet here, so he can kind of stand his ground. It's only the Monkey King that's it's hard to fight for him now.
Nisha, blink it in, under a ward, BKB forced out. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Oh, just a very nice play. And they get the snap mid at the same time.
Yes, they do. The toss. Is that a Blink Dagger? No, not yet. Tiny so close. Oh, Baboka so close here. Just 50 gold away, and he'll have this Blink Dagger. Just sitting Fountain at this stage, right?
Yeah. I mean, my point here, though, is I feel the way Secret are playing, they're just... Any moment here, this game can just blow open, and they can be 10k gold ahead.
There's Nisha, of course, from Fog of War. Still knows his spots, is slowly taking down this tier 2 tower. And even if it's not completely blown open, it's been Secret kind of dictating the pace of this game here since they've gotten this Aegis, moving around and taking fights, forcing BKBs, now taking a tier 2 tower here, the first one in this mid lane. Fortify used, though. There is only 40 seconds left on this Aegis.
Yeah. Once they get... The Aegis is timing out in... I think, yeah, 30 seconds. So that's the same as the BKB on Monet. So perhaps they will look for a fight here. Once Secret don't have Aegis.
Yeah, maybe looking for a fight. They're going to smoke behind Nisha. Maybe expecting them to make a jump. Nisha's going to rotate top yet again. Does see, I imagine, yeah, what are Eidolons, and that's an easy bit of gold for Nisha. Lots of mana and HP restored at that.
Yeah, that was so strong on this hero, Bloodstone.
The split push is starting to get a little... not quite out of hand out for Master, but you can see top and bottom, you know, both starting to take a little bit of tower damage.
He sees Monet.
And there's going to be the RP. He has the skewer on back into Snowball, into Boundless. No chance for the BKB. Look at that. I mean, woo, Chainstone just perfect.
Yeah. No, very nice RP too. Just using it in the fog, right? He sees the projectile coming out of fog, just blinks in. No hesitation.
Nice catch there for Rezo. It's going to be a big death for Monet. You were saying Aster maybe looking to fight as soon as Aegis is reclaimed.
Yeah.
They got BKB back up, but now wind's taken out of their sails.
Yeah, I don't know if they're getting any stronger timings than this. I mean, obviously you can look to more items on Prophet and like BKB on Enigma, but everything is so far away, and like Secret are also picking up items during this time, right? So
yeah, and it just kind of feels bad for Baboka as well, right? You got to kind of... I mean, he's a little bit on a feels trip here, isn't he? He's had a really rough early game that didn't get to do much. Finally gets Blink Dagger. His core dies immediately. Has to wait even longer to use the thing.
They're smoking up. They're smoking up. They should fight there.
So that's the beauty of a core NP. You don't need to smoke with him. He'll just TP into the fight if it's a good one.
But Puppy, he knows this. He's smoking up his own team. They're sitting under a ward. It's very nicely played. So they'll break Baboka.
There goes. Yeah. Oh, the Blink Dagger instantly cancel access as well. Here, his Blink put on cooldown. So he's going to be blinking away. Crystal is thinking about jumping on in, but it's going to be Monet finding Nisha. The cookie now upgraded by the Egg Shard. No BKB here for Nisha. Getting ran down and destroyed.
Yeah.
Zayats as well falls to Monet.
Oh, Crystal is... Oh, but he gets him with the root.
The Searing Chains. Yeah, 4 targets there, 50-50 chance, and of course he struck gold there, but striking back hard is Crystallis, and that's a kill immediately in return. Crystallis also had BKB the whole time.
Yeah, no, a little bit aggressive there.
Hopeful as well with those kisses from the Snapfire, but they do get a buyback out from Zayat, so not completely a lost fight there for Aster.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, they probably need to do this right away again when the BKB's up on 1A. And I think Puppey still has the global, so no fear from this black hole here.
And I haven't really even seen a black hole at this stage. I mean, again, very difficult, and in no means is that a shot at the abilities here of the Enigma, but my goodness, is that silencer, you know, just in the draft, it seems like he's already that much more behind, isn't he?
Yeah. Very nice silence. I mean, it's so good versus all of these heroes. It can break Tiny's combo, but it's the most annoying for Ember, Snapfire, and the Enigma.
Right.
Like all of them really rely on having access to their spells.
I mean, that being said here, Pi, it just feels like in that last instance especially, it wasn't even the global silence that kills Ori. Unfortunately, he's just feeling really confident there and makes the jump. But you're right. I mean, it was a complete possibility there as Puppey.
They see him.
Yeah, he's going to make the jump. They toss back into the hands of the Snapfire.
Oh, but he misses everything.
Yeah, they didn't quite connect onto anything there. And Ori, in the meantime, is RP'd and killed in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Puppey. Hiding them out. Monet even TP'd in.
Yeah. No, I can't believe he lives through that. That's how Force Staff helps for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, but Puppey on these heroes that you can't kill, you know, usually the Enchantresses, right, is his big one. A Chen as well, you know, the Chen army and the heals coming in to save him, but this time just the Force Staff as he continues to play this aggressively.
Sayak and Boboka kind of looking at each other.
It's back. Sayat might take a death here. He did buy back earlier, so this would be a bit punishing for him. But there's going to be now, yeah, that
Monet?
Magnus Shard. Monet in a bit of trouble. Walrus punched up. Exercise maybe looking for an opening for the Blink Black Hole, but can't quite find one here as Crystal is beating into him in the Wukong's command. Trapped by the Ice Shards. He will die in an Icy Grave, and Baboka's going to come with him.
Maiko for more? No, they're happy with this. I think Nisha wants to finish his BKB here. They're also just waiting for Roche, right? Just a minute away.
And only a 6k net worth lead for Secret, but the game feels much more oppressive than that for Aster, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, because Puppey refuses to use this global, right? So there are no openings. You're always just waiting for that to be used, but he's held the spell very, very well. I mean, before Nisha hits BKB here, they have the opportunity to... Like, there's a possibility to kill him, but it's still not easy, right? No RP, no Wukong, so they have a small timing here, but...
No BKB either for the Monkey King, so
yeah,
that could be something. But RP's back in 20 seconds, Roche back in just 10 after that.
Yeah.
And with this Deso now completed for Crystal, this is a small window here for Aster to maybe get something done. Ori as well with the Dispel at his disposal. He has the Seal Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, they are going for it. I like it. They do try to take advantage of every timing they can.
Monet with BKB in 10 has teleport ready. So could look to join this fight if his team can find a good angle, but Secret looking for an angle of their own here into this game. Or to end this game, it feels like at this stage.
Let's see, Monkey still 8-second cooldown.
Wards on the cliff. Oh, the toss back, but I believe Baboka's clipped himself and Chrysalis is going to join him up there with the Primal Spring. It's a 1-for-1 trade and a dieback there for Tusk. Chrysalis is what he can actually jump down because there's a shard on Ori, but he's got a Force Staff down from Puppey, and the kisses are out once again, falling harmlessly into the cliff. Okay. Rezo, yep, that's a big play there with the Yule Scepter. This Horn Toss compared to last TI here, quite crucially, Pi, no longer disables you.
Oh, Monet is down, kind of greedily to get the tower.
Nisha.
He has to pop AKB,
yeah. No Basher yet or anything. The RP's a little bit too late. Or it's not going to come through, right, because the TP's a long duration.
Yeah, you see that would be way better if Rezo was a little faster, and maybe like Crystallis did not TP. Because Nisha can TP since he has boots to travel, but Crystallis TP does reduce
the likelihood of that kill. Yeah, it increases the channel time on that TP. So maybe that 1 second proving to be crucial.
No, definitely did. Now, that was a crazy play by Monet. Very high risk, low reward, so to speak.
He's got that tower bounty now. Completes that Silver Edge. The break here, useful against the Monkey King. Yeah, it's the only other passive we're looking for. Other than that, of course, it's just the casual crit, so not a bad upgrade by any means.
Yeah, just allows him to be a little more sneaky. Nisha, Nisha very close to BKB now. So farmed. It's Kaya Sanj, Bloodstone, Blink Dagger. Puppey even bought him a gem,
Yeah. Puppey finally, well, I want to say finally, you know, coming down a little bit here in terms of net worth, but if you add that about 1K back that the gem bought him, he's close to 8,000 or 9,000 here in net worth.
Yeah.
Keeping good pace with Rezo as Baboka once again.
Is he gonna go for it?
Good ward here, yeah, and that makes things a little bit awkward for him. He's going to be skewered away from his team in the snowball as well.
Oh,
Gets
they
eyes
cut
on
the
there, but
tree
they
here.
find a stun onto Crystallis. They're jumping forward, and the kill is fairly
Huge
easy
kill.
there.
Yeah, very, very big.
I think they just got him with the midnight pulse, didn't they?
No, I think someone else caught it. I think he caught it with the Nature's Call. Was it? Yeah. No, I think the Midnight Pulse came after. There was just that single tree cut. Maybe we can see it.
In the
See it
replay,
again, yeah.
That'd be nice. And here it is. Yeah, we'll see. Look for the Monkey King jumping around, jumps into the tree. I'm not sure.
Okay, maybe it was.
It was one of those two, though.
But anyway, back to the game. Astra smoked up. They want to take advantage of this Monkey King being dead.
Monet with the DD rune activated here as well could be really quite a 1-2 punch for Secret. Nisha showing top lane, does trigger a couple of TPs.
How did they get in there, though? It's not that easy.
He's been a little bit more of a counter initiator than kind of the toss-back machine we've seen something like DJ's Tiny B. Again, a difficult game for him, right? So,
Yeah.
especially when you just know. I mean, like Puppey says, right? Sometimes it's not about the black hole, but the threat of the black hole. He's doing that with Global.
Yeah. It's funny, right? XXS is like, all right, whatever, dude. I'm a core Enigma. I'll just farm BKB and Refresher.
Yeah.
Then I can use it twice. But Puppey's like, yeah, I'll also farm a Refresher.
I'll do Refresher as well. Don't you worry about
Yeah.
me, team. I'm going Arcane's Refresher.
Yeah. This is actually, I like this build. It's usually
fair.
what I try to do too.
That's very good. Do you often get reported for it?
No, never.
Nice. It's a good build, especially against an Enigma here as Secret now setting up their own vision on a cliff. Yeah, and BKB actually, I think it's flying towards... Or did he
They
buy
see
something
them,
else? I think he bought something else there. That might be a Scythe of Ice about to be delivered. No, it's a Shiva's
Killing-
Guard. The
Yeah.
Zayas is dead.
Yep. Kind of stand off there. Oh yeah, they have this nice little Roche ward that saw him. He did not expect that, so...
Now Aster looking to wrap around.
So
They know
many
exactly
smokes.
where Secret are holding.
Yeah.
And that scan lets them know that there's no one holding the Radiant
Ooh,
Triangle
and
right
when
now.
they see Nisha TPing bottom here, they will definitely just run.
Oh, but I think Secret might just run right into them here.
Yeah.
As Crystallis up into the trees. There he goes. They're going to catch a glimpse of him now as he jumps onto Baboka. Oh, Puppey and Rezo from behind, though.
No, but...
protected him. Monet
Aster should fight this.
into the fight as well. They're just going to let Baboka tick down, and in goes Nisha. He's got the gem, right? So he can see Monet, and there's a BKB at the ready, trapping him now inside of the Sprout at the very least as they're trying to force staff forward the Magnus so he can go in for the blink. But that shard from Ember at least puts his blink on cooldown, so Astra able to disengage, but you were calling for a fight there.
Yeah, I guess it was... They didn't have enough vision. Like, if they got there a little faster and perhaps got a ward up on the cliff there, they could have done it. Because Nisha already TP'd bottom, so he had to run back. And the Sayak was dead for another 10 seconds, so he had a huge opportunity there to just go. And they were kind of clumped up, like there was even hope for a black hole, but timing quite didn't work out. Just
No,
quite.
yeah. And now they don't have the Tiny online, right? So they don't feel confident in holding this area, and they're going to lose all of their vision here. Nisha filling up here the side screen with just D-ward notifications, and that makes things very scary for Aster to try and contest. Because again, I mean, we've said it all game, Puppey is still holding on to this global silence.
Yeah, because this fight is going to be way more difficult now. That's why I thought they should fight there. Because they do want to take this Roche fight, but I don't even know if they'll make it.
No, doesn't seem like it. Maybe Baboka.
They're
Yeah, he
trying.
can't even blink in time. They are going to try for the kill as Ori does jump in. I don't believe he stole anything from Roche, though. But looks like they might be able to snatch away this Aegis. Or, sorry, just a kill on the Crystallis because Nisha's holding on to it. The Midnight Ball's not doing enough work, though, as it's only Zayas to die for now in exchange for Baboka. This XSS, he's been scouted. Nisha blinking in after him.
Yeah. They are keeping this game very close though, Aster. Did they even steal that Roche? No, they didn't.
No. They got close. And
no,
Ori gets out scot-free, so... not too
Yeah,
bad.
I was thinking about the goal lead, but I guess it's always a little... It's not really real, this 3k goal lead, because if you look at Nature's profit net worth, right, it's really high, but that hero, like every gold for him is... It's not worth the same as a Monkey King or Leshrac.
Or even like a silencer bit of gold, right? Who is now about to get, I think maybe he has enough for refresher. Now that recipe is very expensive.
Yeah, that needs like 1,000 more or so.
And he needs to say buyback, right? Quite crucially, because if he gets picked off, I mean that's kind of a win condition for Aster. It feels like. So being able to buy back and then obviously instantly upline the global, yeah, that's a must. Puppey though will likely not make that mistake of not having buyback.
Yeah, but overall, very impressed because Aster, it's not been an easy game. Like they've not been ahead for a single second here, but they're keeping at least the gold lead and their hopes alive. And everyone is kind of farming, right? So, I mean, XSS eventually, Enigma, he will he went for Netherlands and eventually he'll get this refresher.
Team Aster now with a gem of their own. And they're going to have to watch this tier 2 down bottom fall very quickly to Nisha.
Yeah.
Approaching level 25.
Yeah, exactly. Level 23 already.
That's when things start to get scary. I think this game we expect them to likely go for that, you know, make Edict twice as strong talent.
Yeah. Secret here with the smoke.
Yeah. Oh, the Walrus Punch actually catches them here. And now Ori in trouble. Silenced and just killed.
Okay. I think it was a little slow there. He could have yuled himself, but maybe he's dead anywhere. Huh.
Secret, they might go, you know, knocking on the you know, mid lane here, checking for a buyback out from Ori. There's a tier 2 standing in the top lane with the wave pushed out all the way to Secret's tier 2 tower. But Puppey will go back to farm that now. That actually might give him enough gold for the refresher, but the rest of Secret likely to go up to high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the global, right? Backing them up. Maybe a toss back.
Oh, yeah, indeed a toss back, and that's actually pushed Nisha pretty deep into the enemy base here, and he's going to lose his Aegis. That's the first life down. Baboka, he's not going to be able to get out. Nicely placed shards here, and the Wukong's command will condemn him, but there's going to be the global signs. First black hole of the game, second silence of the game from Puppey.
Yeah.
Trade offer accepted, one ulti for one ulti. Puppey, we're getting ready to buy out here. Again, keeping buyback, quite crucial. He needs 600 more until he can afford, I believe, both of the rings here.
I think Secret they should back up here soon. I mean, they have RP, so they have one more big spell, but...
No Aegis.
Oh, it's a little spooky. Or it's about to respawn.
There's going to be the jump back, boundless strike into Walrus Punch. There is no buyback either on that Snapfire. That's the only buyback they have right now. Baboka looking for the Abba toss, the blink back. He's at least onto Puppey, but he doesn't have a lot of backup here because they're focusing on Tanisha. They booted him out of the base at least, but Baboka trapped inside the shards. The punch forward, and that's a dieback. The RP! It's going to catch two. It's a big one. Oh, Rezo keeps him still for a beautiful split earth there. The follow-up from Nisha, and Secret kill 4 and can just freely go back into the base.
Yeah, there are no buybacks. I think they could end this game if they knew.
It looks like they might know something's awry here with Aster. There's only the GG.
Calling GG.
Aster, they're not going to wait. Secret, I think with this one win, they have just qualified themselves into the upper bracket now with this a single point. Very well played to them.
Yeah. No, extremely impressed. I think they picked a really nice draft there, and they just played it almost perfectly. I said it a few moments ago where I feel like they were never behind in this game. Like the game was always going according to plan. For Secret, that is. What do we see here?
We'll take a look at some highlights here, but it is mostly the Secret shot. I think this is the one kill they get onto Nisha, right?
Yeah, he goes a little too aggressive there. Maybe not expect him on ATM. But they get the kill back because Ori, like, finally they have something cooking, right? So he just goes in again. But he has no mana, no BKB on Nature's Prophet, so he just dies.
He just kind of dies, yeah. And BKB there for Monkey King, so Crystal's really in no danger whatsoever. I mean, Aster, to their credit, as you said, that they were doing a fantastic job early on of avoiding, you know, the aggressive Secret rotations. But eventually, you know, when it came for them time to start making plays, they had that one opportunity. I don't know if we'll quite get a highlight of it because nothing ended up happening, but that's maybe the issue, right? They didn't actually get the chance to make that play in the Radiant Triangle when they did actually get a hold of the high ground. That could have been a moment for them.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think it was the Midnight Pulse that cut it. I thought Ori caught him first with a Quelling Blade, but he doesn't have one. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was still wanted to know about that. But yeah, Rezo, honestly, kind of quiet this game, but he had a few huge plays, like very nice RPs that kind of finished it out.
Oh yeah, I think we're about to see that big RP to finish it out right here. And on cue, where is Rezo? You can see those two here. They're just kind of walking around afraid to go in, and for that reason.
It's like a perfect RP, actually. They were like max range. Very nice. Very nicely done.
Oh. And Secret overall with a clean game. I mean, not the craziest of games whatsoever. Again, mostly credit thanks to Aster's read on the map and just avoiding these aggressive Secret rotations. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a bit too much. 2 global silences, 1 black hole here across our rather, 37-minute long game is going to get Secret here towards their victory. And Rezo with a flawless game here, 0 deaths.
Yeah.
Very well played.
No, he played a very solid game. Like, nothing super spectacular, but when it mattered, he just hit the spells like he should do. And I'm very, I think he deserves this. He had a few very clutch plays, played the lane fine. What you can't say is I don't think he made a single mistake. So,
agreed.
That's a huge deal.
No, agreed. Even down to the small things. Like, yes, he gets that big RP to end the game, but he doesn't skewer them away and allow BKBs to get off and maybe counter initiation. He keeps them in place. He cancels skewer, right? And once he realizes Nisha setting up for a stun. The small plays like that, right? It's not just, the big RPs and him able to survive in laning stage, down to the minuscule things like that really separate Rezo here and allow him to get MVP in match number 1. And overall, allow Secret to win game number 1 as well versus Team Aster. But man, that silencer, I'm starting to see a reason why teams like to give him a ban here, especially when you're considering the Enigma.
No, for sure. Definitely, like a lot of heroes, he completely breaks them. So yeah, no, might be moving up in the ranks.
Yeah, a little bit here as we're starting to wind down our group stage. Aster still with a good chance here, of course, to get into that upper bracket for the main event playoffs here for TI11. But Secret with this one game just about there, if not already. We're going to be going to a short break here, and when we come back, game number 2 to see if Secret can clinch the 2-0 or if Aster is going to give a little bit more hopes for their upper bracket run. We're back in about 5 minutes.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI11 group stage, day number 4, our 4th and final day here. About to get underway with our second match between Team Secret and Team Aster. It's Secret who win 1-0 after a 37-minute, very patient game from Puppey, I have to say. Farming up the right kind of items to just completely shut down and shut out Aster from that game number 1.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a global silence versus black hole going on. But rest of Team Secret, they were kind of doing the work, not having to worry about any black holes coming up.
Yep. And that'll leave Secret now at the very least looking at 10-5 at the moment. Aster will fall to 9-6, which is right now maybe not enough to get Secret on through. Taking a look at, you got Fnatic and Spirit still with some matches to be played with 7 points, so they're still within reach with another match to be played. So Secret looking for a 2-0, I think, to really solidify that upper bracket berth.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before, right? Any team here who wins 2-0 is most likely going through. Very, very high chance. And if they split the points, I think they both also have a very good chance. Definitely not guaranteed, but, high likelihood. So,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Aster definitely don't want to lose.
And that even brings Beast Coast a little bit into the mix, right? Depending on how their match goes versus Team Spirit here. So we can see our draft underway. I'm not sure what the result of that match is. Seems like they're still currently, they're locking horns right now. But, Spirit and Beast Coast still a bit within reach, especially if this series does go 1-1. I think both of those teams can catch up and make a run towards that upper bracket and set us up for some tiebreakers later on. So Group B, definitely the one to look out for the tiebreakers. As we'll be getting underway and focusing now on this draft. It's going to be Aster on Dire with last pick, Secret Radiant with a first, as we have removed the usual suspects.
Yeah, and I believe, we have Aster get second pick this time. So the draft will play out a little bit differently. It felt like Secret, they knew everything last game. They got a very nice opening, and then they just got to sit and wait and counter Aster's heroes.
Yep.
So let's see if they can do that, do it back to them.
Yeah, and in retrospect, it's a bit easy to look back and say, well, Aster, you 8th picked an Enigma. Why didn't you get a ban? With your 3 bans to follow on the silencer. It's easy for us to say now, right? But, yeah, I mean, a good opening from Secret. Aster did not want to play into that Puppey Chen, so there he is himself. So they chose to ban that out instead. But Secret opening up once again with the Tusk. That's a favorite of Zayat's. He really likes these melee position 4s that can reposition.
Yeah. And I don't know how strong of a first pick team Secret are. The only first pick team that's really impressed me has been EG so far. I feel like it doesn't matter if they're first or second pick. The way they get their heroes is just the pick order doesn't seem to affect them very much. But here, this Leshrac first 2 has been we saw it yesterday too. It seems very interesting. It feels like you can cover it with enough bans, especially now when the Nyx Assassin is out. That you'll feel safe having that hero no matter what. Yeah, because they're banning out the Lina. Because the worst matchups are these Lina, Shadow Fiend, snipers, Nyx Assassin 2, of course. That they kind of just kill you from range before you can get in. But with 3 bans available, I feel like you're always going to have a game.
Yeah, last time Secret took out that Undying and Lina, but they also banned out that Maiden in the second phase. It was 14th pick, or 14th ban, I says, for Secret. And you'll notice that this time around, Aster actually do get their hands on the Maiden.
Yep.
That'll be Fort Siamese. And now, yeah, just like you're saying, more bans focused on protecting this Leshrac. Whether he'll go safe whether he'll go mid or off lane, as we were discussing, is ultimately going to be up to Secret. We've seen in last game that they are going to run whatever matchup is best for Lesh, and last time that was definitely mid lane.
Yeah. Generally, the bans are mid lane heroes, so there's a high chance he'll go there. But Rezo is always ready to play the Slash. And both Puppey and Crystal is smiling a bit, right? Because Monkey King and Razor being banned out right now.
Right. The Razor, though, always makes me think about Lifestealer.
No, for sure.
So that does kind of open that up to play here for Aster, especially because you are playing into a Leshrac, so it's already not that bad of a match here for him.
Yeah. No, but you need to... That's the nice part about having second pick here for Aster. So like if they wanted to pick it, they could do it on the 18th pick here.
Right.
They could possibly pick up a Lifestealer, but not before then.
Yeah, so they'll likely just... Well, they're going to have to show another core here for Aster. Probably the off lane, right? Is what you're going to want to sack. Use your last 18th for safe and maybe your 24th for mid lane or vice versa, right? Whatever you're feeling more confident in at the time.
I mean, the
secret show.
Yeah, the best would be if they could pick a hero, like a flexible hero that can go several lanes here.
Yeah. Tiny in that way, a little bit flexible too, right? We've seen a couple of games of the mid Tiny for a couple of teams.
Yeah.
So he can still be flex a little bit, as Aster considering their last ban. Secrets will ban out that Broodmother. Once again, I brought it up last time. I don't know if it was banned last game here. It was by Team Aster, but it's a hero that both them play. And here it is, the Visage. It was not picked last time because Aster first phased the Enigma. But like I'm saying, this is a team that has been winning a lot with Visage here.
Okay. Do you know if they only played offlane or do they play it mid as well?
I do not know. Let me go ahead and look at a couple of games, of which there are many for Aster. But I'll go ahead and look at some of their matches.
No, because I really like this pick if they also play it mid. It's still fine if it's only offlane, but that gives Secret a little bit of an opening to like shut down a lane here if they know for sure it's an offlane Visage. But if he's flexible, like because he is quite a good. He's also one of these range heroes that's quite good against Leshrac. Obviously, if Leshrac is way more farmed and gets to go on top of you, everything is dice. You die, the birds die. But otherwise, I kind of like it.
I'm just looking here. It looks like again, only 4 matches. It's been mostly XXS, pardon me, playing it. Yeah, there's 2 pucks in this matchup, so I imagine. Yeah, it's been so far exclusively offlane, sample size of 4, and I think this is what I'm about to get at. They really do like to pair it with a puck, it seems, in the mid lane. I'm seeing that in 3 games, right? A Visage offlane with a puck mid.
Okay.
So perhaps the Disruptor here, anticipation from Puppey, or he just thinks it's a good hero here. Does give a pretty nice lane combo, right? A Kinetic Field or a glimpse into a Bloodright in lane as well. Looks fairly strong.
Yeah. No, so then, yeah, if it is up, then they kind of got to counter this pick here. And they're going to get to counter one more. So yeah, Secret drafting quite well from... Yeah, this Leshrac is doing work, man. So annoying. What do you draft here? Lifestealer. No, sorry. You see Bloodseeker. Okay, so they do go with your...
Yep, they still go for it.
True and tested, tried and true.
Exactly. Let me find these matches where it's been the puck. I think they've been, 2 victories with this specific combo. And then they've laned it usually with a ranged safe laner. I'm seeing a Luna and a Drow Ranger as examples.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just, it was a combo I've been seeing, and seems like Aster fairly comfortable in running it. But again, I imagine Secret were kind of anticipating this, hence the Disruptor. We've seen, I think, 1 match yesterday, right, of Disruptor into puck, and that looked very convincing for Disruptor.
Yeah, no, it can get ugly. Not as many nice setups here for the Disruptor.
Very true.
So it would be a little harder, but... I mean, puck does fine versus Lesh mid, right? And Lesh also does fine. They both kind of farm. So there's not going to be any lane domination there. It all depends. But if this is the team to watch for Visage, I'm excited to see. Because I know XSS plays a kind of mean Visage. But the problem we've seen with it in the games we've casted is a lot of the time he suffers in the lane.
Yeah, so speaking of, I want to actually see, if you buy me another 30 seconds or so, I'll take a look at what the laning partner's been, because I see a couple of Marcy's here, but, it's been winning for the most part for them, so.
Yeah, I mean, this game they have picked up the Tiny, so, I mean, it's obviously going to be him, but... Marcy, stronger hero, of course, especially level 1 and 2. The toss spec is way harder to use. The damage is just higher on Marcy, so... In that sense, it's definitely a little weaker. You can always try to be cute. Maybe if they're playing range heroes in the safe lane, maybe they'll put this Maiden with the Visage. Like she's way better at building stacks to spam here. And you do get more mana. Maybe that is the lane, the Crystal Maiden Visage. You get more mana to spam your nukes, right, with the aura, because you're close by.
Yep.
Quite interesting, actually.
Last couple bans being that sniper. Oh yeah, we saw. Yeah, that's a terrible matchup for Puck, right? That sniper Puck. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a heads up ban.
It's quite good. Actually, a really good sniper game here for if Secret would have gotten their hands on it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good ban out from Aster to get out of that. And then the Luna and the Ursa Warrior both banned out. I think Ursa, one of these heroes that can still fight with, what's that, the Rupture on him, right? Oh, look, Secret very happy right now. Little smiles all around that room.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're so close to making it right now.
Pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, but you were talking about Drow Ranger, right? That looks like a good hero for Aster. I mean, it depends a bit on the last pick here from Secret too, but otherwise I don't see why they wouldn't just stick with their winning lineup that they picked many times.
Yeah, Secret, it seems like, I've never been in the draft room. I don't know what it's like, but it seems like they're really focused on making Aster playing something new, right? They don't want to let them repeat a single draft on cores that they've done before, and maybe that's going to be a little bit of a pressure point because they've run this with an Ursa, this Visage, and Puck with both a Drow and a Luna, as well as an Ursa, right? And so those bans are very targeted, I think, out from Secret. Just kind of removing a bit of comfort, perhaps.
Yeah.
How in the Nisha Kunkka, you referenced this earlier.
Yep. Yeah, they I don't know, somehow Secret, even from first pick, kind of get to counter the lanes more than Aster do. Very interesting.
You see that? Puppy flipping the hat. Get out of here, Heen. Leave us to it. Well, for Aster, though, last pick needing to carry now. And the team fight from Secret looking very strong. So it'll be the off-lane Leshrac as well, so that's something to consider for Aster. Likely, right? I guess you can flex Kunkka between mid and off, but...
Yeah, I mean, if they don't pick Drow here, then like Juggernaut is decent too. That's a hero. You could maybe do like a Lone Druid. It looks interesting. I don't know if they play that, but...
How are you feeling about Lifestealer?
They banned it out.
Oh, yes, they did.
Aster banned it.
Aster banned it.
Otherwise, I think it was a really good pick.
Yeah, a funny little thing, when you get Ruptured, you can just jump in one of your friends, and then you don't take Rupture damage.
Yeah.
So that's always something to outplay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I was just going to say, 2 good Static Storm targets, though, this game for Puppy.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not that easy to land on a Morphling, and he is going to get BKB quite quickly. But yeah, you have a few ganks possible here where you could lead with Static Storm.
And that X mark and Glimpse as well is going to make the game a little bit more difficult for these heroes that usually like to jump in and out of fights.
Yep.
This Puck and Morphling. So Secret feeling really confident there, especially this Bloodseeker, Rupture, right? If you do try and run, you'll be taking some damage. Yeah, but this Rezo offlane Lesh is something for me to keep my eyes on. It's not something I've seen a whole lot of Secrets. I haven't had the chance to watch too many of their games or replays, but they've been winning with it, obviously. So I'm eager to see what it looks like.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to this mid matchup because I think every time so far Nisha's played Kunkka, the lane has been, yeah, he's been winning the lane quite heavily, and Puck can survive. I think we saw Armel Puck. We saw some Puck do quite decently versus Kunkka, but I know it can get really ugly. Like if you keep getting hit by these splashes, it can quickly look really bad.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I imagine Nisha will be on top of this, right? If Nisha can just avoid the casual Lucio Orb spam that Puck uses to farm the wave, like, it does feel like that'll get a little bit out of control, so some keen positioning needed, definitely in that mid lane, and some lineups on the spells perhaps can make things go a little bit more one-sided or the other, but it's 2 games in a row here for the Baboka Tiny, and I think he's certainly hoping to get a little bit more done in this lane than last time. Very difficult laning stage for Aster.
Yeah. He did not have the DJ Tiny game last game. But I'm curious, I feel like he will go safe lane with the Morphling, but we'll see.
You're thinking this Visage and the Maiden lane, right?
Yeah, but maybe not. But I just feel like it would be very interesting. It seems really good. You're just spamming this Crystal Nova, right? And you're getting your charges up for the Soul Assumption. can just spam spells. Probably feels very good. So, but we'll see. Maybe they just play standard. It's also okay.
And we've seen a couple games of the Maiden here, right? That Frostbite, sometimes maxed build even versus some of the Spirits usually to get that long duration route. But certainly that mana aura for the entire team, as you're saying, is going to be really, really good for these kind of spam worthy spells. Maybe that's what you need to get Visage a little bit of a better start in lanes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see here they did change to the Maiden aura. So like heroes close by get like double the mana regen.
That's right. Yeah, and Maiden gets a little bit more regen herself,
Yeah.
I think, after these adjustments. That ability's changed so much. My favorite iteration was still when it gave a little bit of damage, or sorry, magic resist. That was fun. But looks like runes will be 3 for Aster. They actually fight for both river runes, and we'll get them.
Okay, very nice. That's the starting 8. Okay, so they're just playing standard lanes, right? Yeah. But it seems like they're putting Sayak bottom here, so they have a little setup for the blood, right?
Yeah. And someone to punch into that 0 armor. Tiny, though, he does come with a ring of protection
Yeah.
in lane, so Baboka was ready for this.
He's taking so much damage here.
Yeah, that's annoying. He doesn't want to commit the TP, right? Oh, there he is, punching back now with the tree. Look at this. Oh, it's a brawl to the death between Zayats and Baboka. I think it's going to be a little bit Zayats favored here.
Yeah.
Of course, the cores can't be bothered with this. There's creeps to be hit. Do wish I knew what that voice line meant.
But the Arcane Aura is obviously also good for Morphling. Just keeps letting him morph up.
That's right. Yeah, quite freely. And during that exchange, Christos also takes Thirst, right? Which is more popular these days anyway, and does get a little bit of extra harass and move speed on in.
Yeah. No, I'm curious if they can... Yeah, because you can kind of heal up from this harass, right? Like, if you can't keep going with it, like, after a soul assumption, he will just regen up from all these creeps. And it won't really be effective.
That's a good point, yeah. Maybe that's where the Tiny comes in, right? Maybe level 3 with an Avatos combo or a toss back even at level 2.
Yeah.
Just to make sure he doesn't get that time with the creep wave. I think you're absolutely right. Nisha, nice pump fake there on the Tidebringer crit, or sorry, the cleave. Oh, Puppy, a bit of courier. That comes for free. Ooh, and a nice stun from Rezo ensures that Puppy will get out safely.
They really wanna... Yeah, they can't get... Can I get Puppy? He's trying.
Oh yeah, the Frostbite. Oh, right clicks the Maiden. Oh, okay, Puppy. He's got a little bit of regen. They're gonna need an extra one. Puppy needing to break vision. The range creep though, hunting him down, and the auto attack for Maiden leaving him on 7 HP. The regen's just a little bit too high.
A very nice try though.
Yeah, Puppy playing that one perfectly on edge. Breaking a sweat. Look at him. That stolid face.
Had to use a lot of mangoes on Maiden, so not bad at all for Secret. The mid lane, okay, Puck is still keeping pace here, but it can quickly turn ugly.
Especially when Nisha's connecting the spells there, right?
Yeah.
But down bottom, there's Ice Shard, so a little bit zoning there. Nice movement there from Baboka to ensure that he doesn't actually get hit by the blood, right? Looks like Aster been doing a good job dodging that from top lane. Yeah, there's going to be first blood for Puppy. I think he got it last game too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, in the river there. But I mean, Maiden should not be too... Especially dying to Puppy here, I think he's feeling alright with it.
That's true.
Because you just want your mana back.
As compared to dying to, of course, Rizzo, right? Something like that, yeah.
So he TP's back top. I think Ori would have appreciated a bottle refill. Maybe that was the better play, but they're going for a kill instead on Rezo here.
Yeah, and that's something Monet can at least appreciate. Simon C does get the kill, but Monet will at least be happy to not have to be harassed by this Leshrac for a while. I think they picked up Puppy. Yeah, he went for the bounty and did get picked up on the ward that Aster have, so they were free to make the aggressive move.
Bottom lane,
bottom.
They're going on Tiny, but yeah, ring of protection. Too strong.
It's big for him here. Especially because, of course, it's very easy for Zayats to get in his face, then apply the Overvenom slow, additional slow with Tag Team right on those hits. So, yeah, very, very keen pickup for him.
Yeah. Okay, but XXS got the lane in a nice position at least. But Crystal is level 4, has, what, 20 more damage than this poor Visage. So it's not that easy to last it here.
And plenty of move speed with the amount of damage Ori's taking in this mid lane. Looks like top as well. You know, as Morphlings want to do, part of me, they want to play a little bit more with the Agi, which just sometimes does leave them looking a little bit like this, right? Closer to half HP.
Yeah, especially versus Disruptor. It's just going to be spamming you.
And not to mention this Lesh, right? He's 202 on this Lightning Storm, and you can see the raindrop charges now starting to tick down, at least from Monet, who has those to rely on for a while.
Oh, mid lane, or he's just eating the harass. But so far he's still doing okay. But it's starting to go quite bad, like Nisha 10 more last hits.
And down bottom, Baboka. Wow, that's a lot of damage actually return on a Crystallis, but they just don't have a toss, actually. It's 201 for this support's Tiny. That'll send Crystallis scattering to regen off of a creep wave.
Yep.
But yeah, I know, you're completely right. Ori as well, actually, I wanted to point that out. Did go for the Chainmail first. I think that's going to eventually go into his Witchblade, of course, but that helps him all. Oh my god, sorry, English. Helps him a lot here, Pi.
Yeah.
There used to be... Oh, yeah, a kill onto Siamese Sea.
Yeah, very nice glimpse by Puppey.
Down bottom, oh, the Thirst movement speed by Crystallis. Again, they just Secret always making moves or attempting to around the map, but Crystallis a bit worse for wear now. Does give Aster, a reason to maybe go diving. Oh, level 2 Soul Assumption here taken by XSS, by the way.
No, I think they're playing this lane quite well here.
I actually wonder if he always does that, if that's kind of a condition to... Maybe that's what sets him apart from the other Visages we've been seeing.
Yeah, maybe.
For the most part, it's been mainly, Grave Chill, right?
Yeah.
That we've been seeing here.
Is Crystallis gonna get to deny all of this? No, okay. Got one. Morphling, yeah, okay. Monet's doing pretty well. The only outlier here is the Kanka. Already 2.8k net worth with the pocket to 2k, so 800 ahead. Kind of expected.
And a DD rune for Nisha, as of course Ori not feeling very confident rotating over. Seeing Puppey on the ward, and he's going to lose his ward now.
Oh, he dodges it.
Yeah, that's a big one. But there's a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a glimpse ready. Illusory orb. Oh no, not in time. Puppey, can he reach him with a glimpse? It is only level 1.
Very well played by Ori.
Be able to get out there, and that's why that dodge makes a big difference,
but
right?
bottom here, Crystallis gets on top of the Visage.
That he does, and maybe Baboka. No, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. The Visage does take a death though.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, even that go right, like, Ori plays it really well, escapes, but they still kill the tower, and his low HP helps Bloodseeker get that kill on Visage, right? So, yeah, nice play by Ori, but unfortunately, it's not enough.
Down here we'll go. That's very difficult, right? Again, with this Bloodseeker, they can make a go whenever these the HP is a bit lower. And of course, now with a rotation coming, Nisha eager to maybe punish and give XSS the walk of shame as they're going to snowball in forward. And that's going to be an easy Bloodright connecting. Does get off at least this Soul Assumption. The tree from long range is going to give the kill towards Baboka, but the X-Mark bringing him back. And look at that. The Torrent might have needed to be saved, though, because Baboka simply teleports away in the face of 2 cores. Could have been a double kill. Instead, now back top lane. No, Rezo's going to escape.
Yeah, that was beautiful though. He did not expect that Torrent on himself, the Tiny.
And I think we were right about our hypothesis here. I'm seeing, in most games it's 1-2-0 at level 3 for this Visage. So it does seem like actually that's the preferred build for XXS. A bit difficult now, of course, as he has died twice and is needing to walk back to lane.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a lot of the Visage games we've seen. He's level 4, enemy carry, level 6, up 1,000 gold, so yeah, definitely Aster have a big comeback ahead of them here. Already down 3k gold at 8 minutes.
Yeah. Aster rotating both supports down bottom. Does leave Ori to fend for himself for this 8-minute power rune, but actually still collects it, so haste in the battle for him.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha has played this game so well so far. Collecting the mid tower, basically stomping Ori in the mid lane. Now smoking up with Sayak. I don't know what they'll go for here, but
you've really picked up casting quite quickly here, Pi. That's what the casters have always been saying. Wow, Nisha's playing very well.
Yeah, but he did get the matchup pick here. But I mean, the thing is, he's one of the guys who really abuses it. So.
Oh yeah, patience here, not killing that core here.
They're coming in from behind.
There's the wrap. Yeah, they want XSS. And he's getting hit by this Bloodright. There's even a rupture if they need it, but they don't. The boat condemns him. No chance to get off a Soul Assumption there. Down he goes.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's level 5 now, but without these familiars up, Visage doesn't really get to play Dota.
No. No, for sure. I mean, only positive is Morphling is kind of farming at least. Still behind.
That he is.
Still behind 2 of the heroes, but he's having a decent game. Fortunately, Puck still needs to catch up. Visage definitely needs to catch up.
Yeah. Tower taking the mid lane there, by the way, so Rezo getting to work very quickly. I think just nuking the waves and just casually pushing right over time.
No, they killed the tower a long time ago when they got the DD on Kunkka and Ori escaped. Then they just killed the tower then. Okay, they're going for Visage again, bottom.
Yeah, and he's ruptured. He can't even run. Oh,
he can turn
living
this,
through it. No,
No.
but Crystal's a massive heal there. Uh-oh. And now Simon, he's teleported over, but can't really change the outcome of this. That's just 3 deaths straight on the Visage. He's been walked back to lane, killed, TP'd back to lane, killed, TP'd back to lane again, killed.
They're really abusing this poor guy.
And he's just no closer to level 6 here. I mean, at this stage, maybe they just give him Tome, honestly.
Oh, they can't. Both supports at level 4. I mean, Baboka at least kind of locked the lane here, so there'll be 2.5. Oh no, he has to run. Oh no, TP scroll. Oh yeah, you're right. I think you give him the Tome.
I mean, otherwise he just can't play Dota. I think there's a...
You can see Baboka though. He's trying to save these creeps for him.
There it is. Big play. That's 3 range creeps. It's a lot of experience, and then he's probably going to go and stack or something.
Yeah.
So he can give solo XP. There he goes. He says, maybe just kill the flag bearer near me. No, he's completely out of there. Selfless supports.
Yeah, you can see Nisha though farming. What is it? Yeah, triple ancient stack. Together with Puppey. They're probably gonna smoke after this.
Oh,
We'll see.
Sides as well. I hope we get out of that mid lane. I mean, I'd pity XSS here if they actually manage to smoke. Oh, he did eat the Tome. There's no way. Yeah, he's level 6. He gets the Tome. He gets this Mega Wave down bottom, and he'll be able to at least get some CS in. That tower, though, taking some chip damage here.
Yeah, it's gonna go down.
It looks like it, or at least be well within deny ranged. Yeah, wow. That's Wagons do 65 damage a shot. It's only a little bit of damage needed for a 2-1 tower, and that's then Aster left with only a very, very healthy top 2-1 tower. In fact, it hasn't even taken a scratch here.
They have a little smoke here, but Ori doesn't want to go for a rest, so...
Has Witchblade, but no boots.
Yeah, they're very hesitant. He's kind of walking in circles here. Yeah, and now he's just farming instead. Not feeling comfortable going for anything.
And Puppey, yeah, he's... is it a solo smoke? No, he's bringing Chrysalis with him.
Nisha almost has completed an Orchid. He's so farmed.
Wow.
6k gold, 11 minutes in.
And that would make 2 silences on the team, right? We're always looking forward to it. That static storm out from Puppey, as right now they are making their way towards the top lane. Baboka and Monet sitting on mostly Agi as well. Not liking what he's seeing, and because he's not seeing a whole lot of secret heroes on the map, but now he's going to get a whole big old static storm. Does manage to escape. Oh, the glimpse as well. Not perfectly timed, but he is ruptured, so hard for him to fight, hard for him to TP away, but does manage to evade here. A death for now is Ori. Oh, no, he's going to die for him, though. That was a 4-man, the Crystal Nova. Only level 1, though, so not much follow-up damage, unfortunately, here from Aster. As the toss back, the X. Yeah, on the Z axis here. Not going to end up saving that Maiden.
I mean, this just spells how bad this game is for Aster. Like, Secret basically mess up all their spell casting, but it doesn't matter. They're too far ahead. And the Seeds of Serenity coming in there, actually saving Puppey from the tree toss.
All right, Monet, of course, being ultra efficient, morphs into full Agi before he pops the 1. But the Orchid already online.
Oh, no.
He didn't get off the gain either, and he's just dead.
Yeah. There's coil, nope, no coil. But
Ori doing what he can, Baboka's well nearby, but look at the path Secret are taking away. They are just completely cutting off Baboka. Nisha might be able to TP away at this rate as Zayat is going to vault downhill. Has Puppey here to offer some protection, but I have a feeling Ori, he's not even going to chase. Nice snowball up to the high ground.
Yeah,
Nisha TP's away, and Secret go unpunished.
Yeah, they're not getting anything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, still not completely over, right? There are still chances to come back here. XXS took this time to farm up, finish his Vlads a little bit closer to Wraith Pact. Got the Haste Rune, got a Witchblade on the Puck. How's the Morphling doing? Not too well. It's doing okay.
Yeah.
But they're gonna need one of these fights, right? Where Secret mess up again. And this time they have a few more levels, right? Yeah, and they're more ready to punish.
Maybe ideally level 6 there for the Maiden. Little old Freezing Fields. 3 points in the Avalanche now, and perhaps, now the point and grow for Baboka, so he's not so easily killed. Pardon me, with all that bonus armor he's got online.
Yeah. Oh, smoke again. 2-man smoke by Sayak and Nisha.
Yeah, they're going to at least be able to sneak past this ward in the river.
Yeah, they were looking at the rune there, looking for another puck kill.
And it spawned bottom. Ori, of course, his haste rune is going to be activated as he battles up the regen.
Yeah. Yeah, going on Boboka mid here.
Yeah, he's X-marked and brought back to his death.
But
Snowball, secure it.
Top lane, they're looking maybe get a counter kill on Resto here. It's quite tanky.
Possible. Infuse raindrop charges used, actually a nice morph into the stolen split earth, and now, yeah, Siamese letting that freezing field go, and yeah, he's not gonna die there. I thought maybe for a second he would have died to Edict.
But the Secret are here, chasing them in the trees.
Nisha, though, didn't quite connect on the... Oh, nice ward
Oh
up
no,
on
they
the
see
high ground.
the Morphling as well.
And they do. Boats incoming. They actually got off. Oh, he got off the strength gain, though, but now into the static field, and with 0 armor, despite 2,900 health, he falls quickly to Crystallis. Nice ward up on that high ground there. Secret, oh, they're just constantly getting these +1s, man.
Yeah.
Pi, it's looking pretty bad here. Boboka, he just has nowhere to run.
No.
Puppey, look at his position, even cutting him off.
Yeah, no, and there's no help incoming. Like, both XXS and Ori are desperately trying to catch up a little bit. Like, thank you for the space, but I'm not TP for you.
No, and of course that's the carry that dies there, right? Monet going down. So the space going at least towards some cores that also needed the recovery space, but it's well, getting pretty one-sided here. 13-3 in game number 2 between Secret and Aster.
Yeah, I mean XXS is kind of ready now. He's got his Wraith Pack complete, so yeah, I think if the correct fight comes here now, he's down. He's down to brawl.
And it's just so difficult there. We're watching that replay right of that last, just kind of pick off after pick off after pick off. Boboka TP'd and doing what he can, but the kill on Terezo is nice, but it comes at a very heavy cost now. It's into the river where they go brawling. Maybe a kill here at the very least. Yes, something for XXS.
No, he's feeling a bit better now. Had a horrendous start now, but kind of sacrificed his entire team to farm up this Wraith Pact, and I think it's worth it. He's the highest net worth in his team now.
A nice little soul assumption kill there for him. And with Grave Chill, you do farm up quite a storm, especially with your familiars, of course, getting that attack speed buff. Careful here, mid lane. Yeah, in trouble is going to be Ori. And the boat static storm combo at the ready. No chance for his survival. And look at down bottom. Rezo, he's completely farmed up this Bloodstone, so he's no longer as easy as a kill.
Yeah. No, it's very nice to have this backup carry. Nisha ganking a lot together with Puppey and Sayak, and then Resto has just been farming it up. Farm.
Yeah, even going a bit greedy for an offlaner, right? For those boots of travel immediately, but right now it's working for Secret.
Yeah.
The bottom tower denied, but the glimpse up back for Siamese. Monet, he's skirting around here, maybe looking for a return kill, but just a little boundless.
Aster won a fight there. If Secret stick around too long, yeah, Resto seems a little too cocky. Yeah, they want to go.
Yeah, Ori's respawning, TP into that bottom tier 2 tower as they're going to set him up with the familiars. Avalanche as well. Puppey does not have static storm. There's a Walrus Punch at the ready and a snowball save here briefly for resolution. He's a bit worse for wear though, but the Bloodstone heals, getting back to half HP. Careful though, coiled up and killed off. It's going to be Rezo.
Yeah, but Nisha is on his way. Crystallis is also on his way. So if this fight takes too long here, they have glimpse. It's hard to get out.
And Nisha is here. Puppey doing what he can here. There's going to be a glimpse to keep Monet out of the fight, and there is going to be the Orchid onto Ori. Walrus Punch into silence, into boat. Dead before he even hits the ground. XSS able to TP away. No glimpse or X available for him. Siamese, I don't think he's going to be able to run. This is a very fast Bloodseeker. Has a lot of armor, of course, now in that freezing field. But yeah, Static Storm committed by Puppey, and that's going to condemn the Maiden.
Enough of this Crystal Maiden killing the entire team.
He didn't like the wolves howling in his ears.
Yep.
Shut those things up. Wolves of Ice Wrath. That is, well, something for Aster, but that's kind of been the story here, right? Anytime they've been able to get something secret, bring reinforcements in, and just end up getting the better exchange.
Yeah. No, I really like that by Secret. Like, you can easily make the argument that Crystallis is like, nah, I'm not showing up. I'm like, what, 500 gold from BKB, but he also runs over there and secures the fight. Really like how they play that. Especially when you're ahead, you don't want to give these fights.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mantra in chess, right? But you only want to trade when you're ahead. It feels like the opposite in Dota.
Yeah.
But whenever Secret kind of you know, make the trade a little bit in their favor. A little Darth Vader, I've altered the deal. It's not looked or felt as good for Aster, and now here goes Secret again, right into the triangle, into the jungle, I mean. Ori, maybe in danger of dying here, but now he's got a Lucio Orb out.
It's close to Yules at least. That will help a lot versus this Orchid on Kunkka. And the Static Storm. Won't just one click and die here. But there's been an Arcane Rune down there for a minute and a half. I think Ori will, yeah, he sees
He'll pick it up. And here's a significant item for Monet, right? He's at least now not as vulnerable to that Orchid with the Manta Style online. Of course, Static Storm is going to be a bit more of a problem there, but...
Roshing right now on Secret. I think BKB is on its way for Crystallis. Aster are smoked up.
Yeah.
I wonder how... This fight might... Okay.
Secret?
Might be a decent fight here.
Out of the pit, there's a ward on the high ground now for Aster as their smoke is going to break over on Ori. Does not commit, though, on the coil. Wants a bit of a better one. Now is going to look for it with the reduced cooldowns on their Arcane Rune. As the rest of Aster kind of blocked off from joining this fight. Eul's Scepter. Oh, no, but the Static Storm set up for him here. No chance to escape as Nisha pops the BKB. Down goes Ori. They needed him in this fight.
Yeah.
And Baboka as well can't even get out of the river. XXS, he's going to be maybe trying to TP away, but no chance here. Ruptured up. He actually has the stone form, rather, is what he's doing right
Tiny.
now.
They're trying
Buyback
to
for
fight.
Baboka, but Crystallis, oh no, BKB active, fighting through this one. Monet doing what he can here. The freezing field not hitting anyone, but a big avalanche onto 3. Zayats is dead, and Crystallis without BKB here. Rezo and Nisha, worse for wear. Monet finds a stun. That's 3 dead here for Secret.
Now that's the power of Visage. That's pod racing. Anyway.
I see we're turning this into a Star Wars cast, aren't we?
Yeah, very well played by Aster. I mean, first of all, you have to admit, like, how Secret went for that puck kill. Like ultra killer mode, right? Yeah. Killer instinct, just absolutely going for it. Yeah.
And I miscalled that, pardon me, because it's really the stone form, right? That Ag shard from Visage which makes the difference.
Yeah. No, he saves himself, buys time, and they get to think, and they're like, yeah, the BKB is running out there. I think we can try to take this fight. They
see it here. Oh no, they've sniped Aegis. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's really bad. I mean, that's going to certainly undercut this, but you know, essentially this fight turns into a little bit of Aster saying it's over. We have the high ground Secret, but now a buyback out from Puppey. As they delete Zayats, but in trouble is Siamese C. He's got a kill, and now the Orchid. Okay, Puck, no Blink Dagger, though, and into the Static Storm, and straight back into death. Secret striking back hard as Baboka as well is going to end up dying back here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have a replay of that, but Monet was basically, I mean, I don't want to say forgot that there's Thirst, but he was trying to regen, you know, HP very effectively on Max Agi, and then just got sniped by Ice Shards.
Yeah, that happens. Happens to the best of us.
It happens. That's certainly going to be painful. And, well, the wind that had just gusted and maybe starting to pick up the sails here a little bit for Team Aster is, well, immediately brought back here for Secret.
Yeah, but definitely looking better than just, like, before this Roche fight. Like,
definitely.
Because Secret do not have this Roche. They did win that fight, so they got a bunch of levels. Like, Monet is feeling way better, closing in on Ags. I mean, we have to say, like, what a change in this game for XXS. From being like from dying like 4 times in a row to basically being the highest impact in this team.
Here's a smoke from Aster, but once again, every single trade that's happened in favor of Aster has always been followed up by like Revenge of the Secret.
Yep.
So we'll see what ends up happening. Aster.
Ori smoke breaks.
Yeah. There's an Arcane active for Kunkka, but it's just run out.
Yeah.
Still has BKB.
No, Aster don't want to force this fight too hard. I mean, I don't think they should at least. Because Morphling is just in a perfect position farming here.
Puppey, he's waiting on Static Storm for 5 more seconds. They're going to force the Yules here, and that gives them an opportunity once again
they need
just
to
start
up
the fight off on a good foot. The Avalanche does slow Secret here for a second, but Boca brought back. Look at that. The glimpse into Rupture combo. If you're teleported less than 1,000 units, you do take that full damage from the Rupture. Ori trying his best to escape. Here's Zayats. Oh, the Ice Shards perfectly placed here onto XXS. He's going to drop the Wraith back. He's got really no choice but to turn and fight as a buyback up from Siamese C. XXS not going to be silenced here either. He's invulnerable there. The Static Storm, though, set up onto 2 will certainly silence him, but they've lost Zayats. Yeah, he's a bit deep here.
Yeah. Fortunately, Monet TP's back. Rezo finishes off the tower, so not the best for Aster, but at least they got the return kill for that buyback.
They don't lose Ori either, right? Every time he's Eul-sceptered himself up to avoid an X mark or to avoid a blink, there's either been an Orchid or a Static Storm waiting for him upon landing. So that's a much better, 5 out of 5 landing right there.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's not very comfortable for Ori here. No cushions to catch his fall.
Yeah, he's a lot of turbulence mid-flight there in the Cyclone. But things looking a little bit better here. You're absolutely right. Like the tools, the items are coming online.
Yeah.
XSS, he's proving a lot more difficult of a pickoff. The cooldown on this Gravekeeper's Cloak active is long. It's an entire minute, but Secret aren't really applying that much pressure as compared to last game where they were just constantly TPing and running at their enemies.
Yeah, I mean, still applying a lot though. You can see them here. He might be diving base here. No, it doesn't go for it.
Yeah,
Looking for the glimpse, but not quite getting it.
Yeah, and that's worth it, right? I mean, yes, it's just a maiden, but a maiden who's just bought back, so give you a lot of time around the map.
Yeah, so I think these fights come down to if Aster can stay alive with at least 4 heroes until the BKBs on Secret run out. Then it seems like they have enough damage to turn the fights. But I mean, the trump card they have here is this Leshrac, who is not the most farmed on the map, but he's still very farmed. And
he's a low-key mid laner right now.
For sure.
Especially with those bots. He'll let BKB up shortly, and he's actually giving chase for Ori. I don't know if this is the easiest catch for Rezo. Yeah, it doesn't really seem possible he's going to go for a blind split earth. Not quite.
Yeah.
Didn't have vision.
You just run their pressure a bit. Make him fear.
With the fear of the disco pony in him.
Yeah.
See, though, Rezo's GPM actually exceeding that of Crystallis's this game. Crystal, so I mean, he's got his core items. Whenever we did an SA panel, I believe it was Lelis basically saying, anytime there was a Bloodseeker game, of which we had a couple, right, this DPC season, it just felt like this hero, you need BKB to fight. Without BKB to fight, like, you're not really all that strong. You're dispelled, you're held back, silenced, kited out, what have you. But now that he's got BKB, especially longer duration here, and an Arcane Rune, Crystallis is feeling still fairly strong, even if he's being out-farmed by Rezo a bit.
Yeah. No, I mean, out-farmed is, but he's like 500 gold behind, right?
Yeah.
700.
Not much at all.
Yeah.
And he's recovering quickly now, of course. You farm very fast with that Mjolnir bonus attack speed, of course, the lightning procs.
I mean, the shard is also very nice. If he's morphing up, right?
And
it's a percentage based.
This is a big item, right, for Ori on that Blink Dagger. He's now picked that up. That makes him significantly more difficult to catch.
Yes, that's basically it. He can now blink away, and it's easier for him to split push. Because they don't feel too bad delaying this game anymore. Like
double blink, I think, even here. Sorry to cut you off, right? Because Bobokas have one as well.
They're kind of baiting a little fight here. It's not easy, but it is possible. We've seen before where if you overcommit the BKBs on XXS and he gets off his cloak. So I think Secret do want to fight here anyway.
But Aster, they've got an incredible ward here, and they did actually scout all of Secret with the scan. Nisha, well, he's not a viable jumper right now, of course, with the X, but we'll hit him with an adaptive strike, at least for good measure.
Yeah, Secret kind of spread out there. Could be slightly awkward. Rezo has travels though, so he can join up. They're finding Sayak.
Yeah, and that's a decent pick up. Yeah, they just want to kill him here. The toss in place secures the kill. Monet might be hit by Bloodright, and is, but not exactly a fantastic opening right now for Secret.
Nah, Secret don't have the vision there to really fight. They needed to stick more together.
So Rezo will split push, but a tier 2 under siege from Aster does trigger the Fortify. Fortify in return.
I really like how Aster's playing here, playing with big balls. Really manning up, like far behind. They don't know they're behind, but they know they also have a decent chance at winning any sort of fight here. Just recently completed BKB on Visage. Smoking up even, like they want to go.
They do. Aster from behind could look to maybe get a pretty big backstab here. Potentially onto Puppey, right? He's been incredibly annoying all series, but certainly all game.
Okay, so Secret see,
positioning.
Secret see Ori picking up this haste, so they know they're smoked. Puppey, makes the call, TP out.
Yeah, get the heck out of here, boys.
It's close.
Smoke's gonna break Rezo though. No, he's away too fast.
Yeah, a good call there. Like quickly making everyone TP out.
But I still love that positioning from Secret, like the way that they set up there, they kind of put their backs against the wall, right, to make sure, obviously, we know Aster's probably running at us. Let's set up our front lines with more Rezo and Nisha out front, Puppey as far away as he can go behind in the trees. Nice positioning.
Yeah. We have to point out, too, that Puppey actually very close to Aghanim here, right? He has the Philosopher's Stone. He needs 600 more gold.
That Philly Stone here, lining Puppey's pockets.
And that's huge for killing the Visage. Like, if they can get the Static Storm on him before he BKBs, he's just dead. Cannot use the Aghanim Shard, and he cannot BKB. That would be the biggest kill, I think.
And Crystallis, I mean, he's really starting to do a number. I think if he's like unleashed onto any of one of these heroes, between that Bloodright bonus attack speed and Mjolnir bonus attack speed, he'll be a little bit like the Emperor, you know, unlimited power for him.
Exactly.
Those procs are going to be scary.
The force strong within him. Monet though, getting his BKB. It's 800 gold. What are we seeing for Roche? Yeah, it's just spawning now. I think that was a very fast spawn, right?
And I think, yeah, Ori does catch a glimpse of it. Aster doing very well here holding this cliff ward.
Yeah.
It's going to make it a little difficult for Secret to contest this now.
Yeah, I mean,
think now that the item advantage is not as big, I mean, Ori's still playing definitely from behind, but it's maybe doable here for them.
Yeah, definitely Secret's still ahead, but these team fights are not that easy. Like, it's XXX is kind of playing in the front line, so he has like many ways to keep himself alive. And if they can bait out these BKBs, they have a good shot at winning fights.
Well, look at Puppey. They say, no, Crystallis, this is my farm.
Yeah.
I want my Ag Scepter. You go over there into the triangle. That's your farm.
No, for sure.
And I think he'll just be shy on this wave, I believe, for the money. But he's very close.
Yeah, he got it.
He just gets it. Yeah, not missing a single CS. There's very clutch for him. So this upcoming Roche fight now, Secret with a big weapon in their arsenal.
So, do they have... They don't know if they have any buybacks. Like, the buybacks on Aster have been huge, where... Yeah, okay, so the Tiny has buyback. So if they can make them waste something on Tiny... Okay, Secret just instantly running and starting hitting this.
I mean, they're feeling strong for good reason. Rezo as well with a 9-second BKB. Crystallis still at 8 for his duration, alongside Nisha. So triple BKB on the cores allows him to basically shrug off the puck. But in goes Aster. We'll see how effective those BKBs can be.
Ooh,
but the initiation, it's not right. And the Static Storm, it's going to only catch Ori, only in air quotes, because he's dead for 50 seconds. Monet now is going to go in. He morphs into Rezo, doing a bit of damage here himself, as there's going to be Baboka taking some damage. Zayat is down, but Monet, he's been hit with Rupture. Baboka can buy back, but Ori cannot.
Still BKB on Crystallis though, he held it very well. I don't know if Aster can do this. They're looking, buying back.
They've resummoned the birds, but they're just not going to be able to get into the Roche pit here in time.
They're going,
nice stun here on the birds, does catch 2 here. Monet's on in, but Crystallis pops the BKB. He's on his first life as well here with Aegis, but the BKB duration kind of kited out here, Pi, and the buyback out from XSS. But without the puck, it just feels a bit difficult. That is until Baboka jumps in. The toss back, they do catch Nisha. No BKB for him, and he's taken down.
Yeah. That was a beautiful initiation, though, by them. Getting that puck before he casts a single spell. Like, no matter what Ori does, right? He gets the Yule to stop the silences. Doesn't matter, they just keep getting him. Like, whatever survivability he gets. I just expect him to get a an Aeon Disc next, and then he gets countered by a Nullifier. Like, that's just the story of this game.
I mean, yeah, no, it's not been easy for him. Zayats, though, is at least a jump here for Aster, so they're going to have a 2-man advantage.
But in the back here, Puppey, he gets off the morph.
And Rezo!
Yeah.
He's in trouble here.
He's got BKB, but no TP out.
No, he does not. BKB at the ready. Puppey doing what he can to try and keep Monet away, and it's at least Rezo able to get off the BKB, but Puppey, I think he's been scouted here. Oh, and Siamese right into the face here of the captain, the oldest player at TI, attempting to run away. Isn't going to be able to do so. Rezo, the Avalanche missed, and he'll be away. Some big losses there for Secret.
Yep. No, Aster playing really well. And you can see here that, like, this Morphling Visage are quite strong cores, right? They're pretty much outperforming the Bloodseeker and Kunkka right now. But there's still a lot of potential for Secret to make this look easy. Like, they have, if they land big Static Storms, if they get that Static Storm before he morphs, the Morphling will just die. But yeah, that does not feel like a 9k gold leader.
No, it does not. Win rate as well, starting to slightly slide back towards even, not quite favoring towards Aster. It's getting there, especially from a more difficult and brutal early game. Aster, though, online for Crystallis. Does make things slightly scarier for Aster to fight into, but you can see they're very confident even pushing into the Sages as they'll claim a tier 2 down bottom.
Yep.
Ori, careful here. He's used the self-X. And, oh, they're TPing after him. Ori's on in, but they've kind of mistimed it here. He will snap Coil. Aster, keen to give
Toss
chase.
back.
They've just lost their ward, but that at least gives them enough confidence for the toss back. Misha's a bit unknown. He's trying to TP out with the rum buff. Captain Coco's rum strong enough there for him to escape. Can the rest of Secret do the same? Seems likely as Boboka is going to be glimpsed away.
Yep. Okay. Quite interesting game here. And the Aegis... Okay, he's still carrying Aegis on Bloodseeker, but as you said, when you don't have that BKB, Bloodseeker is quite a different hero.
Help me, puppy, I'm so weak, he's going to be saying.
Yeah. Well, that's why a lot of the time, like, having a refresh orb on Bloodseeker does not feel bad at all, but you need something to increase your mana, right? But
And this is going to feel good. Look at this Secret with a ward on the cliff.
Yeah, smoke on
not
smoke
breaking.
here.
With the wrap!
Sayak is in.
And they're on to Morphlane. There's Puppy immediately with the Static Storm. He's not
tried
on
to
enough
toss
strength
out, but he
either.
couldn't.
He couldn't get the toss out either. Yeah, that AoE deceptively large on Static Storm, and that's a death here onto the Morphlane. XXS as well, immediately killed off, and Boboka, man, his Valorant play, unfortunately, only ends in his death. That's 3 at least. A Siamese C at least with the Freezing Fuel, trying to do something. Stunned up immediately by Rezo and killed off. Will make 4 for Secret.
Yeah, huge place there.
What
Yeah,
a wrap, though, from Secret.
Yeah,
That
you're
was
right.
amazing.
Very nice ward, and like obviously Aster don't expect them to be up there. They expect them to be running for their lives, but no. Secret are ready, smoked up themselves, ready to fight.
And Ori split pushing waves, but there's just not enough buybacks here to support him right now.
No.
Only Siamese C with buyback. I mean, at least Morphling dies first in the fight, so he's back in 30 seconds. And because of the change in 732C, or 732, pardon, to the Fortifies, they have a second Fortify available, so they can buy maybe another wave, but it seems like they're going to... Nope, they're going to Fortify for the mid-racks. Okay.
Russell at the same time hitting top. Yeah, they want to try to get 2 Raxes here, but maybe Aster will respawn in time. Not sure.
Fortunately timed though, because normally Puck can just clear these creeps without any problem, but the siege creeps are going to allow Backdoor to stay down.
Yeah.
So it's another easy tier 3 tower at the very least. 3 seconds now until the Morphling's back, 6 until Buboka.
XXS is going
the
in,
Hex!
but Rezo's
Rezo's
also going
in!
in.
And Crystallis, oh, they didn't actually catch anyone there with the Static Storm, so that's a little win here for Aster as Monet BK beat up, going back on in. They will secure the Aegis off of Crystallis, and he has a BKB by the time he respawns. Buboka looking for a toss back, but can't do so on Anisha. Anisha TPing away out of this one.
Yeah, they're all
Crystallis doing the
TPing.
same. They're making the call, and they're going to be able to get out safely. Puppy, maybe not as lucky, and won't be here as Ori is back on top of him. We'll be able to get a kill.
That's so well played by Secret. They're like getting out there can be really difficult, but they all do it perfectly. Rezo blinks in, like kind of tricks them into thinking he's going on them, but uses a few spells and then TPs out during BKB, and the same for the rest of them.
And I won't claim to know, especially with you here on the call, right, Pi? I won't claim to know who this voice is on Secret making these calls, but whoever it is, they're all on the same page. They're all following
Yeah, they're all listening,
the
right?
orders, and they're all, you saw Crystallis. He starts fighting a little bit there, maybe hoping for a Skull Basher crit,
Yeah.
or a proc, and then he's just like, no, you're right. But we get out here,
Yeah.
he gets the run buff and TPs.
Yeah.
Very disciplined.
Yeah, that one you can't know for sure. I mean, I'll give credit to Puppy because why not? I mean, the one I know Puppy did was the one where they TP'd out bottom because he was the one who TP'd out first, and he definitely made everyone hide in the trees. So, yeah. I mean,
He made everyone hide
in
in
the
trees.
base there, Rezo definitely made the decision by himself and probably said it, and then the team backed him up and they're like, yeah, without you, we're not fighting this.
Now some more damage for Monet. Does buy out for this Daedalus. So it leaves him without buyback. But Ori now having buyback here, and Akaya and Sanj. This isn't going to help him much versus Static Storm, of course. But might make a little bit of a difference here if he's caught by any other disables.
Yep. No, Secret just waiting for their BKBs to be ready, and I think, yep, they're all up, so they're ready to fight whenever.
Scan out from Aster is going to let them know, once again, there's enemies in the triangle, and that means they're not going to make the same move as before, right? I think that's what that scan's about. Because that hurt. I mean, that wasn't necessarily a bad play by Aster by any means, right? When they did get caught like that, it was just Secret with a really well-timed rotation.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And here goes Secret. They did leave a barracks in the top lane alive, but mid gone, and bottom pushing really hard here, so Secret threatening to take the Megas.
Yeah, kind of seeing here if Aster will mess up a little bit, maybe get a free pick off. Because otherwise, I don't think you force this high ground push. You might as well wait for Roche.
Right.
spawning very soon. You have a Rax advantage, like the waves will push in.
You may be trying to test the nerves of Baboka here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe hoping he makes a little bit more of an ambitious toss back play. He has Heal Scepter now, by the way, here on this Tiny. So that's going to be another Dispel for him. And a little bit of a save, maybe an offensive use, perhaps.
Ooh,
But Zayat, he's in. Yeah. Oh, and he's going to force the
And he's
BKB of
out.
XSS as they are fighting around this one now. Ori looking to join the fight, but the Yule Scepter play here out from Zayat, buying a bit more time. Does cut out the BKB of the Visage, but in they go, and there's going to be the Aeon Disc immediately just doing nothing.
But
Ori
Monet-
is dead. He bought out for that. Monet trying to fight through this one, trying to be the hero, finds himself disarmed, fully on the Strength Morph as well, needing to try and run, but Rezo giving chase, and it's Crystallis with the kill. Beyond Godlike, fighting now into 3, into the Blood Right. He's got plenty of Thirst movement speed as well here. A little force back play, at least from the Maiden, does buy her some extra time, but they're going to focus now back onto XSS. They make the call to take down the cores.
They leave
as
Puppy, though.
it's Puppy who actually gets jumped by the 2 supports of Aster. Yule Scepter, oh no. The
Yeah,
auto
they're all
attack
dead.
damage from Crystallis is just too high, as in he goes onto Baboka, and an ultra kill for Crystallis. Team Secret seeming like they're one more fight away from securing themselves, and they are. They've done it into the upper bracket for them.
Yeah, GG. A little few tips there on Crystallis at the end, leaving Puppy to fend for himself.
He says those are losses we can afford to take at this stage of the game, focusing back onto the cores,
Yeah.
and a very well played game. I mean, Puppy, you know, he did well in the early game, but it's Crystallis who eventually is going to be able to carry them here to a victory. Very well done by Secret.
Yeah, no, a lot of interesting fights too. You would think that perhaps it looked like Secret were just gonna run away with it, but Aster not ready to give up. They like quietly farmed up some items and then really team fought very well for a few times, like around Roche there, and actually had control of the game there for like 10 minutes or so, maybe a little short, maybe around 6 minutes. Yeah. But you could always see though in how Secret were playing is that they were never getting scared. Like they were always initiating, going for it when they saw the opportunity, like trying to land these static storms, aggressively hunting the puck. And yeah, they lost a couple of fights that way, but eventually they just hit that perfect fight and run away with the game.
And you know, now that we're starting to get a little bit of a better picture formed about this quote-unquote new morph, because this is kind of...
Yeah, here's the fight, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
this was so punishing. And well played, right? That cliff forward by Secret. And we didn't catch the smoke movement here, but that was also critical for Secret's success in this one. But, you know, I was just wanted to say over those early game highlights that now that we're starting to get a better picture of what Morph looks like, this kind of new Morph, because it's one of the first tournaments he's been picked this prevalently, right? It does seem like, compared to the old Shotgun Morph build, which isn't a thing anymore, right? He's been adjusted. You kind of counter him the same way. Just hunts him down while he's still at his weakest, and he just can't back himself up. Puppy relentless in his pursuit there with getting down those static storms, and eventually farming up that Ag Scepter, making a big difference in that second Roche fight.
Yeah. No, for sure. And I mean, they also just made it kind of difficult for him to lane, right? They just put 2 heroes to spam him up there. I mean, he was still doing okay, but it was definitely not a free farm morph. And like, let's not speak of the other lanes where like, it was absolute despair, like getting ultra crushed.
Yeah, I mean, XSS, I think, taking at least 3 deaths straight. And I mean, like, literally died, TP'd back to lane, died, walked back to lane, died, TP'd back to lane, died again. Like, it was brutal. So much so that they actually gave him Tome, right? And he eventually does get up to level 6. He gets a little bit of space and makes a big difference in one of those Roche fights, but just wasn't enough here, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, he had a nice combat. I mean, I think the one who had the hardest game was Ori.
Yes.
Getting counter-picked in mid, one of maybe the best Kunkka laner in the world. Had to play versus Nisha. Nisha gets a, I think, it was a 6-minute rune, is a double damage. Just almost kills him, but yeah, Ori escapes, plays really well, but it doesn't matter. He just takes the tower, and after Kunkka takes that tower with he had like a 1k gold lead, maybe 1.5k, Kunkka starts rotating the map and killing everyone.
But it's going to be Crystallis, right, who does farm behind all this. Sometimes, yes, farming whatever Puppy and Rezo and Nisha left behind for him, but he gets the farm up, amassed eventually, and gets online, and eventually an ultra kill there to end the game. But a 13-0 and 12 game for him, 0 deaths. Flawless game from Crystallis here.
No, played very well. Solid work in the lane. And then, I mean, the most impressive part is actually not dying here. Like, it's easy to mess up. Like, there was a lot of team fights where Secret really thought they were winning, and then the tides turned. And for Crystallis not to die there is that's what you need your carry to do. Like, you need him to get away, not feed with the rest of the boys. But also, just a quick shout out to Papi there. I think, I mean, also to Hina, I guess, the coach there, because I think they did really good work in these drafts. I think they look really good.
Yeah, I certainly agree, right? Two phenomenal mid lane matchups in their favor. And Nisha, once again, does not disappoint, especially on his Kenka, which I think I've got to agree with you. He's definitely up there with the best Kenkas of the world, perhaps even the best one. We'll see if Secret are going to pull that one out a little bit more, as they are into the playoffs now for sure, and definitely into that upper bracket. So well played to them off this 2-0 over Aster. It's Secret who move on into the upper brackets, and Aster still not out of it yet, but of course, a lot's going to come down to the last couple matches of the day, and we might have plenty of tiebreakers. Pi and I are going to be taking a break for now. We'll be back on the E stream for Il Clasico Beast Coast versus Thunder Awaken. Not to worry, some excellent casters here to relieve us, but we hope you enjoy the coverage, and we're going to be catching you later. Up next, though, some more fantastic Dota, so stay tuned, folks.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Dreams will be made and dreams will be crushed. Hello and welcome to the final day of the TI 11 group stage. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Bayskip as we get into this critical best of 2 series. But we could say that about every series going on right now because there is some serious figuring out to be done here in Group B.
Yeah, we still got stuff to play for. Things are looking tense, really. We got PSG LGD versus BetBoom. BetBoom not on the best run, but they still have their lives in their hands at the moment. A 2-0 here does mean that they can, I think, secure themselves lower bracket. Anything else, and it's kind of up to the results of some of the other matches. So, tricky spot to be in.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, even if they do, it's kind of out of their hands. You know, even if they do get it, I guess someone from Sonics in Gaming has to lose. So if they get the 2-0, yeah, you are right. It'll be 12 and it'll be a tie. So they get to go into tiebreakers if they get the 2-0. But if they lose a single game, then it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed. They're going to basically rely on Sonics getting 2-0'd by Gaming Gladiators. So it's all very complicated. You can sit on Liquipedia and figure it all out if you want, but we've got the information here. PSG LGD, by the way, they just need 1 win. That's all they need. Just 1 win, and they will secure themselves upper bracket here in Group A. So they're in a fairly luxurious spot.
Yeah, and 2 wins, I think they secured themselves second. So, yeah, pretty good place to be. Shouldn't be under too much pressure. Just have to get through BetBoom, who do play a little bit of their own style. It does feel a little bit similar to Entity, that they've maybe been figured out somewhat. Both teams sort of having that dream regional qualifier run. They only had a handful of drafts, but that's all you need to really get through a qualifier like that. And now on the main stage, it feels like they haven't really adapted that much, and they are getting exploited. I think the meta for BetBoom as well just doesn't super suit them, and the drafts that they love to run. They're still doing their thing, but it just so happens that the TI meta is good against their setup.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great piece of analyst work there. Base skip as we jump into the draft for this game. It's BetBoom versus LGD. So you can see BetBoom, they're moving into the old classic of Marcy Lashrak and PSG LGD. They're going to go with the Primal and the Lina. So pretty straight down the straight and narrow for these 2 teams starting things out.
Yeah, for the most part. I think LGD have been doing a lot of different stuff in their draft. To look at a couple of their players, and they've played a different hero every game almost. Like Ame is on that train, and this is the same story, I think, for Faith Beyond. He's close. I think there's only like 1 or 2 double ups. So tricky for BetBoom coming in to know exactly what PSG LGD are doing. And I don't think you can get too caught up in what they're up to over on their side of the draft. It's just going to be a matter of getting 5 heroes that you're comfortable with. I think they have made some adjustments in the last couple of days where they are playing a little bit less fast. Like they do still have some of these like Faceless Voids and the more traditional carries in their hero pool, and those have actually been the drafts that have been winning for them in the last couple of days. So I think that's where this, like, you know, the Lesh Marcy and stuff, it's not your Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, you know, try and win the game in 25 minutes sort of a thing. Oh, and yeah. I think we misspoke. Oh, this is Group A. We just had a Group B round. Yeah, this is Group A. Yeah. Group B is where all of the horrifying, there's way more horrifying tiebreaker scenarios over there. It's a little bit more straightforward here in Group A, but still a lot to play for, given that we've got 5 matches going on at the same time.
Yeah, A, B, what's the difference? You know, it's, I mean, the difference is that A is a bit more, there's a bit more sense being made in Group A, but it's still both very, very close. But yeah, we do have kind of like 3 of these big top runners in Group A. e.g. PSG, LGD, and Liquid all looking like they're going to secure their upper bracket run today. Looking like there may be tiebreaker scenarios for the 4th place, possibly. And also looking like it's very possible we'll get some tiebreakers for 8th, 9th as well. And that's the exciting one as well. I mean, they're both pretty exciting because starting upper bracket at TI is a huge buff. You avoid the best of ones of death, and you also secure yourselves already a good starting position, a decent chunk of cash just by going straight to the upper bracket.
Yep.
Lower bracket is terrifying.
Yeah, I think lower bracket's a little too scary. You just don't know who you're going to be matched up against either. Like the lower bracket teams are going to be no slouches at this TI. The field is looking pretty close. It's looking pretty competitive. There are plenty of teams that even if you're favored, how many like 1-1s have we seen in series that we thought, oh yeah, this is going to be like a clean 2-0. So putting it all down to kind of a coin flip is a bit scary.
Yep, looking at you, Hikori.
Boom Pick and Shaker. Okay, so this hero it's not looked good. By the stats, by some of the games that I've seen, it's just tricky to make it work. I think maybe it's okay here with the Marcy and the Lesh. They've just got a ton of stuns. Where does that leave the Marcy? I think they've got this as a little bit of a flex. So I'm looking over it now.
Yeah.
Have they
BetBoom have played this as carrying off lane before, I believe.
Yeah, I have a memory of that. I don't know if they've necessarily done it here at TI, but maybe during regionals.
Not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think although they've played Marcy both 4 and 5 as well, so it could actually just be Seneko, Marcy, and Roger Shaker. Though I'm not sure that that's what I want to see necessarily. I think I'd almost prefer to see the Marcy going up to a core spot and then having the Shaker, as PSG LGD wasting absolutely no time. We're going to see this Lina Lifestealer coming out. The Lifestealers look fantastic against the Lesh. I think the Lich is kind of the idea against the Marcy, right? So even if this Marcy's getting in on top of your Lina, you're going to have the Frost Shield to be able to protect her. Maybe she can buy a Hurricane Pike, get away that way. Yeah, LGD seem like they've got ideas to deal with this BetBoom strat.
Yeah, it's looking good, but BetBoom aren't going to come out with the Sniper here as their 4th pick, which I like. I definitely do like it. They don't really have the catch. You know, this Primal Beast, you always need 2 sources of catch on the side of going against a Sniper, because 1 isn't enough. You just Hurricane Pike away from it, and your life is easy. So
yeah, he's going to get the Pike. He's going to get the Shard. Like this hero does end up with quite a bit of mobility, even without having to like compromise on his damage. I do, and I feel like I harp on this a lot, but I do worry a little bit about the structure of BetBoom's team fight. Like, they don't currently have anybody that they're really willing to get jumped on. Maybe Lesh will be tanky enough, and they do have the Shaker as a counter initiator, so maybe they can kind of dangle the Lesh in some of these situations, and then, you know, if the Primal Beast gets on top of him, the Shaker can bail him out, and they can reset the fight, take it on more favorable terms.
Yeah, that's certainly kind of seems to be the kind of principle behind the Shaker pick, but whether that's going to work is a different question, especially with the amount of catch and kind of re-engage they've got on the side of PSG LGD. One thing I love about this Primal Beast as well is that it leaves this last pick really open for PSG LGD, so they can either grab themselves a Faith Beyond hero or a Jin-Q hero.
Yeah, whatever they feel looks better here. BetBoom more worried about the Faith Beyond pool so far, but like we've said, it's been pretty big hero pools for the LGD players. Okay, there's no Brood. That's good. What else have we seen? Faith Beyond played an offlane Puck. I don't know if that. I think that was a mega flex to try and get nothing to say on the tiny mid. It was not what they were planning that game necessarily, but it did work out. I could even see him just playing like the Centaur here, and then everybody can run at Sniper. It's not just the Primal Beast.
We're all initiated on this blessed day.
Yeah, man, that's a throwback. Centaur Lifestealer. It's like it's a very, very old school stuff.
Yeah, it used to be the hotness. Sure, let's get Storm Spirit.
Yeah, or Slardar Lifestealer was the other, like, back when Slardar could be a position 4 as well. Those were the days. Anyway.
Those were the days. When I was a boy.
Yeah.
He was a big Lifestealer and stuff. Hi, Grandpa. Take your pills and go to bed.
5 seconds remaining.
I just woke up, though.
From PSG LGD. I don't care, get back in. It's either a 3 or a 4. They could do what they want. What's it going to be? Going to need some initiation. Again, I do like the Centaur, but I think there's a lot of options here for the side of LGD. But they're going to go for it. All right. They're in the same mindset as us. I would be worried if I were them, but I do think this is a good pick.
Oh, come on. I feel like I've been at least a little bit on point with some of these late draft predictions, this one. For Bet Boom, what's it going to be? What have you felt confident with? It's all about the confidence. What do they still have?
I'd like to get them to get just like a nice position 5 hero. I don't want to see the Marcia Shaker being a support duo. All right, Marcia Shaker's going to be the support duo, and I love it. It's fine. Bet Boom got this. But no. This is going to be a Slardar coming out for them, so it gives them a bit more initiation, a lot more damage, especially to rip through this Lifestealer. The idea here is basically the Lifestealer wants to just sit and attack the hack with the open wounds in order to kind of sustain himself and his team. So the Slardar is kind of like the anti-tank for Lifestealer and the Centaur in that regard.
Yep.
Does work well with the Sniper. Bit weird with the Leshrac, but it makes sense in this situation.
Yeah, I think the lane here looks okay, or at least the direct matchup against the Lifestealer is typically all right, but this is again where I have these concerns about like Earthshaker as a hero. And the Lich, man, this is looking like the most value Lich pick that I've seen. Just the Frost Shield looks amazing this game to protect all of your heroes.
Yeah, that physical damage resist is going to be very, very nice versus the Sniper and the Slardar, that is for sure. So someone's going to have to deal with Innocence, and that someone could be the Marci, Snakeo Marci. This guy has been playing this hero. This is a bold thing to say, but I would be surprised if anyone's played Marci more than Snakeo. Just going from like his, you know me, I like to just sit down and watch pro pubs. That's what I do in my free time. I'm very lame. And you always see Snake. He's got so many Marci games from like the day the hero was released. He was playing it as support before anybody else even thought about it. So this is like super, super confident for Bet Boom. Do you think it's enough to pull off a win versus PSG LGD?
I think it's possible, but they're certainly going to have to get the ball rolling early, and still just these concerns about the early game with the Primal Beast running around from Jin Q. That's the sticking point for me. Really, it's like we got a Shaker on one side and we have a Primal Beast on the other.
Alrighty, let's jump across into game number 1 of this best of 2 series here. Bet Boom on the brink of elimination. I mean, technically they're dangling into the void already. They need this win to drag themselves back up that cliff and onto dry land. But my God, it is looking difficult.
Oh, and they are. So I think the last time I saw them play Sniper was Dahak playing it, but it's a Laurel Sniper, and Dahak is going to be taking the Leshrac in this spot. I think this might actually be his first game on the hero for the TI groups.
Hey, interesting.
Laurel has played the Sniper twice. Those were both losses. Dahak played it once, and that was a win. So we'll see if Laurel can break his streak here in an all-important game.
Yeah. I'm not sure about Lal's history with Leshrac, but I know that Dahak really likes Lesh, so it does make a bit of sense. These are both very much Dahak heroes on the Sniper and the Lesh.
Yep. Yeah, and it's been a team that has been very much they're defined by the Dahak heroes.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, this is Dahak +4, as some have said, but. Not to put down the rest of the team. When these guys are firing all cylinders, they look absolutely fantastic. They've looked like they can take games of anyone, but they have not found that momentum. And that's been the same for a lot of the teams in these groups. Like, I feel like people said the same thing about TSM, and they're now fighting for their lives. People said the same thing about Boom, and they're now most likely eliminated. So it's TI, man. Brings out the best of some and the worst of others.
Yeah, the trickiest thing for BetBoom is that they just never managed to take any of those like clutch 1-1s against the really big teams. Like everybody that's kind of on top of this group, they all got 2-0'd, which has sort of put them in this very precarious position. Some of the teams that are in upper bracket contention, all it took was just keep getting 1-1s. 1-1s against everybody has been good enough under some circumstances.
Yeah, and interesting at bottom here, the Hack had the option to take the creeps under the tower, but just drag them forward to the wave to make sure it kills it off super quickly, while Jinkyu goes for the pull. So BetBoom, they're going to be able to get a pretty huge wave under their tower here, which I'm not sure if the Hack's going to be able to deal with. So yeah, he's actually going to drag them around.
Yeah, Faithbeyond's still keeping the pressure on him, and okay, we now have 2 bot lanes. But Faithbeyond forcing the Hawk to take this under the tower is pretty bad for him.
Not what he wanted at all. He was really trying to avoid this, like from the very start. So a little bit tricky. But now he gets level 2, he'll be fine. That's what he wanted. He wanted the level 2 before any creeps came under his tower, because then he can last it with Lightning Storm. That's not so bad. Meanwhile, Roger and Jinkyu having a bit of a kiss and a cuddle behind the tower here, and Roger's not really enjoying this too much. Jinkyu just swiping away at the poor old Earthshaker, forcing him away, but he's trying to drag the creeps around regardless. It's all getting very confusing here.
There's some real nonsense going on here. I'm surprised that they don't feel like they can take the lane head on.
Yeah,
but that's it.
Snako, a top lane, he's going to be the one to fall as he's run down by Ame and Innocence. The combination of that Ghoul Frenzy plus the slows from the Frost Shield and the Frost Blast just giving them way too much killing power in the early game.
Not only did they get this first spot, but they just dragged the whole wave into this stacked big camp.
Yeah, that's huge, actually. That's huge. What a disadvantage. And this is a lane you should be winning. Like, Slardar Marcy, my god, that should be terrifying.
Yeah.
Why are you terrified, LGD? Stop being confident.
Yeah, Seneco's got a point in Sidekick currently, so he got Sidekick level 1. Now he's got the Dispose. All right, doing something.
Yeah, let's see. Ame trying to fight through this at the moment is going to be able to get over to the safety of the trees.
Don't have a ton of regen up here, but he's going to sustain naturally.
Spin out onto the sniper Bilal. He's actually just going to turn this around on nothing to say. He could be in some trouble. Oh, that's a big miss on the shrapnel, but it's not going to matter. Lal brings it down regardless. Nothing to say, taking a step too far forward. A big kill for the young offlaner here.
They tried to force it, and he was winning the lane super hard before that point. 7-2 against 15-6. But thought that he could get the kill. Maybe some revenge now as he's respawning and Jinkyu's lurking in the trees. Laurel, do you sense this?
His senses are tingling a little bit, and Jinkyu might give up the goat for now. About to head back over to Roger. I mean, they might have spotted this on this observer they've got and would have just caught a glimpse of Jinkyu moving across. There's a lot of brawling going on in the mid lane, actually. Lal and nothing to say. Not getting along. They're not having a peaceful time with each other.
No, certainly not. But Laurel doesn't really need the water rune, so it doesn't really matter that Jinkyu's coming over for this one. Roger's keeping an eye on what's going on over here.
Yeah, just making absolutely sure that Jinkyu is not going to be sitting in the trees next to Lal and stopping him being able to lane. It's a very straightforward strategy for Roger here. Has to just follow the Primal Beast, because the one thing we know about Primal Beast is that if he gets a good start to the game, it is so hard to shut him down and stop him just running around the map and killing you. So, especially from a pole position, like, you just need to follow him around a bit, make sure he doesn't get any initiations off, and if you can't do that, he does feel like a much worse hero.
Yeah, they've done a good job so far, and I kind of like the giving a lot of the experience to the Leshrac. It feels to me like Roger should have a lane that he's going to be able to go to and find some farm at some point, either the Lesh or the Sniper heading into jungle. I think this is getting gone on a little bit at mid. Jinkyu comes TPing in.
Yeah, they get the stun, but Lal, he's kind of running out of damage here, and Jinkyu moving across as well. He's got the trample to scare away the Sniper, but Lal going to be able to stand his ground a little bit, trade off a little bit of damage here. So Sniper holding his ground, making sure he's Faithbeyond down at bottom. Lightning Storm's out. The Hack, he's got a wand. He will give him another Lightning Storm, and Shineko comes moving across as well. The Lightning Storm will bring him down. BetBoom, the Hack, getting himself a really critical kill here in the bottom lane. That is going to feel great for the Lesh.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Anything you can do to kill the Centaur before it gets too tanky to deal with. It was a nice rotation from Seneko, but it does leave Noticed a little vulnerable at top. He's probably not going to get a whole lot for the next couple of waves. Ame and Innocent's definitely going to try and force him out of the lane.
Money to burn.
So far, so good for the early game.
Yeah, not looking bad at all for BetBoom, has to be said. A little bit behind, but not a worrying amount. I mean, the one concern is the sniper. He did get the kill onto Nothing to Say, so his net worth isn't looking terrible, but look at the pressure coming out onto him now. Nothing to Say. They get thrown around by Seneko. Lal going to try and stand his ground here, and they are going to be able to bring him down, especially with a rotation in from Roger. Oh, why looking in trouble as well. Lal trying to get off the last hit onto him, will be able to do so, but probably going to die himself here. Although Xingqiu, he is going to go able to get the kill. Now gets up to the high ground. Seneko and Roger giving chase. They're going to have the dispose available should they want it. But I'll just go in with the rebound 1 and rebound 2. They get the kill onto Xingqiu. I mean, 3 kills for the side of BetBoom. They do lose their sniper, but very much worthwhile.
Yeah, that was great. So Xingqiu came in and he didn't have the mana to use Trample. Fortunately, Innocence was able to pass him a mango that he could get it off and finish off the sniper, but still, this hurts for Nothing to Say at these deaths. He's been winning the lane, but the support rotations are making the difference.
Yeah, it really is. And this is going to give them a ton of XP, and they're going to use that to go on to Nothing to Say again. Here, Laguna Blade comes down, but they get a kill to Nothing to Say again. Lal, once again, just having stand his ground and fight into Xingqiu. Xingqiu can't actually finish the job. Onslaught interrupted by Roger as he wraps around the back. Lal trying to keep himself away. They'll use a Stampede to finish the job, and Xingqiu might still get away from this one. Seneko is chasing. He's got the rebound available in 3 seconds. Innocent's going to slow him down, and he is going to stop him from at least killing Xingqiu, but might have given up his own life here. Seneko tries to jump across there. A little bit awkward with the rebound. Do they have the damage to just bring him down? They'll use the sidekick, but Onslaught coming on through from... Oh, it's not enough. And Xingqiu could put himself in some trouble. Nah, they're out of mana on the side of BetBoom, so Xingqiu's going to get away with this. But still, more kills coming. These supports are getting so much XP, and I'm not sure if an Earthshaker and a Marcy are the 2 heroes you want to be bleeding XP to on the side of PSG LGD.
Yeah, they're kind of getting away with it, and now the rotation bottom.
Zahak getting it done. The nice little stun out from Roger as well. Roger, man, he is just everywhere he needs to be in this early game.
You know, there's been some support players in this tournament that have had their Earthshaker licenses revoked, but it's not Roger. He's looking great.
He's clutching onto that Earthshaker card, that's for sure. Such a fun hero to play when it goes right, but so miserable when it goes wrong. And another go in the middle lane.
Got haste.
Nothing to Say this time around. Has a haste in it. He's just running forwards. He's just going to gun down Lal in the street. Now turning his attention towards Seneko. Finally, Seneko getting punished for this mindless aggression in the middle lane. Oh my god. PSG LGD answered that one with force, even bringing Ame across towards the mid. 4 heroes thrown at Seneko there, saying, please, stop trying to kill Arlena.
Did they not click on him or what? Like, I think that haste means that there's never a kill there. Even if the sniper was already hitting him as the Marcy jumped in. It's only 1 point in rebound. So it's only a 0.9 second stun. Maybe if they'd had the level 6 on the Marcy or something, but yeah, that whole thing seemed a little ill-fated from the beginning.
Yeah, seemed a bit doomed, but nevertheless, slight miscalculation from BetBoom, just feel themselves a little bit too much, and they'll be put back in their place, something which LGD are very good at doing.
Yeah, and I am a little worried that the sniper's not finding a whole lot of net worth. He's only level with Faith Beyond currently, so his laning stage not looking great. Needs to find a little bit of quiet time to just go hit up the jungle. I don't think they have any stacks or anything for him.
Roger, nice little block onto Xingqiu here, but Xingqiu just going to go for the short onslaught to get himself away. And it's also going to give away the ward, so really not a worthwhile play from Roger there at all.
Yeah, they'll come over and deal with that in a little bit. Ame just completely free farming at top.
Thanks, Xingqiu. He just stacked the camp, and the hack is already there, and now they're looking towards Xingqiu himself. Oh no, he was like, hey, my creeps, no! And now he's going to die as well. Oh, the life of support, sometimes it can be rough out here.
I think the first time it was like, oh, maybe there's a ward here. And then the second time it's like, okay, there's definitely a ward here. Ping it again.
Figured it out.
Yeah, they even throw out the scan just to see if they're
case.
still in that area.
Radiant's bottom tower
Interesting,
is
yeah.
under attack.
In Betboom, they're trying to find the pace right now. Yo, trying to move forward again. Nothing to say, no hesitation on the Gouda Blade, but will be actually forced back. That was an Arcane Moon, though, so we'll be off cooldown again pretty darn quickly.
A 4-man rotation from Betboom towards mid doesn't really seem like it's going to end up profiting them anything. It's not a huge cost, but they are just letting Faith Beyond chip bottom kind of for free. Which is
Yeah, a little bit
not great.
disappointed that Faith Beyond didn't try and keep his catapult alive there. Feel like the creep wave coming in, you just tank a couple of hits from the tower and
Is under attack.
trades off a lot of damage onto that building for you, but maybe you didn't want to get the tower near deny range or something.
Yeah, it is also a little scary to be right under the tower when you're playing against Marcy and whatnot. All it's going to take is losing track of one hero for you to get set up on. You're tanky, but they've got more than enough to bring you down. LGD bringing numbers bottom. They've got a Chain Frost that they're keen to use. It's quite a lot of burst to put onto this Leshrac. I mean, it doesn't have his VIP boost or anything just yet.
Yeah, the Huck being a cautious kitty and just pulling himself away from that. They try to go on to Faith Beyond here. A little bit scuffed initiation, and oh my god, LGD are just pouncing the moment they mess this up. They're getting in, but Snake, a nice jump away there with the rebound, but the Pulverize onto Zahak is not really doing enough damage. Chain Frost is bouncing around, but it's not going to do a damn thing. As Zahak is able to, I say that actually, it's not doing quite a thing.
Yeah, okay, it was close, but Lesh just pumping out enough damage. He's farmed enough to... Actually, I think surviving just because he's got so many little items, right? He's got a Null, he's got a Wand, he's got the Raindrops, maybe even the Voodoo Mask helping him out a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were talking about before with the Primal Beast, right? Like, if he found some of these earlier rotations and connected, he'd have the XP to absolutely, like, make these kills happen so much easier. But because he was shut down so hard by Roger and just followed around and cancelled out, like, he's completely nullified, and his impact in the game now is suffering because of that. He's currently sitting at 3-3-1, so, you know, still doing all right, but not having that Primal Beast game that everybody dreams of when they pick this hero. Now Lol under the tower is going to get beaten down. There's a Pulverize. You know what? I take it back. Shiki's still doing work on the hero.
Yeah, and LGD poking them from two sides. There's double damage Lina trying to take this tower.
Ooh, nice little use of the Tumbler's Toy from Faith Beyond. Did dodge out the rebound stun, which might have met his demise, but nothing to say was waiting nearby with the DD, so... Yeah, you go on that center, you're going to suffer for it. Meanwhile, pressure coming out of top here, and no response really from the side of Betboom, so PSG LGD just going to take this offlane tower for free.
Yeah, unfortunately, their mid isn't really ready to get involved at all, and nothing to say. Finds a nice opportunistic DD, so he's ready to go and do stuff on the map. And we are going to start to run into some of these, Earthshaker problems. Even though Roger's having a fantastic game. He's already got Arcane Boots. He's getting really close to his Shard. Almost has the money before he's even allowed to buy it. But still, there's only so much that he can do currently.
Well, I'm sure he's slightly tempted to go for the Blink Dagger. Like, you're having such a good start to the game. You could get it at a decent time, but it is just going to give a lull in your pace, which I don't think Betboom want at the moment.
Yeah, I think I like the Shard a bit better this game, actually. It's just, it's tricky. Who are you going to echo? I don't think there's ever really going to be a multi-man echo in this game. The Lina's going to be positioned way back. Lifestealer, he'll be in the middle, sure, but there's Rage. So I think the Shard is actually nicer.
Oh my god, look at this response from PSG LGD. Roger, he just throws in one fish and say, guys, please stop attacking my tower. And PSG LGD just rip him apart. What? You dare contest us? They are making a statement here in this game one.
Yeah, making it very clear that they don't think that Betboom can fight them currently. And I think they might be right. The Slardar still needs a little bit of farm. Sure, Leshrac's got a decent amount, but they've definitely got the burst damage to be able to bring him down, even if he does have this Bloodstone. And the sniper contribution is not going to be meaningful for a little bit.
Yep. I hate to be that guy, but
Are they just going to walk into Roche?
almost forgot they had a Slardar, to be fair. But
Yeah,
we're reminded of it now.
We haven't seen a whole lot of notice on the map, but this is a very fast Roshan.
It's going to fly on down here. Huck actually holding on the Edict, but...
Little
Shan going to be very, very dead. PSG, LGD, nowhere near in the neighborhood to contest this one. So great little play from BetBoom here. They were securing Aegis for Dahak early on. PSG, LGD absolutely swindled.
Okay, he's pretty strong with the with the Bloodstone and an Aegis. I think it will take them. It's going to take them quite a bit to bring him down. Faith Beyond not going for the full greedy build that we saw him go for last time he played the Centaur. He picked up like the Vanguard and the Hood, and I think maybe even some BOTs before the Blink came out. But this time around, Blink just that little bit faster, and it does seem like PSG LGD in general wanting to push the pace. Ame's going for a Deso as well. Nothing to say. It's just lining up a BKB. Jinkyu getting gone on at bottom. Trying to stampede him out. Is that going to be enough, actually? Oh, he's already... Onslaught's already been interrupted.
Yeah, he's a gunner, unfortunately. BetBoom grab themselves a nice little cleanup kill in the bottom lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, how bummed are LGD going to be that they don't get this Aegis?
I think that they had to appreciate that it was a possibility. It's just so hard to be standing around the pit constantly. Oh, they missed the Fissure on Faith Beyond.
That is unfortunate. Centaur being beaten on down here as Innocence jumping in as well. Though the Chain Frost going to take out Notice. Seneko trying to get started on this. Dahak moving in as well. Infest going to peel Faith Beyond up, but not for long as he dies regardless. Now they catch out the Lifestealer. Ame, big target. They bring him down in the backline. Jinkyu, though, he manages to find Lal, but I don't think he's got enough damage by himself to bring him down. Pulverize coming through as well, but Lal's going to survive through it all and now start getting a bit of revenge and blasting into the Primal Beast, who's going to lose his life. 3 dead on the side of PSG LGD, 2 on the side of BetBoom. Bit of a trade going on in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah, really nice. Faith Beyond thinking that he could stick around there, but does certainly get punished. They still hold on to the Aegis. It didn't look like it was a real fight that LGD were looking for. Nothing to say. It was just chilling out over on the other side of the map, pushing in top. And Jinkyu continuing to die is really going to hurt his BKB timing. These back-to-back deaths going to sting.
Yeah, for sure.
Faith Beyond's going for the Wraith Pact. It looks okay, but I think BetBoom are actually really good at dealing with it, like especially the sniper. It's just, or even Marcy just used one flurry on the Unleash to get rid of it. So we'll see how useful it ends up being. I'm kind of surprised that he's not like thinking about maybe a pipe or a Lotus or
I don't even
something
like
like
the Crimson
that.
this game.
Yeah, Crimson even looks good.
It's an item we've seen occasionally. Some offlaners like Saberlight and a couple of others, Toby, I think, have been leaning towards the Crimson every now and again whenever they feel it's necessary, but then again. Wraith Pack always just feels so good.
Yeah,
it's
it's a good item for sure. Okay, so BetBoom very cautious, just kind of slow sieges. Laurel doesn't even want to show. They're just letting Dahak take the tower. Laurel's sitting all the way in the back. I think he's very aware that there could be an infest gank or whatever else looking for him. He has started catching back up in the farm. And I think he's just bought a Deso, which is...
Damn.
Yeah,
that's aggressive.
Yeah, I guess just full synergy with the minus armor. Speaking of aggressive, LGD...
Yeah, they're moving into this angle right now. Who will they find? Well, the first target is going to be Seneko. A nice little stun from Roger, going to buy him a little bit of time, but the open wounds upon him, and they will take him down. Roger also going to get eliminated on the sidelines, as well as PSG LGD, the invasion. It nets them 2 kills.
So just a blind jump up the hill from the Tumblr store from Faith Beyond. I think it might have been. I don't know that they really saw anything.
That sounds like a Faith Beyond move.
Yeah, just full confidence from LGD to go charging into the enemy Ancients when the Aegis is still up for BetBoom. They obliterate the 2 supports to start, and this is part of the problem for BetBoom. There isn't anybody that can really be that first point of contact I think it should be Dahak while he's got the Aegis, but they were not quite in the right position, maybe not thinking that LGD were going to get there so fast. Because it's a totally different fight if the Lesh gets gone on.
It is, yeah. If the Lesh gets jumped, it's pretty bad pretty quickly for Bedboom. Well, actually, that's said with the Aegis. Maybe not, but the Aegis is now gone, so yeah, absolutely going to be the target in most of these fights now. And as you mentioned before, usually targeting the Leshrac is a big gamble, because if you don't bring him down in time, he will just out-DPS you. Pulse Nova is a ridiculous spell, but that gets countered out by the open wounds. As we've seen a few times before, the Lifesteal are very, very good at not just himself dealing with the Lesh, but allowing his team to deal with the Lesh. This spell is sick. I've become such an open wounds fan.
Yeah, I think it's just been buffed and buffed. At first, when they swapped stuff around, I was like, oh, so now he gets to pay all this money to get what was basically old open wounds, but it's like, oh, you get open wounds and you get a new open wounds every 500 damage, and your whole team gets a little bit of feast, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's just too much compounded into one spell. It's just become so valuable, especially against these targets which kind of want to sit on the front lines.
Yeah.
Now DPS you like you just can't do it anymore. And now we will jump inside Faith Beyond. This was entirely spotted out by the side of Bedboom though, so entirely their choice now how they want to take this. I think the choice is get around.
Yeah, Senega's trying to break the smoke.
He is going to be able to do so, but it's going to cost him his life. And PSG LGD more than happy to just back away afterwards as well. Open wounds out onto the Leshrac. He's going to use himself to dodge the LSA. Very much required. Nothing to say. Caught a little bit here. Notice trying to jump in on this one as well, but GQ going to try and break up the fight. The hack. Can he close the gap? No, he cannot. Can't get close enough. But the BKB from nothing. So allows him to turn around. Lal is gone. The hack going to die as well. PSG LGD respond with force.
It was a beautiful just little kite away from PSG LGD. Dahak ran forward. He'd already pressed the Bloodstone. They forced him into pressing the Yules as well. At that point, he's got no defensive buttons left whatsoever. And suddenly the trap just snapped shut from PSG LGD.
Absolutely, yeah. It just went from 100 to 0 for Bedboom there. They had this plan. They saw the smoke. They had all the tools they needed, and that is concerning to me. That just kind of another thing which is highlighting, how much Bedboom are struggling here. They had all the information in this situation, and this is the fight they chose to take, the move they chose to make, and it went horribly wrong. And that's a bad sign. That is a bad sign for any team.
Yeah, they just got out-executed, it feels like. And the sniper is simply not threatening enough. There's too many ways to get in on top of him. Doesn't have a whole lot of net worth, so even getting to stand and auto attack for a couple of seconds is not that scary. And Roger did everything that he could, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's only so much that the Shaker can do to bail out these situations. I don't even know what happened to Notice in that fight, if he was even able to get anywhere.
He tried to jump in. I think he missed the stun of Alina and then got Sinister Gazed and just got absolutely gunned down.
Dang. I'm looking a little scared, just chilling out on their side of the map. LGD are continuing to just move around as this five-man ball. They've really hit their timing. They've hit it very strongly. They're going to get another double damage as well. Okay. Surprised they didn't try and bottle that one up, but Ame may be more than happy to just walk on into the Roche here. It's pretty quick. They've got a full Solar Crest up on Innocent, so he's just been full itemizing against all this physical damage.
Boom on nearby. The shrapnel's going to show it out, but it's getting pretty low. Roshan, can they get in here and do anything about it? GQ's just moving straight away across. Notice tries for the steal, doesn't work out, and he's going to end up going down. He does have the shard, but not. I think the Lifestealer might have been able to grab it. Not sure. I'm pretty sure the Lifestealer got it. Oh no, he had it before.
Yeah, people don't really buy it on Slardar, and the fact that he's now #1 net worth on his team, I think he did manage to swipe it in the midst of all that.
Yeah, there's no other shard available on PSG LGD, so yeah, absolutely. Slardar getting something out of that. Not much, but they'll take it. Oh, nice little stun. That's going to allow Leshrac to get off the Yules. He tries to turn around with a split up here, but Xingqiu, he's got a BKB, and he's just able to clobber Dahak. This game is rapidly spiraling out of control for BetBoom now.
Yeah, they're just getting massively out-farmed. Nothing to say with this Boots of Travel is soaking up all the farm on the map. Supports are chilling out with the Lifestealer, who it seems they can't really kill. We always knew that the Lesh was kind of going to be addressed in the draft, but the Sniper has just turned out to not really be that much of a problem. Look at this guy with his Frost Shield and his Solar Crest on him. Ame just doesn't care.
Omelet as well, given a nice amount of armor. It gives you 10 armor this side. It's pretty ridiculous.
Just next to the next. Noticed and Roger kind of gearing up as they get their respawns, but Tutu's already dead, so I think probably a little better just to take the fight on the high ground. It is Sniper. That's his natural habitat. This is what Ho Ho Ha Ha is all about, right? It was the rubber band patch. That's why everybody was so frustrated. Let's see how much strength he gains now that he's got his feet firmly planted on this high ground.
Remember when shrines inside the base were a thing that you could heal yourself from as well?
Yeah.
That was annoying. Jump in though from PSG LGD. Massive initiation. The two supports just turned into wet noodles. As now, well, BetBoom trying to hold their high ground here, but they are showing no signs of leaving on the side of PSG LGD. They might be able to bring down Xingqiu. The Corrosive Armor doing a lot of work, but the BKB is going to get him out of there. They're going to lose Ame the 1 to buyback coming out from the Earthshaker as well. Xingqiu might just throw his life out here to try and save him, but actually, he doesn't need it. The Frost Shield is doing way too much work. Nothing to say. Also dropping the BKB. BetBoom, they know these BKBs are down, so they're going to be tempted to try and chase forward for this, but it's a tricky-dicky situation. Faith Beyond sitting and waiting. Notice trying to find a target, isn't able to do so.
Both teams have vision on each other. Roger's in the trees. Okay, PSG gonna get the D ward.
Like, they're being way too confident here. What's going on?
Yeah.
What a read from them as well. And another infest into the scent.
Man, Dahak with like the all-in play. He's just bought a plate mail and 2 Wraith Bands just to try and tank up against the right-click damage. I don't think he's anticipating that he's going to get too many more items this game.
Yeah, the all-in. I mean,
everything for you, Laurel. Just take the creeps.
Feels
Beelining top, 2-man crush.
It's not bad. It's a great way to start the fight. Notice getting a BKB off here and just trying to slam down into the Lifestealer here. They're actually focusing the Wraith Pact first. Beautiful Fisher in from Roger as well. Slam to follow up as well. They're going to be able to take down Ame. BetBoom finding the targets. They will lose Seneko, but the hack's in deep. Lands a stun. On to nothing to say. 10 seconds on the BKB from him. He's in trouble as well. BetBoom, are they actually pulling this off right now? Assassinate coming on through, and that will put an end to nothing to say. And on the sidelines as well, Roger finding the +1, trying to close the gap onto Innocent. Innocent's running away. This is a very, very anticlimactic end to the fight as they just walk away from each other, but still.
They got all 3 cores! Nothing to say. Choosing to come to that fight, even though his BKB was still on cooldown for like another 10 seconds. Dahak gets up in his face, and BetBoom strike back huge here. Unfortunately, they're not going to get too much on the map out of this. They're not even feeling confident enough to stick around and put some damage onto this tier 2, but beautiful jump in from Noticed. Ame can't leave. The Rage TP is not an option. And they just didn't have their buttons on. Yeah, didn't have their buttons on LGD.
And honestly, Slithering Crush Shard, kind of doing work, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
pretty good with the bonus radius. Like,
yeah.
That's such a minor point. It's not 75 bonus radius. I always look at that and go, like, why is that there? But that situation helped him get the catch on the Centaur, so definitely feeling pretty damn nice. All right, BetBoom finding some momentum. I mean, they're still 15k gold behind. They're still feeling.
Sniper's getting quite a bit of net worth, though. Like, you know, Laurel was struggling this whole time, and now he's got a Daedalus. So if he gets to just sit, he can pop some heads. And
that will be the plan, but Infest out from the side of PSG LGD, and once again moving on forwards here. Yeah, so damn scary.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, their smoke's broken now. Oh, see the Hawk. little bit split up for
Immediately
LGD.
popping the bloodstone.
Yeah, they
Moment the smoke breaks.
smoke breaks. They hit the scan as well. It's all a little stressful. Maybe time to retreat back onto the high ground.
Yep, the natural environment. They know that once they're up here, it's going to get very, very difficult to fight this. And I like how Lars has been using this concussive grenade to get up cliffs and such. Not sure about that usage there, but you know.
Practicing his rollout from the fountain. Okay. What's the fastest way to get to mid?
Overwatch now.
Yeah. I was thinking
Yeah, this guy's
TF2,
just
but
parkouring everywhere.
but anyway.
I think he's on comms being like, guys, watch this. Bloop. So cool.
Laurel seems to be having fun.
He is.
Okay, so LGD just kind of chilling for another round of items. I guess we might see another Roshan here. We are going to end up getting the Lotus coming out for Faith Beyond. Innocence also still just continues to itemize nothing but anti-physical as he gets some Guardian Greaves for himself.
Yep. Way of it.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of the Ags on Jin Q other than it just kind of being another damage source.
Yeah, does it disable Bash to the Deep, maybe? I don't actually know.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Buff on you, it's not a debuff to enemies. Well, maybe it's a passive ability, it should stop it.
Yeah.
So the break going to be useful in that regard.
Actually,
it's
pretty miserable for Shaker, right? If you get you get broken, because then your Echo doesn't it doesn't stun anymore. The only reason that Echo Slam, as Rubik players well know, the only reason that Echo Slam stuns is because of Aftershock. So maybe that's what it's about.
Shake was one of the first heroes I played, and I was like, I didn't believe in passes when I started playing Dota, so I was like, what's the point in this hero? It's rubbish. SGLGD, 18k gold advantage at the moment. They are absolutely in the lead, but that boom, they have shown that they can still fight in this game. They have the heroes to do it. Very good plans up their sleeves. And LGD are showing them a lot of respect right now, but it's all about this next Roshan. 30 seconds, Roshan will be up. And that's when we will see these two teams clashing, most likely.
Oh, the three cores from LGD at bottom are trying to see if they can find anybody. They're split up from their supports, though, and Betboom are in the area.
Yeah, they're looking, and they're moving. They're going on the backlines here. They're managing to find Lal up on the high ground. No defensive items on the sniper means he gets shredded. They do kill off Armade, but I don't think they can fight without their sniper on Betboom. They might try regardless, but Dahak, he's all by himself. His team not really coming across just yet. In will come on notice. The stun is there from Roger. Very nicely done, preventing them from locking down Dahak for too long. But Dahak, he's got to leave. They can't fight without their sniper, and they're going to lose too because of it. Notice and Snakeo both gone. Dahak actually go for the TP out, knowing that Faith Beyond has a blink forward. Beautiful little play from Lesh to get him to safety, but overall, that is a big, big loss for them. Yes, they kill off Armade, but their sniper just gets jumped at the exact same time, and LGD will force them back into their base. And now Roshan is back up. I'm not sure they're going to go for it without their lifestealer, though.
Yeah, they can probably just wait. Nothing to say, and Faith Beyond are only going to be looking for Laurel, and it is very, very difficult for Betboom to take a fight outside of their base. Even though they did win that top, that was just PSG LGD having kind of everything on cooldown at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, they spot Roger.
Needs to leave. Ooh, they're actually trying to make a play here onto the Lina. I mean, I don't think they have the commitment here, and actually, LGD are coming across. Lal, though, pretty well defended at the moment, so Neko going to be able to help him out here. Lal keeping his distance, but is deep in the trees, and meanwhile, his front lines are getting absolutely ravaged. Roger is already out for the count. They're trying to fight into Faith Beyond, but actually Seneca's taking more damage than he's dealing to the Sentinel right now. Lal is going to be able to bring down Faith Beyond, but the hack is dead in the backlines, trying to make the space for his sniper. So sacrificial on this Leshrac.
They're still finding trades, though, on Betboom. making PSG LGD work for it. Nothing to say. Having to be a little bit careful about, where the Marcy's getting in. Even though he doesn't have any items or anything at all. Like, even in the previous fight over near the outpost, Seneko just beelined him, and nothing to say. Still had to, like, show a little bit of respect as they now just walk straight into the pit.
Down way too quick. Yeah, that boom. They tried. They tried to run over, but they're just too slow.
All right. Ame picks up everything, divides the spoils as he sees fit.
Ame the distributor. You may have a cheese.
Let the ho-ho high ground continue for Betboom. I think that's the one hope.
Yeah. Lol. What's he going to queue up? I mean...
So he bought the full pike.
Yeah. Yeah, the pike is a big one. This is going to give him more maneuverability in the fights, which did allow him to survive the last engagement, but... No. I feel like your two options here are more damage or go for just, like, pure survivability. Let's go for the Swift Blink. That's current thinking.
Yeah, I think the blink is nice. It's kind of a damage item as well, just in terms of the less time you spend running or repositioning, the more time you spend just sitting and getting the auto attacks off. It makes it a little easier for him to fight outside of the base as well, which has really been the struggle. As soon as they get eyes on him, like as soon as he starts hitting anybody, there's just heroes on top of him. They're kind of not necessarily baiting Dahak, but he just wants to push this out while Roger protects him.
Yeah. I love how cautiously LGD move across the map as well. Like, even when they have a 26k gold advantage and Aegis and a cheese, they're still like, they're giving the gem to Faith Beyond just to run forward and check the cliffs, and the whole team slowly move out behind him. Like, this team just does not make mistakes.
And the game should be pretty secured for them at this point, so it's just a matter of making the right plays, trying to find the pickoffs. They are going to continue scaling as well. There's still room to grow on all of these heroes. So I don't think there's too much of a rush. And of course, Betboom going to have the buybacks as well.
Yeah, I do hope we hit like around the 80-minute mark, just so that everybody on PSG LGD gets an Ags from Roshan, which means we have no choice but to give the Centaur an Ags.
Yeah, that's the plan that we're on currently.
That is the dream for me, I'm afraid. Sorry, guys, it's just how it is.
Like, I mean, Jinkyu's already got his covered. The Lifestealers is pretty weird, but I guess it is good under some circumstances. So
yeah, the increased cast range and the cooldowns.
Innocence just walks forward.
Yep, he is actually going to lose his life here. Jinkyu popping the BKB and going on to Dahak here. It's a big target if they want to try and bring him down, and Seneco's just going to come and try and save the day. So Dahak actually has a blade mail at the moment. Nice stun onto two. They're going to slam just for the lockdown here as Notice commits to the fight, but Jinkyu in once again with the second BKB. They gave him the refresher shot to get another charge out on this and another pulverize, which completely catches Dahak off guard. They are now pewing him down from the high ground, though. Lal doing the work to bring down the Primal Beast, but... yeah, interesting fight from PSG, though.
Yeah, still a little bit more expensive for Betboom, but it is a hold. Goes to show when Sniper's just able to sit there. It's kind of difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, it took me a minute there. I was like, how is Jinkyu back in with another BKB and another pop? They handed over the shard. Very nice.
Yeah, so I don't know if they were even really, like, fully... looking to take a fight there. Nothing to say did TP into the bottom wave and kind of backstabbed. And I am curious to see what LGD's plan is necessarily. Like, do they think that they need to split push? Do they show like 4 heroes on one side, kind of fake out an engagement, and then Nothing to Say is like chipping elsewhere? Or do they feel like they can just get full items and force their way up onto the high ground that way?
Yeah.
Just overwhelming net worth.
That's a question. Nothing to Say is actually 25 as well, which is very, very early, to be fair. We don't really see 25s being hit at pre-40 minutes these days due to the XP changes. But yeah, Laguna Blade now going to be pure damage and goes through spell immunity, so take a nice 900 damage nuke to the face. That's like half of Sniper's HP pool if you can get him.
Yeah, and well, if he gets too much more net worth, he can definitely still pick up an Ags and a Shard for himself and just get the best of both worlds in this Lina build.
I would really like to see the Ags on this Lina, honestly. Like, if she can just get the Ags and Silver Ags, like Flame Cloak, Silver Edge, run around the back lines of a fight.
Yeah, you can just, like, you could fly over the trees and just come find the sniper. It's like, what's he gonna do?
It would be a strat, but it would also be kind of risky because if you get caught out there, then I think it's going to get hairy very quickly. Prefer just to stay in the bulk of their team. You're always going to be the ones playing it safe.
And Dahak just getting a blade mail, fully accepting his role this game as the guy who gets gone on.
Yep.
Fair enough. Like we said, his hero is pretty countered. So, and they didn't really have much of a front line, so Lush going to try and take up that mantle.
Yeah, they are kind of making a play on Faith Beyond here, but it's a very soft commitment, even using the Ice Spire just to plonk that down and give him a bit of health. Xingqiu always waiting by the sidelines, ready with the Blink Pulverize, so very, very hard for BetBoom to do anything about this.
Yeah, they did kind of whiff the initiation a little bit there. They like crushed and Yules at the same time, but yeah, it wasn't really going to be a kill anyway. It was just checking PSG LGD, who's in the trees, who's there. BetBoom do smoke up. Okay. See nothing to say.
Movement here as they move in towards the mid lane and do manage to catch out the Lina with the stun. Notice going to follow up as well. BKB is there, but the bash comes out from the Lifestealer, but they are being able to close the gap onto things safe, but nothing to say. Just turning around, guns them down. 1-2 kills for the Lina. Scuffs initiation from BetBoom as Lyle forced stuff up to the high ground TP out. He's going to be alright, but wow, they did not have the damage, just overextending for this Lina a little too hard.
Oh, they lost the chain stun.
Yeah.
As soon as they let him out of the stun lock, nothing to say, came out swinging. And all right, I guess this is how PSG LGD break up onto the high ground. Got a buyback on Dahak, but even a 3v5 seems pretty difficult.
It really does, yeah.
Oh my god, they just push so fast. They're so farmed. It's a 40k gold lead.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Of course, BetBoom, their hopes and dreams starting to dissipate in front of their very eyes here. Could really, really have gone for a 2-0 here if they wanted to stay in this tournament, but looking less and less likely as PSG LGD take every single one of their barracks.
We've seen Sniper hold for 70+ minutes in some of these TI group stage games, though I do not think that PSG LGD are going to give him that opportunity.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Faith Beyond. Definitely not planning on that as they go for the Infest play once again. Smoke up.
Yeah, nothing to say, he's just deciding what he wants his final inventory to be at this point. Just get it all geared up.
Jesus! Roger just absolutely evaporates, does have the buyback, and Slark using the nice little concussive shot to bounce back the onslaughting Primal Beast, but the hack is losing his health fast here as Arme is going to be able to rip him apart. Nothing to say, in on the front lines, takes down Notice, now they'll move across towards the Sniper, they hit dead as well, the slam comes out, it's very pretty from Roger, but ultimately useless as they will tear through everybody. GG is called, and PSG LGD back in TI form, completely smashed down upon BetBoom in this game number 1.
LGD making it look easy. I like the draft. I really liked what they had against the Leshrac. The Sniper turned out to be pretty ineffective against a lot of the armor, the Frost Shield, everything else. They put up a fight, but yeah, LGD feels like maybe on another level a little bit here.
Yeah, I think putting up a fight is about as much as you can say for BetBoom in this one. I mean, they had some ideas, they had some key plays. You know, this was a moment of hope for BetBoom. They were able to come up to the top lane, make a couple of plays, kill off pretty much all the cores. At this point we thought, maybe there's a chance, but there was none.
No, not really.
BetBoom, some of the early game movements, like the rotations and stuff in the first few minutes of the lanes were great. Like we said, Roger had a fantastic game. He kind of shut down Jin Q. I think the first weird moment for me was when they made that 4-man rotation mid, which didn't really end up accomplishing anything, and PSG LGD just being way more efficient on the map, right? Nothing to Say got off to a great start. He picked up his BRTs, and he just knew what his job was that game. Constantly shoving waves, constantly grabbing farm, and eventually that net worth lead just sort of overwhelming BetBoom in these last couple of fights.
Yeah, definitely. Controlling out the map very, very well, shrinking their map. I mean, and that's the issue, right? Like, when BetBoom did get out on the map, they went and made a play, and then most of the time, even if it went well for them, they ended up back in their base anyway. They never had the space on the map to go and farm, to go and kind of equalize things. They never stopped PSG LGD from just ramping up their farm. And, you can look at the net worth graph, and it tells exactly that story. Like, there's a tiny little bump when they're able to get those 3 core kills. But after that point, it just keeps on going in PSG LGD's favor. Never really in doubt for them. It felt like their plan was just perfectly executed the entire time. It really didn't feel like BetBoom even put any kind of a stop to what they were doing.
Yeah, and BetBoom not really making a whole lot of use out of their last pick here either. Like, it felt like PSG LGD seemed like they just had the answers to the Slardar anyway. And I think that's where we said, like, 15, 20 minutes into the game, it's like, oh yeah, there's a Slardar in this game. And I think part of that is just that BetBoom picked it thinking, okay, we're happy with this. We think the lane's going to be good against the Lifestealer. And it just turned out to not be the case. Ame was farming totally fine, and the Slaughter having such a slow start meant that BetBoom could never really group up and make plays of their own, whereas we just saw Faith Beyond with his quick blink dagger completely taking over the game.
Yeah, he was a boss, but the number 1 boss on PSG LGD for this game, number 1, is going to be Nothing to Say on the Luna. Getting the job done, pumping out the damage, finding the kills left, right, and center. Nothing to Say, just having an absolute blast on this hero. And even got killed a couple of times at mid. Some nice rotations came out from Roger, but he was able to hold his own and came back into the game and was highest net worth and highest damage by the end. So kudos there. Yeah. Actually, not the highest damage. The sniper was highest damage.
Oh, okay. But yeah, he did exactly his job, and we have seen Lina's. Like, it's not always the easiest hero to execute. I think LGD, one of the best at making it a really easy Lina game when they've got the Lifestealer going in, they've got the Primal Beast going in, and they've got the Centaur all going in. But still, crisp play from Nothing to Say, and he bopped that mid lane as well, though it did get rotated on a couple of times, which maybe evened things out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, BetBoom, they wanted the same thing for their sniper. They wanted those frontliners, but ultimately Leshrac, Earthshaker, Slardar, even Marty to a point. I know these heroes are good enough at frontlining, especially into the insane damage which PSG LGD had. So the frontline just got ripped apart way too quickly. Sniper couldn't really get his damage off, and that's going to be that for game number 1. Game number 2, going to be just around the corner. BetBoom, their hopes and dreams are looking very, very slim now, but there's still a chance if they can turn around this game. We shall see. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 2, BetBoom versus PSG LGD.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello and welcome back to BetBoom versus PSG LGD here at the TI-11 group stages. These two teams are battling it out. LGD have just secured themselves the upper bracket. Meanwhile, BetBoom are still trying to fight their way out of relegation, but it is looking very, very difficult. It already needs to, they already need some certain things to happen. Sonic's losing being the big one, and if they lose this game as well, then it's all over for them.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation to find themselves in, but that is the reality of TI at the end of the day, right? Almost every team is going to lose, except for one. So you just have to hope that that's going to be you. Everybody has put their whole year into this, a huge amount of effort. It all culminates here, and BetBoom, one last opportunity, perhaps.
Yep. One last chance, one last ride. So due to the fact that they did draw that last series, it means Gaming Gladiators are actually secured into the lower bracket, which is interesting. So no matter what happens in Sonics, they'll be okay. But they have actually won a game versus Sonics already, which does mean that BetBoom have some hope. It's very, very slim though, and not one they really want to rely on. So let's jump into the draft for this game number 2. Game number 1, we basically saw BetBoom kind of just being outpaced. I mean, they weren't able to stop PSG LGDs doing what they wanted to do on the map, whilst they themselves weren't really allowed to get out and do anything on the map either. So, what else is there to do really at that point?
Yeah, I think maybe for this game, maybe you try one of your fast drafts again, see what you can get. I don't know what PSG LGD are gonna let you have. You do have the first overall pick, so if you feel like there was something that you really wanted that you couldn't get in the previous game, maybe you can force it through here. The bans for LGD last time were Bat and the Undying, but this time around they're just going to get rid of the Primal Beast since they do not have the first pick.
Yeah, get rid of that hero.
But BetBoom banned SF Enigma, and now they've already banned Tiny, so they're gonna ban the Lich.
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay, so Marcy, SF, Enigma, all make it through. LGD just gonna take the Shadow Fiend and then take a second to decide.
Yeah, we've seen this Shadow Fiend absolutely demolish people. It's such a strong pick, and like the completely changes what you can draft as well. You can bring out so many other heroes to pair up with this Shadow Fiend, and it's gonna look great.
Yeah, it certainly looked like one of the strongest heroes here in the TI groups and in the last chance qualifiers as well. It hasn't been a flex for them yet. It's just been 2 games Ame. That's his one double up. He just doubled up on the Nakes as well in the previous game. It's probably just the Ame here, and now the question of, okay, what are we playing with it? I think they're tempted to take another core. It's like, do we take the Faith Beyond Enigma? Do we take the NTS Pango? But that has not been the typical structure for a lot of these teams, right? It's often the core plus support opening. But the way that BetBoom have just banned Tiny and Lich, like, I think that the Lich ban is a bit whatever. Sure, like, they get rid of it because I suppose they know that they're getting the Marcy, and it looked like a pretty good answer in the previous game. But I think the main point is just flooding the draft and seeing what happens. Put it in. This is like a totally different scenario from a lot of the other drafts these teams have played up until this point. Yeah, and it's really giving LGD pause, right? They're like, okay, we gotta plan this one out because there's a lot of stuff still left. So they just Jakiro. Okay.
Wow. Okay. This hero's stock's been rising as well. A lot of other teams have been picking it up at the moment.
And BetBoom just straight into the sniper. Okay. So we'll see if it ends up being Dahak playing it this time around. Again, Larl is 0-3, Dahak is 1-0. So if you're going by the numbers,
the stats,
the stats don't lie. Hopefully we get it for Dahak. Of course, it's going to be a flex for them up until they get forced to commit one way or the other. There's like still a Lesh in the pool as well. Enigma's still here. Yeah, do have to ban out these just go Bet Boom heroes like the Beastmaster
heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
And just to update things a little bit in case you're following everything at once like I'm trying to do because I'm a giant nerd. We have PSG LGD also alongside Team Liquid being confirmed for the upper bracket as Team Liquid are able to take a game off Hakori. So that's going to mean we have the top 3 already decided on Group A and very, very likely, I think, going into a decider between Hakori and RNG depending on how their series go. RNG did lose to OG in game number 1, so it just depends if Hakori and RNG now get the same result in both of their second games. Between those two, then that will be our first confirmed tiebreaker. Ooh, very exciting. Yeah.
Cool.
And actually, if OG win, then they'll be involved in the tiebreaker as well. So it's going to be a 3-way tiebreak. Ooh, 3 games, best of 3 round robin. Best of 1 round robin. That would be.
I kind of want the best of 3 more than I want the 3-way
Round
tie.
robin?
Is that weird? I think
Weird, yeah.
best of 3s at TI are more exciting. You know, BO1s, BO2s, sure, they're great, but I love the way that a meta develops in a best of 3. I think best of 3, best of 5, that's where Dota really shines. That's where you really get to see these two teams, dance. So give me the head to head. I don't want the 3-way.
The thing is, there's no information in the tiebreaker rule about what happens if the round robin best of 1s tie again. So it might be a we ride at dawn kind of thing where we just end up going until the early hours.
Yeah, I think they just have to keep playing. Yeah, there's
that's what I want because I
just want infinite tiebreaker.
Yeah, I really really hate all my colleagues and want everybody to be working until I've had to wake up at 2 a.m. for some of these games. Everyone else has been working on their own time zone, so it's time to get a taste of your own medicine. No, I'm kidding. Only slightly kidding. I do think it would be fun for me and no one else, and the audience.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little sad today actually when we finish casting. It's like, oh, there's no Dota to watch. Like, we got to wait until main event starts. So
yeah, I'm gonna do that thing where you just go to your park and stare at your reflection in the water and go, what am I?
I'm just gonna keep I'm gonna open Dota 2 on Twitch. I'm gonna look at all the streams, be like, oh, nothing on, close it. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Where it's just
2 seconds later, open it again.
Yeah, maybe it's it's not today. Maybe I got the day. No, it's still not open. Anyway, take me back to the draft base, Gib. What's happening?
They're picking a Phoenix into a Nyx Assassin, which is a little interesting. Bet Boom getting rid of all of the things that they're worried about getting in on top of their sniper, so that was the whole second round of bans for them. PSG LGD, I get the feeling for them that they're anticipating that it's gonna. Oh, actually, because the Batrider is also like a Dahak hero. I think he's played 2 games of it at TI. Bet Boom's kind of a weird team in that regard. That Bat is actually their safe lane hero under certain circumstances. I like Phoenix Mars. It's nice team fight, and I like the idea of the Mars against the Shadow Fiend, but picking Phoenix into Nyx seems a little scary. You're going to get Spike Carapace. He's going to cancel your Sunray. Sunray is a huge part of this hero.
Yeah, I've actually seen Phoenix's build Blink Daggers against Nyx Assassin just so they don't have to rely on Icarus Dive to jump in. They could just blink and Supernova.
Okay, that could be something.
Yeah, it's a potential build around there if that's what you want to do. Yeah, does seem like a good Nyx game though. I really like the support duo from PSG LGD. And we're gonna get a little bit spicy with the Vengeful. Okay, I mean, PSG LGD, they're kind of just they're playing for the second seed at the moment. Not sure if that's something they're super committed to trying to secure. I'm very much aware that PSG LGD's mentality at TI is we need to beat every team. Therefore, we don't really care where we end up as long as we're taking, the best path possible.
Yeah, getting third, fourth does expose you to being directly picked by the number one seed from the other group, but like you're saying, maybe that's just not something that they're concerned about. And I don't think I don't think they're phoning in this draft at all. I like the Vengeful Spirit idea against the Sniper. Venge plus Shadow Fiend. There's a ton of right click here. So I think it's just Faith Beyond Venge.
Yeah. LGD also stopped doing, they used to be a team very well known for messing around. Like if they had an advantage, then if they didn't need to play 100% seriously, then they wouldn't. That's kind of died over the past kind of year. I don't know, maybe with losing out on TI9, they were like, all right, we're no longer the fun team. We're now the serious, try hard every single match we ever play team. Until we win TI. We lift that Aegis, we'll never have fun again. And that's what Arme's face is telling me right now.
10 seconds remaining.
I think there is I think there's a time for it, but also it's not an easy, I don't know if it's necessarily an easy switch to just switch off and then turn it back on again for like just one game. So ooh, BetBoom gonna grab their Nature's Prophet at the end here. So that's probably Dahak. We are gonna have Laurel on the Sniper. This is a hero that has been so instrumental for them in getting to this point. It was a huge part of their regional qualifiers. And here, when things count the most, they are gonna put their faith into Dahak. There's nothing to say playing. Oh, it's Ame Alk. Nothing to say Shadow Fiend.
Alchemist, yeah. Okay. Yeah, nothing to say Shadow Fiend. Big pickup here for the final pick of PSG LGD. BetBoom say, we want to make this last. And LGD say, you're not going to get the chance to. The anti-armor here as well is absolutely huge. You've got Acid, you've got the Wave of Terror, and you've just got Shadow Fiend and Presence of the Dark Lord. Whew! It's looking fresh and funky for PSG LGD, I'm going to say that.
Yeah, is the mid lane matchup good, though? Is Alchemist versus Sniper? Is this the... Oh no! It's Shadow Fiend. What am I? I'm losing my mind.
It's cool. That's cool. There's a lot of pressure. It's a fight. It's an elimination series. Very important here. So it's
Yep. Okay, so they've got Roger on the Marcy this time around. Should be able to gank this Shadow Fiend in theory. Jin-Q, the same is also true for him, though, in terms of coming in and finding the Sniper. So mid lane could be pretty scary. Yeah, it's a little harder for Jin-Q to leave the lane, I think, though, but just because the Vengeful Spirit can get bullied back by the Phoenix Nature's Prophet if they just leave her alone. Like, she's low range. Nature's Prophet is pretty insane BAT and base damage.
Yeah, his stats are crazy. He always feels like a really good hero to grab when you just want something to click. He's got to be careful with his treants this game as well. I want to feed those away.
Yeah, definitely not. Though there's not too many things to easily threaten them.
All right, let's go. Final game here, possibly for BetBoom if they can't pull it out of the bag. The pressure is enormous on them right now. Can they pull it off? Let's find out. Game number 2, PSG LGD versus BetBoom here at the TI11 group stages. Which way is it going to go? Well, BetBoom relying on some classics of theirs.
Yeah, and so while they're trying to win this one, they are, I guess, keeping an ear out for the result of that other series that's going on. Because what they're now silently cheering for Game and Gladiators, right? They need
they've got the side stream open. Occasionally alt tab it and checking on that one.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Man, that would be heartbreaking. I guess they're not going to get the news, but yeah, they're going to play their hearts out in this one, and then they just have to hope that the other results go the way that they need to force that tiebreaker and give them the opportunity.
Yeah, it's a really tricky situation for them to be in as well. You know, they're playing for a game which might not even matter, but you can't think about that. Just think about the notes. Just play the game. That's all you can do.
Oh, okay, Innocence gets to just walk up and take this bounty rune away from the Marcy. Jinkyu there to bail him out. So just ends up being 2 for 2. And they're gonna go run the Alchemist into the Nature's Prophet lane. So a little bit of a swap up here for PSG LGD, maybe forcing. It's not even like a tri-lane versus tri-lane. They're just trying to dodge the lanes this way. Seems pretty good for them. Like the acid spray and the dual breath, pretty good against this NP Marcy. Though it looks like maybe Betboom, were you executing a swap? What's going on here?
Yeah, that treants are just the Hawk's treants are going to get eaten alive by the acid spray and by the dual breath. So I'm not sure Betboom can really commit to this. It'd be a little bit awkward. And yeah, notice it's kind of just all walking around like.
So
we doing this? Yes, we are.
And
as long as a Prophet gets 2, they can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can swap after him, but then he can just get teleportation and he's fine. It might leave noticed, you know, out to dry a little bit, but I don't think this is too concerning for the Hawk.
It's fine. Mars's legs are absolutely tiny. He needs to work on them a bit. So very top heavy, a bit Disney-like.
All right, here we go. The lane swaps. The Hawk's back. Noticed his bottom.
Hit level 2. This ain't gonna work.
Yeah, so I guess everybody's now stuck. Right? No, there's not very many TPs left.
Yeah, you can't keep going. Can't keep going. This is gonna be it.
Play your lanes.
They want their Alchemist at bottom. They want him in the easier lane. So they'll take the bad matchup in the better lane. That's basically what LGD will do.
Yeah, I got them a couple of levels to start, which is all right. Yeah, and they seem to be happy to leave the Jakiro up here. Which I don't think is too bad. All right, so side lanes are kind of whatever. I think the Mars should do okay against the Alchemist. It's going to be important to try and get a kill on him though. If you got this Marcy Mars lane, Alk is not the strongest hero. Should hopefully bully him at least a bit.
Yeah, you want some blood. You want some blood for sure. You want blood in any Marcy lane, to be fair. But interestingly, it's going to be the Roger Marcy this time around as well. So Soneko playing on the Phoenix.
And even Mars, right? Like you don't flash farm really. So very important to abuse your double nukes to do well in the lane, get kills, and constantly finding these opportunities to get last hits, knock them back, also grab a couple of denies. He's been nerfed a lot, but the laning strength is certainly one of the aspects of this hero that made him just the go-to offlaner for months and months and months and months and months.
Yeah. The way you can double secure range creeps with 2 of your spells is kind of annoying as well. I always find that really frustrating.
Yeah, playing carry versus this is not fun. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get the CS. Oh, I'm speared. Oh, I'm gonna get the CS. God's rebuked.
Aha, use a spear. I can secure his range creep now. Never mind, he's got him. God's rebuked.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. The heck?
Yeah, poking and prodding, but this is the usual Nature's Prophet strat. Just head back, TP back out.
Regen is for plebs.
And since TPing on mid to try and turn around on the Law, but nothing to say, it's already very low.
Dude, look at Lal. He's standing his ground here. This is crazy from the sniper, but is it going to be crazy enough to work? Yes, it is. Lal getting first blood in the middle lane on the sniper. Beautifully done. Jinkyu getting the butt stun out onto Roger here as Innocence and Jinkyu try to ruffle his truffles, and they will be able to do so with a nice little liquid fire from downtown.
I love Larl just walking away to go and get the water rune. He's like, oh god, the fight's still happening. Comes back to finish it off. He didn't have boots either, so that was just a full waddle. A nice little deny from him on the observer ward. All right.
Yeah, you take those. And first blooding a Shadow Fiend in the middle lane. This guy has been so dominant in the middle lane recently. Lal just flexing it. He did this last game as well. Another first blood for Lal. Very impressive.
Yeah, the last game it was just kind of a recovery, right? Because he was getting doubled up. But this time around, the CS is much more even. So
Yeah.
And Roger's not done. They want Nothing to Say's head on a platter.
Yeah, they want to make an example of him. They want them to tell his friends, and this might be exactly the case here. A lot of damage coming out. Oh, wait, gets a 3. How does that land? Well, doesn't matter. Nothing to say. Gets the turnaround. The sniper will die under the tower. How did
he did have another
he
shrapnel.
land with 3 raises? Those. All right.
The sniper did move slightly, but I think he was pretty close to being in the sweet spot.
I'm gonna say raises are too wide. Raises are too wide.
They are massive. If you ever actually look at what the
So
AoE is
thick.
compared to the visual, yeah. A nice jump here from Roger, landing the stun on the both. Can they get both kills? They're
beautiful
trying.
too, man. Yeah, they're really trying to split the mustard here, and they will be able to get them both. Both Fabian and Shinkyu going down. Betboom flying into this game number 2. Trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Coming out swinging. That's what this draft is designed to do. Just keep the pace going. The Marcy already being very successful. Roger, both games, needs to be said. The rotations on this position 4 have been fantastic. And they are just... they are putting so much pressure on Nothing to Say here on the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to make him suffer. They don't want to give this guy a free Shadow Fiend game. They know how that one ends. They've seen that story many, many times this tournament. Shadow Fiends really can just absolutely solo carry if you give them the chance, so... They've been trying to play damage control as much as possible.
Mars is 1 CS away from level 6. Maybe if the supports stay down here, they could... Yeah, they scan that Ame is just sitting over here. They run into the supports instead, and Nothing to Say.
Yeah, Snako getting caught out. Nothing to Say, getting 1. He's going for another. He has got the Requiem, looking for a chance to set it up here, but it's going to be tricky. Just going to go for the raise. Requiem considered, but won't be able to land it in time. The TP out from Roger. Very nice indeed.
Okay, cool. Just the support death in the end, but LGD trying to get their Shadow Fiend back into the game. But, looking at Betboom, great CS on Laurel. He's clearing some stacks here as well. The Mars is doing fantastically. Notice is looking
they've
good.
outlaned this Alchemist to bottom pretty damn hard, so he's going to have a slightly slower start. Obviously, he's still going to bounce back up in net worth, especially with the stacks that have been made for him. He is now farming those up on Army.
Yeah, just taking some time. Have to imagine it's going to be kind of the standard build on the Alch. We haven't seen too much deviation, though we haven't seen that much Alchemist. But yeah, Radiance looks pretty good here. Another jump on a Nothing to Say mid.
Yeah, Roger's trying to make the moves here, but the Requiem is there from Nothing to Say, so it's a defensive Requiem just to get himself back. Lal, though, going for the Assassinate, gonna get cancelled out. Does he have the range to pull it off? Well, he will suffer heavily if he tries to go for that. There's even Ame rotating in on this one. That's an interesting fight to turn up to it. He might be struggling. Oh my god, there's just 5 Bet-Babe heroes on him right now. Hello, Ame. Sorry, what was that? You wanted to come and fight? Yeah, we'll take that one. Boom, getting a key pick-off here. He literally just casted 1 spell in that fight. Just threw in a little acid spray, just trying to help the team out, and then just gets 5 heroes on his face.
I'm in the neighborhood. I just finished farming this stack. I can help the team. And no, Betboom are not going to let you get away with that one.
Yeah. I'll do like a... We don't know that guy. Alka who? No, they're looking again. Look at Notice, man. He's just running at the guy, but Sadeko maybe getting caught out here. Spike Carapace does catch him out, but Jinkyu out of spells, and that's actually just going to be a dead Nyx assassin. Wow. Noticed is kind of doing work on this Mars.
Yeah, he's popping off. He's having a really good game. He's more farmed than any of the cores over on the side of PSG LGD. We're not really in the territory just yet where it's worth talking about the net worth lead on against the Alch, but that is going to be a factor if this holds up for the next few minutes as well. And Nothing to Say doesn't want to lane against doesn't want to be in mid and getting jumped by the Marcy anymore. Makes a rotation to top, though I think there might still be a Marcy jumping on him. Give Roger a second to... He wants this 6 at mid before they try and defend this.
Yeah.
And they've got the arena coming off cooldown as well. They could just hold this at top.
Very, very aggressive. So the first TP is coming out from the Marcy. Mars not quite moving across just yet. And say getting lasered down. by Senekio. Roger jumping on in. Oh, didn't give him the chance to actually rebound off the pigeon there. Is, oh my god, Roger DeSanta out against obliterated. The stun from Faith Bian and the Razors from Nothing to Say eliminate the Marcy.
Radiant's
Get the 6, didn't get the kill. That's now by the Tomers. Oh, that's a supernova. Okay, well, didn't buy enough time for the Mars to come in. And this is... Oh, did he just give them the bait of a lifetime? Oh my god, Senekio. What a play that was. You tipped too early. And the smile comes down in the ult chat from him as well. That egg, it was...
He knows, yeah. That was great. Nice TP in from Noticed. And they're going to get this bottom tower as well, just leaving the Hawk down there to grab that. Early game continuing to look good.
God. Dude, yeah, you can't tip too early, man. You can't do it, even LGD. Oh, I can't believe that. That egg was just too tempting, you know? It's just too delicious. And Naked just plonks it down on top of them and goes, oh, please don't crack my egg. I'd hate it if you did that, but... Well, it's LGD with egg on their face afterwards.
They tried to go unnoticed. I think he's more than happy to just be parked up here at top for the next little bit. He's pretty tanky. They try and go on him. They do have a lot of great ways to respond with the NPT being in, Marcy suddenly appearing. And LGD, the answer for them is just going to be to bring numbers. But I do see this, and it's only 15 seconds until the next arena. Okay, Notice going to get caught, though.
Yeah, there's a bit too many heroes around for him to do anything about
Marcy's coming.
Yeah, no, it's not soon enough. Supernova still on cooldown as well. Roger, Snakeo, they gotta leave. Yeah, trying to look for the swap here, trying to threaten. Won't be able to close the gap though. And mid lane, a lot of pressure coming out from Lal here. Innocent's coming in to try and deal with it, just dropping down the Macropire, but it's too little, too late. Lal's going to secure himself a middle tower. Very nice for Betbeam at the moment. They are in control of this game.
Are they going to try and mount? The supports still seem to want to defend top, and Noticed has respawn.
I think they should. Yeah, they have a supernova. They have an arena.
I think they could.
They respect it.
Yeah, LGD respecting it anyway. They have no idea where the Mars is on the map, so he could easily be, you know, smoked trying to backstab them in these trees. They're going to spot him bottom in a second. But it sends LGD packing, just him being off the map and not opening the map when you've got the Alchemist on your team. You know, the Alch and the SF, they both can farm really quickly if they've got the room, but it's currently getting denied by Betboom.
LGD gathering around. They do not see this Nyx assassin right now, so
Jinky's like, why are they both taunting? Let's...
Yeah. They're just having a little dance. What have I interrupted here? Ice Path out, onto 2. Very nicely done. Stun to follow from the Alchemist. Only landing onto the Mars, though. They'll back themselves away, but the hack, he's at the backline. Xinkyu's able to take him on out of here. Roger trying to blast their way into the Alchemist here. They need to bring this guy down. Lal from the sidelines trying to get the damage done, but does get stunned up by the Nyx, but they do get Arme regardless, and Lal looking in for more here. Xinkyu's going to be the next target. Sunray is upon, and the Spike Carapace is there, but death shall come in the form of a spear to the face.
Well, it was a sick play from Jinkyu to get that kill on the Hawk, but a hefty price paid. He popped out of the invis at just the right time to hit him with the 400 damage spiked Carapace off of the Wrath of Nature.
Wrath. I was wondering where that spiked damage came from. I was looking at the death summary. I'm like, 400 damage for spiked Carapace?
Yeah. So he threw out the Wrath of Nature and then just waited until he saw it, that it was kind of bouncing back in his direction.
Yes. Sick from Jinkyu. We're going to watch it again. You see just on the side of your screens, Jinky's like, hey, buddy. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
That is so unfortunate.
Because he started at top, I'm pretty sure, because he wanted it to come all the way down to the fight here with maximum damage, but it just so happened that Jinkyu was the furthest one along.
Yeah, the hack had a minute to maybe attack him there, but obviously, you know, he's got the side Carapace. You don't want to hit him, but ultimately the correct play would have just been to tank the...
Yeah, that's that's true.
Sometimes to pull off a big heist, you got to take a small hit.
Jinkyu's still just out on the map again. He's noticed, but he's waiting for God's Rebuke to cool down, so the spiked Carapace is not going to work. He's trying though. He just needs to keep going and making plays. But they have to make room for the SF and the Alchemist just to farm up. If they can delay this game, I think they can. They can win it late game. I don't know that they necessarily like have the clearly better late game in this spot.
Yes.
Just because Alk scales weird, right?
He does, yeah. He hits a really powerful middle game peak and then really falls off later on. But then I feel like in the ultra late game, he can come back again. It's with the Agnums and such. It's a weird.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, he's got some weird power spikes. But they're looking for nothing to say. There's completely no mana doc. Just gonna face check him.
Literally clotheslining him as he runs through the trees there. Nothing to say, get absolutely obliterated in the middle lane. They'll move across towards Innocence as well. Flap little Jakiro, run. This is no place for you, but he assassinates upon him and from downtown. La will grab that kill, and actually gonna have to put the supernova to keep himself alive on Snake here. Another tip coming out from Nothing to Say. A little bit of tomfoolery.
Well, convenient for BetBoom. They get a kill, and they find themselves right outside of the Roshan pit, so straight in there they will go. Jinq does not have a blink, so maybe not a steal,
no crazy steals
possible for him.
Faith Beyond's like, yeah. Yep, they do make the swap happen onto Roger here, but Roger, he's got a rebound, so that's just a little bit awkward.
Yeah, stun was still on cooldown for 2 seconds when he swapped him. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Once again, Jinq being a bit of a menace. Giving them information. Scuttling around. The little beetle he is. I don't know. Pretty big timing for BetBoom here. I am a little bit surprised they gave the Aegis to the sniper, but at the same time, he is the apex carry. You know, it does make sense. There's still every chance he gets swap or jump or something like that, but...
Yeah, they've got a lot of things to kind of bring to his aid if he does get swapped, right? If he dies the first time, then they can pop down the egg, they can put down the arena, and they can just recenter their team fight around wherever his new location is. So I think it's kind of fine, and you don't want to be thinking about it too much, but of course the Nature's Prophet, if there's a super critical team fight, he could just save a buyback and come back in the second time around, so they'll have 2 lives on both of their big cores.
Absolutely. Bottom tower getting torn down here by the side of BetBoom LGD. Not making a move to defend this one. They want to hit some timings. Nothing to say, he's actually going for the Blink BKB build, so we'll be able to commit pretty hard with these Requiems. They're eyeing him up right now. Mars does have the Blink dagger, and he does see Nothing to Say here. Nothing to see. Immediate BKB from him. Double raise, TP out. Wants nothing to do with this play.
LGD, Jinq, just keeping an eye on things. They're going to make a little bit of a go.
Yeah, the stun actually missed onto Roger, and, well, Ame on the side of the arena taking so much damage. The Sunray tracking him very nicely. They will bring him down. Beautifully done by the side of BetBoom. They're going to be able to take down Innocence as well. 3 big kills in a row for the side of BetBoom. Ame cannot catch a break. He needs a BKB or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't wait for a slightly later timing on the Alchemist, but just seeing if they could get some kind of a pick and perhaps not expecting BetBoom to bring so many numbers. Faith Beyond's also dead bottom.
Opportunistic, I would say. Yeah, down at bottom, Faith Beyond. Looking like he's going to get caught out as well. God's Ooh, okay.
Spirit?
Noticed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Didn't wait for the blink. All right, awkward. Didn't happen. Well played. Sure, whatever.
Those were warning shots.
Yeah. Tell your friends.
And Lyle's just been taking down objectives in the meantime. It's going to try and get into a BKB before this Aegis runs out. And for LGD, not really a whole lot of map to play with currently. Trying to get out there, but BetBoom just keeping the pressure on them.
Link forward again. Yeah, they do see the next assassin now, and yeah, nice carapace, bro. They'll just wait it out and kill him off afterwards. Very, very calm, very collected from BetBoom. They are looking great. As the Alchemist comes on the top side. Trying to sneaky a little bit of farm. A little bit of
Sunray
a
is
little bit of
just
TP.
destroying him.
Does so much damage to the Alchemist, doesn't it? And that's chemical rage as well, so it's absolutely crazy.
He's not very tanky just yet, but yeah, maybe once he gets a blink BKB, they can look to take some kind of a fight.
Oh dear, nothing to say. Caught out. Yep, tries to go for the interrupt onto the hack, but ends up just paying the price for it. Noticed. Always on the case. Always trying to get on these kills. He is really making this Mars work. That's the thing about Mars at the moment. It feels like half the games we see him, he is just an absolute, like, he's just useless. And then half the games we see him, he's like going around the map making plays, getting shit done. Good hero. I'm a fan.
Yeah,
he treats a bird.
he is very feast or famine. Because you only bring so much damage, so if that's enough, it's great.
Arena goes down, catches two. Roger jumping on the backlines here, trying to find a time, but that's going to give Faith Beyond a way to swap himself out of the arena for free. So it's only going to be a kill onto Jinkyu. Not the arena they really wanted here, but it might open up for the middle tower as Lal starts spewing away. They have themselves a Macropire, but the Catapult's going to survive through this absolutely fine. So, yeah, looking like this is going to be another building for BetBoom. Catapult, Jakira's biggest enemy.
And you know, BetBoom seeming like they might be pulling it together here, getting this all-important win. They're still cheering in the back of their minds for Gaming Gladiators, hoping that they take the 2-0 over Sonics.
I'm gonna take a little peek.
I took a little look there. It's looking okay.
Even.
It's still early, yeah, but looking pretty good for gaming. So it's possible.
Sorry guys, but all spoilers here. We're covering everything at once. It's too fun to catch up on everything. It's Faith Beyond. Long range spikes. Is it going to be enough? Assassinate, not going to finish the job. Snake's still chasing around the nade. He's going to bring him down and then move across towards Akira as well. He's also going to die, but Army trying to initiate on the backlines here. We'll be able to take down the Phoenix, but Lal pounding away from the backlines here. Nice little Requiem. Going to catch out the Marcy, but nothing to say. Just blinking himself away to safety. They're going to take down the next assassin. Meanwhile, the Cause trying to get themselves away, and, well, Shadow Fiend and the Alchemist will be able to leave, but everybody else on the side of LGD get eliminated by BetBoom once again.
They hit him with a tip as well, Jinkyu. At least they brought down the supports, but yeah, these fights are not looking great. Nothing to say, is just trying to get into the Arcane Blink. Maybe he can one-shot the Sniper or the Nature's Prophet with that. But they're both getting quite big. And Lal's got his BKB, so that is not going to be easy.
But wow, base skip, the Alchemist is top of net worth all of a sudden.
Yeah. Did it look like he was killing anyone in that last fight? Tell me, what did your what did your Elven eyes see in that last fight?
Yeah, it's not looking great. Alchemist, just in case there's any newbies in the chat, Alchemist, you do expect to see him at the top. That's usually a sign that he's just doing the bare minimum, though, this guy.
Yeah,
the best statistic to note on that one is that...
nothing to say.
Hiding in the tree line. TP's home. The Sunray will find him, but he's gone.
Oh,
he makes his way out.
Okay, they're going to get Roger at mid.
Oh, yeah, though.
Something.
The hack, though, moving in.
Trying to...
Stop fighting, I want to say my stat.
Yeah, okay, what's the stat?
Chill. All right. So a good statistic to look at for this one is damage per gold, which is actually something you can look at on statistics websites. So Alchemist has 0.6 damage per gold average across his games through the DPC. You look at someone else, for example, you look at Sniper, and he's usually sitting about like 1.1, 1.2-ish. So
what's Venomancer?
I don't know. Probably very high.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best ratios. Yeah, I can keep an eye out for this fight. Law getting jumped upon, chain stun, nothing to say on top of him. Requiem as well. The Wicked 6 streak ended. Absolutely
for 1
punished.
minute, and the Sniper's dead. What's happened?
He walked too close to the ward, and that will be the end of him. Ta-da!
Man, that was brutal, but that's kind of what we expected from Nothing to Say. I mean, I am impressed that he managed to save the BKB for that one. Kind of Very, very confident there from LGD, to be fair. That's kind of min-maxing they need to be doing if they want to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, that kill is going to almost give him the... he's getting pretty close to the Arcane Blink. That's going to be the Mystic Staff picked up. So, as much as LGD are having a little bit of fun with this one, still seeing if they can win it, and meanwhile, BetBoom are fighting for their lives, like smoking up, buying a gem. They're coming looking for Ame here. It's a long spear back. Do they have the damage? Okay, they got it.
Yeah, they bring him down. Easily done. Nice little ice path, going to hold them back, but the hack with a BKB just continuing to pound away at poor old Jinkyu. He gets brought down. Innocence on the run. Notice going to catch him out, and that's a dead Jakiro as well. Innocence also going to lose his life. And that's 3 dead on the side of PSG LGD once again. Man, BetBoom. You know, at PSG LGD, they come for a fight. They get themselves 1 kill and get themselves away. BetBoom, they just link them up all together. Very, very good.
This is exactly the kind of Dota that BetBoom love to play. Just able to keep the constant pressure on every lane. This is where the Nature's Prophet carry looks the best as well, where you're just not really under that much threat. You're just farming up the whole map. You know, all these camps that would otherwise kind of go begging in other games. The Nature's Prophet's able to absorb a whole lot of that.
Yep.
And
the more of the
BetBoom's-
map you have, the more global teleport really becomes a super value spell.
Yeah, and they're still managing to like nurse a net worth lead forward, even though they're playing against the Alchemist. Full Daedalus picked up now for Laurel. Okay, he's pretty scary. And LGD, what do they have? They got the Blink BKB on the Alch. We don't quite have the Arcane Blink for Nothing to Say. Still needs another 1,000 gold.
Yeah. So just for those who are hanging on my every word there. Alchemist, his gold per damage is 0.7. Venomancer, his gold per damage is... damage per gold is 2.01.
Who's the highest?
I would imagine it's Venomancer or
Okay.
Zeus. Probably Veno, though.
In. BKB.
EKB, out from Noticed, gets it off in time. LGD won't be catching him, but also, they do waste the arena, so...
He blocked the damage with the Spike Carapace so he could get the Blink.
That's cute.
That was sick. All right. That's a lot of cooldowns used for Noticed, and now going in.
Oh, jumps in, almost get the double stop of the big Supernova comes out just in time. Nothing to say, trying to stand a fight, but he can't do it to Hack, and Lala just tearing him apart. Then he tries to get out the Roche pit, but there's nowhere to go. Nothing to say. Going to fall, they get torn apart in seconds. Oh my goodness. These fights are so quick. It just breaks out and is gone.
Q wants to try.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Ah, he doesn't get the blink.
I was wondering if he could have snuck past this sentry. It's maybe there's a gap, but he didn't want to try.
Yeah, didn't want to add another log to the fire, so he's just gonna take a bit of XP. Watch lol. Bit weird, but okay. I want to see him bend
These
better
Nyx
one of
Assassin
creeps
players.
and blink away. Well, he's going to make a play here. They actually just want to try and take his Aegis, or at least force out a BKB. He doesn't have a BKB. He's actually just dead. Wow, the plays here from PSG LGD. The moment they respawn, running at the sniper and taking his Aegis. Not bad, PSG. Not bad.
Can they catch anything else? Both of the supports.
The double wards, yeah.
Yeah.
These cliffs are so important for fighting around.
Innocence is just lucky that Roger didn't have the Unleash and that there wasn't anything to jump on, because he did have this double damage and a BKB. So if he had really wanted to, I think he could have made mincemeat out of the Jakiro.
Sword. By the sniper, nice little neutral item to go in his basket.
Alright, so PSG LGD, it's pretty much all about how many heroes die in the Arcane Blink Requiem from Nothing to Say.
Yeah.
If they're super sick, maybe Faith Beyond can go in, stun somebody, he dies, and then he swaps somebody else on top of the Blink Requiem. So they one-shot 2 people, and
I can absolutely
just
see that happening with LGD. It's the thing.
It's
any other team,
possible.
I'm like, That's so silly, base skip. Stop messing around. But yeah, PSG LGD, they've done more insane things. They got ways back into this game. That's the thing about PSG LGD is that like I'm never really counting them out of this one. No, not to doubt the arc, but Boom very good at controlling the map with his Nature's Prophet. And building very safely as well this game, you know. It's not the all-in on the damage that we saw last time from Lal.
Yep. Yeah, he is... he still has Shard queued up for some reason, even though he's already got it, but hasn't decided on what the next item is. I like the build from Dahak as well. Getting the AC, getting the Skadi, both can be very useful to have against the Alk and the SF. All right, we've got the Arcane Blink on Nothing to Say. His next selection is just a Refresher Orb. There's an Arcane Rune waiting down at bottom. I don't think anybody sees that though. So, LGD just gonna go for this one.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. He's just picked up this Arcane Blink. They want to try and make a play with it. How quick can they be? How quick can BetBoom be with their BKBs as well? Many, many questions, not many answers. Ame showing in the middle lane, trying to look as tasty as possible, dressed up in his finest lingerie and trying to tempt BetBoom over. MGD. Smoke does drop. Try and go for the tower as Nodus will start things off. In he goes with the spear with the BKB all committed. The swap's got to come through. That's going to allow them to get the BKB off on Ame here. They're trying to wait with the Shadow Fiend while as the BKB start to go down on the side of BetBoom. Now, they could be vulnerable, but it's so hard for PSG LGD to find a way into this, but they need to start this, and that's exactly what Ame is going to try and do. Blink forward, no target for the stun though. He's going to stun himself up. Jinky's waiting, sitting right behind him. Two-man spear, throwing them both back though. What can they do? The Requiem, it's on the back, and it's only really going to land onto the Mars as they lose Ame LGD. The plan, it was good, but it wasn't good enough, and now they scatter for the hills, but Nothing to Say. He has got the Arcane Blink to run himself across, TP himself out, and that will be that.
Well, they tried. But yeah, Laurel just getting to sit there and hit, the Hawk just getting to sit there and hit, and even the Requiem Bomb not looking that impressive against this Mars.
Say that again. Luckily, it is only a 70-second cooldown on the Requiem due to the Arcane Rune and the Arcane Blink, so...
Yeah, I might be able to go and catch them out.
They got rid of the CDR. But
yeah. Yeah, but yeah, the Arcane Rune certainly helping out.
Business as usual for Xinkyu. Looking cool as a cucumber. Things might not be going great in this game, but you know, it's not that important to them. As we mentioned before, probably not feeling the stress right now. Jinky looking pretty relaxed, discussing things, obviously trying their hardest all the same. But there's no tears, that's for sure.
How do we get the hypest clip out of this game, out of this situation? What is the out execute on the team fight? I think that's sort of what they're looking at here. Jinky gonna run forward into a sentry ward.
Blink away there. Pops the Aeon Disc on the sniper, which he has assembled for some reason. As Jinky will get eliminated for this one. Yeah, a little surprised that LoL has that one already assembled inside his inventory, but I guess it's fine. Doesn't want to get popped by this Shadow Fiend, I suppose.
Yeah, he's... The difference in... again, just BetBoom, like, this is the most important game that we've ever played, and for LGD, it's Tuesday.
Yeah. 34 minutes in, and Alchemist now going to complete his Overwhelming Blink. So going for the Overwhelming Blink again. Just AC, Radiance, BKB, Overwhelming. It's still not going to feel like super brutal from the Alchemist. You know, it's not going to jump in and shred heroes, that's for sure. Doesn't have Mjolnir or anything like that. Not really an item we see too often on the Alchemist these days anyways, but...
Yeah, I'm a little surprised you didn't opt for something like the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of extra control would have been nice, but I suppose the Overwhelming Blink kind of does that in a way as well.
Yeah, it's providing something.
mean, BetBoom do need to be careful. I feel like the last fight was probably like something which they shouldn't let happen again. You know, popping their BKBs and not getting the kills for it, or only getting like a sport or something is very, very risky.
Yeah, they're still respecting PSGLD a whole lot, as it seems like they're just going to wait around for the Roshan. They will be absolutely kicking themselves if somehow they lose this game, since it does. In taking the occasional peek over at the other stream, it does seem like if they win this, they are going to force that tiebreaker for elimination against Sonics.
Yep, spoilers, but Gaming are currently on the Sonics high ground, taking their barracks at 27 minutes into the game, so it's going to be a tiebreaker by the looks of it if things keep going, but of course there's still plenty of Dota to be played in this one. It's by no means over. And BetBoom, I don't know if they're going to know about that. I'm pretty sure they're just going to be entirely focused in on this game. It's a tense situation to be in. If they win this, they will force a tiebreaker with Sonics. If they don't, they out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is
Maybe you need to just turn the game into more of a clown fiesta. Like, you need more chat wheels, more tips. LGD, they seem to go along with it before, though for the moment they are looking for the way to win this with the double Requiem. But still, things not looking great as we have yet another Aegis secured for BetBoom. They're going to give it to Dahak this time around, as opposed to Laurel, who's feeling maybe a little bit safe with his Aeon Disc and his BKB.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't regret that decision later on. But yeah, Dahak can be a bit of a beast on the front lines now and not be too worried about getting blown up by the Shadow Fiend, that's for sure. Because that is the one big threat, right? Like, this Alchemist is not really going to jump on anyone and be able to shred them down. It's all about the Shadow Fiend. What can Nothing to Say pull off in these fights? At the moment, the answer has been not a whole lot, but you never want to count him out. You never want to forget about him. As the fight breaks out, they've actually managed to find Notice here, but Notice actually gets off the BKB and turns it around, so they will kill off Xingqiu and Innocence as well. Also going to go down. The swap is there from Faith Bian. Going to get Arme out of danger, but they're throwing yet another fire onto the BetBoom side as they look over towards Faith Bian, and yeah, that's going to be the illusion brought down as well. Aghanim's doing absolutely nothing. Rough stuff indeed. Rough stuff indeed. How did that fight even start out? Were you watching that one?
Yeah, I think they were just hoping to like jump, and they were hoping that Notice was more alone, but BetBoom are not playing split up at all. It's almost the exact same thing that happened at mid, right? You know, they're trying to catch BetBoom off guard. I think also by showing some heroes in the side lanes, and like Nothing to Say was pushing out elsewhere, but they are being super disciplined, and now they are ready up onto the high ground. There's no other tier 2s to take. So it could do quite a bit of damage. All they have to be worried about is this Nothing to Say Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, so whilst they're trying to take this, Arme is trying to have a little 1v1 with Notice, but Dahak comes over and he's got a Skadi as well, so not feeling too tanky. And now there's a Sunray coming also BetBoom, they're not giving LGD a chance to breathe right now, but they will get away from the barracks, which LGD might not be too upset about. Let's see. Come back in. Looking to put the pressure on here.
If they find a jump, Dahak can just TP right on top of this.
Xingqiu, he's been seen. That's a nice path there. And the swap back onto Dahak. I mean, he's got the Aegis though, so maybe not the ideal target they want to try and bring down right now. They will kill him off regardless. Oh, mate, and a self-stun, unfortunately. Nice stuns bouncing around the back from... Oh, Nothing to Say! He drops a record onto the BKB targets. That is not how that one was meant to go. This might be how LGD's cookie crumbles as Faith Bian is going to lose his life as well. Nice stun bouncing onto 2 though. They'll take down Soneko. Roger going to fall as well. Notice swap back into the mix. Trying to go for the TP out. His stun is just not there in time. He gets himself away, so all the cores of BetBoom get their way out of this one, and they get the buyback on both Arme and Nothing to Say. BetBoom, they're fine with this. This is absolutely fine.
Yeah, they've now given themselves just a very clear win condition. You kill either one of these 2 heroes, and you're going to secure yourself the game, secure yourself that tiebreaker, And from there, maybe even secure yourself a lower bracket berth after what was a very difficult group stage for them. Just have to see if they can find this one pick off. And nothing to say, he's just going to try and farm up this last couple thousand gold to get this double ulti. The one that he got off in that last fight, I don't think did anything, right? It was just a full BKB for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. A lot of patience, not rewarded at all for nothing to say. I think he was just hoping that he could catch them in the middle of the fight before they got off the BKBs, because they were kind of just saving them for him, but that wasn't the case.
Radiant are scanning.
They could really use this Venge 25, but that is such a pipe dream at the moment.
Yeah, that would be nice, but Faith Beyond's only level 18.
Changed the game entirely, but that's just not happening at all. Not with the XP changes, that's for sure. And, the fact that no one in the game is actually 25 yet should be an indicator that that's not happening. The hack's nearly there.
Yeah, BetBoom have been holding hands a whole lot, so I'm not expecting them to be super duper far ahead on the net worth. So Neko has found a whole lot of farm this game. He ended up going back for Midas, so he's got Midas, Shivas, Wraith Pact. He's got a Refresher Shard for himself.
Yeah, he's scaled very nicely into late game here. Swap back stun onto 2. That's not bad. Requiem to follow. They'll take down Notice straight off the bat. They'll turn their attention towards the Supernova. That is gone as well. BetBoom, miss initiation there. The beautiful little double stun coming out. Oh my goodness, Faith Beyond styling on this sniper. Lal gets brought down as well. 3 dead on BetBoom. LGD, you cannot count these guys out.
Oh my god. They just turned it on in one team fight. BetBoom poking forward just a little bit too far. There's division on them. Everybody gets stacked up.
Yeah. They finally
watch this.
Requiem.
The swap. He blinks into the ice path. There's 2 heroes. Double Requiem comes out. The two.
It's an ice path. It's also the concoction. It's also the double stun from Faith Beyond as well. There's.
He's absolutely kicking himself, like not popping the BKB or blinking straight into that. I think he blinked straight into the ice path. Right? I don't think it was like his overwhelming blink hitting the carapace or anything. That is the one slightly weird thing about buying this overwhelming blink on the Mars. It's more damage on your combo, but it also gives you the chance of just randomly blinking on top of a spiked carapace. And they found the Hawk over here. Yules as well.
BKB. So he can just TP out of this one.
Oh, he can't.
Oh, no, he can't. They got to swap. Faith Beyond's the first one to TP to Hawk, trying to go for the global teleport. Oh, no, it's another disaster for BetBoom. They're starting to sweat. They're starting to crack. PSG LGD.
Oh, God.
And,
PSG LGD, they've decided they want to see if they can do this one. And they're certainly doing it to BetBoom in these last couple of team fights.
And quick news update from the other stream.
Breaking news.
Gladiators have won. Yep, breaking news. Raven Gladiators have won Game 2, thus making it 2-0 over Sonics, meaning that Sonics will go into a tiebreaker with BetBoom if BetBoom are able to win this game.
And that's the only tiebreaker scenario left for this group, I think.
Is that also going on with the excuse me, the upper bracket with the
no, it's been resolved. Yeah, that's all been resolved. So
okay. I mean, Hikori got 2-0'd? Yeah,
yes.
Good, Hikori. Yep. I see. Yep.
Alrighty. Anyway, eyes on the prize number. This matters a lot for BetBoom.
Bounce around. Focus.
Yeah. we know the stakes. Just
very high.
Yeah, it's got to be in the back of BetBoom's mind. Just trying to be disciplined. They're actually going to smoke out a little bit early before the Nature's Prophet respawns, knowing that if they do find a fight, he can still come and join. Do they have so they've got the double Requiem ready to go, and Nothing to Say actually has an Aeon disc locked. So I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful about how he uses that one with his ultis, but just LGD positioning. Jinky breaks it.
And we go. They're going to be able to take down ZK, or maybe not. He's got the Yules of Faith Beyond already dead, and the Illusion's going to follow as well. Gets up a swap at the last second. Does nothing, though. Nothing to say. He's out. LGD run for the hills straight away. Their supports, the support in the off lane, way too important. They need everyone if they're going to stand a 5v5 fight.
And for BetBoom, it seems like they want that confidence again of having the Aegis in hand. And they kind of wait for that. The Nature's Prophet's not completely capped out. Dahak has opted for this Blade Mail once again. I kind of got it on the Lesh in the previous game. This game, I don't know. I don't really see the point. Like I don't even think it's. Is it that much of a deterrent for the Shadow Fiend? Isn't he just going to be BKB'd every single time he ults? So
yeah,
I think you
should be.
You probably swap this out at some point.
When did he buy it?
I feel like it was relatively recent. I don't think he's had it the whole game. We can check it out.
Also, one thing I will say, you have to be really, really careful with this Shadow Fiend Aeon Disc shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
This is actually something which can absolutely ruin you.
Yeah,
you actually have to backpack the Aeon Disc if you use the Refresher, because if you take any instant of damage, the Aeon Disc
it'll instantly pop again. Yeah. It's
should be fine for the first one, but the second one will be, you have to backpack it.
Oh, Roshan's in 10 seconds. They're on the move from PSG LGD. They don't have any vision in this area. There's a great triangle of vision for BetBoom.
Yeah, they're going in dry. Oh, Shinky's got Ags. Yeah, he got gifted the Ags. They're going to swap. They'll go in. Notice with nice two-man stun. Another spear coming off from him, catching off both the supports. The little Nyx Assassin stay alive for the time being, but Faith Bian killed off on the backlines here as well. Still throwing out the Suns. There's nothing to say. Drops the first ulti, but really gets nothing done with it. And now he's got to relieve. He is actually just going to refresh it and blink straight away to try and get himself to safety. As Alchemist trying to fight up in the front lines here. Will be able to bring down Run, but it's another arena coming out from Noticed as they run down the Alchemist. Arme is gone. They'll try to get away on the Venge, but the Venge clone killed off as well. PSG LGD just holding on. BetBoom just want to take it as close as possible, as easily as possible. They'll run back towards Roshan. They want to take down Aegis and get that for themselves and just take it easily. But to be honest, they could just run it down here.
They're respecting the buyback potential. It's only gold that's stopping Ame from having a buyback here. It's not. They're not in that cooldown anymore. 100% the right play to just secure the Rosh. Do not need to go high ground, and they'll probably still have time to go and poke at some of these buildings before Ame is respawned. Okay, so they've got the Ags on the Phoenix, gives him some saving potential. Can go disastrously as well under the wrong circumstances, but I'm sure Seneko is going to be pretty careful. And it's a lot of hits at this point as well, so as long as his team is protecting it somewhat, it should be fine.
Yeah, 13 hits is not super easy to get off for anyone except the Alchemist.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend doesn't have a hell of a lot of attack speed at this point. But yeah, this Nyx Assassin, I think, going to prove very annoying when it comes to the high ground defense. And this Ags is insanely strong, but you hardly ever get to see it because this hero just can't farm. But when you got an Alchemist on your team, it's a bit of a different story.
Yep.
All right. Oh, he doesn't have the range to hit the sniper, unfortunately. Jinkyu wishing he had an Aether Lens. Maybe they can swap him in. That's the plan. Faith Beyond is standing right on top of this Nyx Assassin.
Oh, they'll go for it on Seneko instead, but I mean, Faith Beyond now in an awful position as they drop down the Requiem as well. They are going to be able to take down Seneko. Can they get anybody else with this, though? Doesn't look like it. Nothing to say, actually just going for the TP out. The Hawk trying to bring him down, and there's the Aeon Disc as well to keep him alive, but they have lost the first life on the Vengeful Spirit. The clone still staying alive and trying to do his job. They're actually going to swap back to Hawk. The Hawk, he's in trouble. He's going to go down. That's the Aegis gone. Do they want to Requiem this? Well, they can't. Still 30 seconds on the Refresher Orbs. They'll have to try and do it the old-fashioned way, but they will absolutely be able to do that. Arme tears him apart. They're making the hold here. Another swap coming out from Faith Beyond. How much value is this bench going to get? Cheese comes out from Notice. That'll keep him alive as the Supernova comes crashing down as well. LGD going for the reset here. They're happy to just wait it out a little bit longer. but they don't want to give up these barracks. And another two-man stun coming out from Xingqiu. LGD following up as well. Roger is gone. Another supernova, but Ame's on top of it. The whole team, they'll tear through that egg, and now they look towards Lyle as well. He's got the Eldis trying to keep himself alive. There is a Satanic here as well, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. He's still trying to fight through this, but nothing to say. He's on top of them as well. The stun is there. Bet boom. They get wiped off the face of the earth by LGD.
The swap stuns, the ice paths, the multi-man stuns from the Nyx Assassin. PSG, LGD put in on a team fight clinic there. And somehow Ame just getting to sit there and auto-attack the entire time. Yeah, the Hawk, he's got 2 lives, but he's only got 1 BKB. And as soon as that wears out, the chain stun from LGD is just relentless.
Yeah, it really is.
Look at some of this. Like, the Ice Path is already waiting for the Phoenix. He comes out. Xingqiu jumps forward, gets the double stun. And then Sniper just doesn't get to auto-attack at all. Look at this. Stun, another stun. Pops the Aeon Disc. Yules. Comes down from the Yules. Jumps away. Stunned again. Absolutely brutal. And LGD are up onto the high ground. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Bet boom. Please.
No matter your anything or everything else, just that face. Absolute
That hurts,
despair.
man.
That hurts. Oof. Well, LGD, they will take the middle lane of barracks here and start to even things out. Net worth advantage not really leaning any single way. Oh, buybacks all available. The game has fallen back into a neutral state. No Roshan available anytime soon as well, so we'll probably see some teams trying to make some plays onto each other in the next few minutes before we hit that critical Roshan window.
Man, I wonder if they need to shift gears into, like, save up all of your buybacks and maybe try and rat the racks? Like, force a 4-man fight and then the Hawk goes TPing into the... Like, you got to get the glyph first, but even with his current build, he does take the buildings pretty quickly. I don't know if Mega Creeps end this game, though. Like, the Alk is still just gonna... He's got his Battle Fury, which he picked up pretty late. And he ditched the Radiance. I don't think we've even really talked about that. But and they've hit that level 25 talent on the Vengeful Spirit. So the BKBs for Betboom are way less useful than they were previously.
We talked about it before, kind of going, haha, imagine.
Yeah, and here we are, 52 minutes in. They got the word on the high ground.
Yeah, noticed. Ogreseal forward, BKB out from him. He's got to be careful. That's a lot of swaps coming out. What? Faith Beyond going in deep here, but Notice able to get off the arena. They've got Alchemist, but he's got the BKB, so he's going to be able to back himself away. But Roger, he's on top of him. He's got the Basher to lock him down, but the Requiem's there from Nothing to Say to take down the Marcy. LGD, they'll make the trade, the Venge for the Marcy. The Illusion is still alive, though, so the Venge not really out of the fight. And those stuns still such a threat as Xingqiu jumping on forward. Doesn't land the stun, but he does land the Carapace. Another sweat threat. They actually have the Aeon Disco onto Notice. That's going to keep him alive for the time being, but is it going to matter? They kill off the Venge clone. Notice, though, staying alive on the front lines. Bat Boom. They're playing this so carefully, but now they'll be able to jump in. Lal finds the Alchemist. They bring him down. Xingqiu as well, also in trouble. Xingqiu's going to get killed off. Bat Boom, the hope is still alive from them.
The Nullify doing a whole lot of work there, and very nice kiting backwards. They dragged LGD into them, managed to turn around with the damage. Okay, they get a little bit of a win condition here once again as the Alchemist buys back. We don't have any Requiems, actually, for the Shadow Fiend currently. Still 30 seconds to get another one up.
Yeah, it's a real window here for Bat Boom, but do they want to take it? It's so scary. If this goes wrong, it could go really wrong, but if it goes well, it could be everything. High hopes here for Bat Boom. Pushing up onto this high ground.
LGD. Yeah, I think they want to play around the Wind Waker and the Aeon Disc and the Ghost Scepter and everything else, but this Nullifier is just going to completely destroy them. There's a glyph, but...
Noticed. Oh, look at this confidence from him. This is kind of nice to see, honestly. Using Shardblade, juking forwards, trying to find a target. for the blink catch.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now they move across the final lane of Barracks Lal. Cuts a shot down to the low ground. Keeping it careful. Innocent's just throwing everything he's got to try and delay this. They have creeps on the high ground, Boom. They don't have the vision, so they can't just sit down on the low ground and just spam away at it. And they're going to back themselves off. They're going to split out across the map.
Yeah, somebody's got to be saying, like, look, all that needs to happen is the Alchemist needs to die one more time. And that should be the game. PSG LGD, of course, very aware of this fact themselves. Oh, we're getting close to the tier 5 neutrals, but I get the feeling this could be another one of these games where we roll past 60 minutes right as the game is ending, one way or the other.
That has been our curse, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the way it goes for us. Algier smoked. I mean, Alwyn doesn't really have a way to join them other than running and blinking over. And Roshan. Okay, yeah, Roshan's in 30 seconds. I don't know if we're going to get to see.
Lal is very far forward here. He's going to get swapped. Does have the full stuff to get himself back to a modicum of safety. The team is sitting behind him. I mean, this is all behind Sniper. Not what you expect to see at all, but it's working out for now. That's pretty tanky. He's got a refresher orb, Satanic, EKB, Aeon Disc. Like, most of his items are defensive.
Yeah, two Pikes, 2 BKBs, 2 Aeon Disc, 2 Satanics.
He's alright.
And he's still rocking the Paladin sword. Even at this point, doesn't feel like there's a neutral item that he wants more. Okay, Roshan's up. That's the everything Rosh.
Radiant are scanning.
They see... I mean, they see Ame at bottom. So yeah, they poke forward a little bit.
No, Disc jumping in. The Yules is there from the Nyx Assassin to dodge out the stun, though. Xingqiu with the Aeon Disc is going to be able to survive through this, and Faith Beyond's going to swap himself forwards. Not going to be able to survive through this one, so he will be dying the first time as Nodus jumps in on the sidelines, trying to get on top of Ame. In comes a Requiem. Do they have the damage, though? He's actually stuck up right now. Refresher comes out from him. He's got another BKB. He's able to keep it for now, but actually the damage coming out from Lal might be too much. He gets away. He keeps the distance. Lal with the BKB, holding still. They look towards Xingqiu, but he's too hard to kill. But in the backlines, Nodus trying to make the play. The Assassinate's there as well. They'll bring down the Shadow Fiend for the first time. Buyback from him, though, as he tried to take this fight. That boom. They just want to hold this high ground. It's a 1-3, and the stun from Xingqiu. They're stacking them up nicely, but they don't seem to have the follow-up damage on the side of RNG. They'll come in on the front lines onto Ame, but Rogers is going to be able to take him out with the help of his team. Again, Innocent's getting so much damage done and locked down onto the backlines here, but they just don't have the follow-up. Xingqiu and Roger just sitting next to each other, stunned for most of this fight. As Nodus jumps in again, takes down Innocence, but with Ame dead twice, it's looking like it might be the end for PSG LGD.
Big plays from Nodus in that fight. Just tracking down the Shadow Fiend the entire time. They tried to save him, but not enough value out of nothing to say.
You really can't find the entry points for these Requiems, and now he doesn't have it. That's his entire build as well. Boom are going for the win here. They're going to force the tiebreakers. Senekio is just going to straight up die to creep for some reason, but I guess it's okay. Ancient falling. They can't do anything. They can't do anything. LGD, they can't stop it. It's a win for Boom. They keep themselves in TI11. They make us sweat, but they're still here. And it's going to be tiebreakers.
Nice. Nice. So we had to see at least some tiebreakers, right? It is surprisingly uncommon for TI. I think we've only had like 3 TIs that have ever had group stage tiebreakers, but we're gonna get some here. And I wanted the best of 3, and that's what we're getting. So.
Well, maybe. I think Boom
Boom's still playing?
Play for it as well.
Oh right.
They took a game off EG, so I'm keeping an eye on that series. But yeah, maybe you guys can peek over to that one and see how that one's going. But yeah, man, that Boom, they it wasn't an easy win. We could definitely say that.
No. Oh man, they looked so stressed after that top Rax fight. Yeah, and this fight as well, LGD, the spell casting, a real masterclass in these last couple of team fights. But credit to BetBoom as well. They made some beautiful plays. They protected the sniper. Laurel did his job. We were talking about how, look, they haven't won a sniper game with Laurel playing it at this TI, and they came in here and they picked it in the first phase and still had all the confidence in the world. Yeah, it looked stressful, but they played the Dota that they needed to win this one and keep themselves in the tournament.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's a good sign, right? That's a good sign that BetBoom.
Yeah,
they're not like shaken enough to not believe in each other. They still believe in each other. They still have the faith in their Lol sniper. And yeah, the Hark on the Nature's Prophet as well. You know, also a classic for them to fall back to. The Noticed Mars. You know, they just go back to what they believe is safe, and that absolutely keeps them in this tournament, at least for now. We'll see how they do, and I guess, you know, we got asked the question: how do you think it's going to go versus Sonic?
I think mentally they look a little bit in a better place than Sonic's currently. Like all these teams on the brink, what we've kind of been asking for is like, all right, how are they? Are they still able to keep confidence in their strategies and keep picking their drafts? And BetBoom here in the most important match for them in the TI11 group stages, they do it with a BetBoom draft through and through. So I am leaning them a little bit. I don't actually know what the head-to-head result was between those two teams. It was a 1-1.
Well,
yeah.
All right, inconclusive. No help there then. But yeah, who's the MVP for this game? Would you say, Vasquez?
Oh, I don't know. It's tricky.
I think we can give it to
Noticed.
maybe
Noticed,
who's just kind of
that last team fight was sick. He had some really nice moves this game, and just he did well in this lane. He made the moves around the map. Was constantly finding the initiations. This
last fight as well, just constantly being, you know, like the entire point of this Mars and the entire like game plan of BetBoom relied around Notice being able to get into the faces of Nothing to Say and a little bit Army, but mostly Nothing to Say, and just stop him from having the free angle of initiation. Because if he gets that, he can just wait for the BKBs, he can wait for the Aeon discs, and he can find the perfect place. So they need to put pressure on him, threaten him, force out his BKBs, force out his blinks, force him to not be comfortable. And most of the time in those last fights, Nothing to Say just ended up solo requieming the Mars, which is terrible. That's not what they wanted at all. This guy's supposed to run into the team fights and just explode them open, and he wasn't able to do any of that. So yeah, notice sick game from him, sick game from BetBoom. They take the win versus PSG LGD, the two-time TI Grand Finalists. Wow. It's a hell of a day here today at the TI11 group stages. So we know there's going to be some tiebreakers. What's it going to be? Well, that depends on Boom, if it's a three-way or a two-way. But what we do know is that BetBoom will be fighting up against Sonics for their spot at TI later today. That is very exciting indeed. We're going to throw it over to a short break. Then we're going to be back with our next series of the day, and it's another fight for survival. It is Fnatic versus TSM here on the B stream. So don't go anywhere as TSM try to bail themselves out of the very sticky situation they're in. We'll see you soon.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
From one fight for survival straight on to the next here on Stream B. We've got the next series coming up at the TI-11 group stages here for the final series, or at least the final series of the group stage, I guess. But we've also got the tiebreakers to follow, which already confirmed to be happening. Now what's going to happen in the next group? That is a question. That's what we're here to find out. We've got Fnatic versus TSM. My name is Nomad. Joining is Baseskip. Baseskip, do you have any expectations at all for this series?
It could just be another heartbreak, right? Or it's going to be stressful. In terms of what's going to get played, I'm not sure. We definitely need to talk about the fact that both of these teams have some insider information on each other. This was the Fusion team from the Arlington Major.
Yeah.
2 Fnatic members, 3 TSM members playing under the Fnatic banner. It's probably got to hurt that it comes down to this, where they both have to kind of win. There can be no mercy shown like some of the other series that we've seen so far today. Group B is just a mess, as we can see. Look at it. It's only.
I think the best thing to sum up Group B, by the way, guys, is that Team Spirit can currently still qualify for upper bracket. They can also still qualify for lower bracket. They can also still be eliminated. There's still a chance that Team Spirit, currently sitting at 8 and 8 in 5th place, can be eliminated in the group stages of TI-11. I don't know how to even start explaining how that can happen, but basically everybody below them needs to win 2-0 against the top 4 teams. It's very complicated, very convoluted, and very unlikely. However, the fact that it can happen just kind of proves to you guys how even this Group B really, really is, and how crazy this TI group, the best TI group stage of all time. It's gotta be.
It's way up there for sure. This has been amazing Dota, amazing storylines. The matchups have been great. Teams coming out of nowhere. Could not have asked for more, really.
Absolutely not. So, yeah, also worth mentioning that Fnatic can still make a play for the upper bracket as well if things go their way. Of course, that means Astra and Thunder both losing 2-0, which could be a bit of a big ask, but you never know. You absolutely never know. And there's still a lot of things that could go down in this series. There could be tiebreakers. That's probably going to be tiebreakers. Let's just get into talking about this matchup. On the one side of the coin, we've got TSM. Talk to me about this team.
I think they've had some amazing series over the course of this year. They looked really good in that first major, just made an amazing run. I think this is really, for both of these teams, but TSM especially, I think this is kind of way below expectations for them. Both what the expectations that the team had for themselves and also the expectations that the fans had. I was not expecting to see them fighting for survival like this at the bottom of the group.
No, I don't think anybody was. But, you watch the games and you can't help but say, this team hasn't put it together at all. There is no one out there who's saying that TSM deserve to not be at the bottom here, unfortunately. It's been a really rough time, and I hate saying that because I love this team. I think they've got so much character, so much passion, so much excitement, and they bring so much to Dota. But ultimately, they just haven't been able to form at this TI.
No, they just haven't looked consistent at all. And I think they've struggled a little bit with kind of Saberlight's hero pool. He's often been in the moments when TSM look great, he's really the shining star in a lot of their games. And that's something that we've seen from plenty of offlane players at this event, where the offlane player is like looking like the absolute best player in the game, the most important resource for their team. And I think Saberlight, he's shown some moments of brilliance, but he's also just been a little bit hot and cold. Hasn't necessarily found the full comfort in his hero pool. And kind of a similar thing for Brawl on some levels. So in this all-important series, we'll just have to see who we get, which TSM turns up.
Yeah, and that's a problem as well. Like, you want all of TSM to be up, but most of the time it just seems to be one of them. And it's never like Saberlight and Bryle both playing on like full bus. I think Tomato is probably the most consistent, but also not having any outstanding performances. So it's tough for them. It's very, very tough. We'll see if they're able to pull it together. Fnatic, meanwhile, talking about hot and cold. This team have looked like absolute gods. They've looked like they're able to carry the hopes of SEA, but sometimes they have dropped the ball.
Yeah, Fnatic have just kind of... They have also somewhat struggled along. I think the consistency has not been there. Obviously, looking better in terms of the overall standings than TSM. They are definitely the last SEA hope. And well, in some regards, right? Nobody's eliminated yet. We're on the very final round of TI groups, and nobody's eliminated yet. But it's still spooky, the situation that the other teams find themselves in.
Yeah, Boom have somehow managed to pull themselves out of the bottom spot off Group A, pulling up a 2-0 versus EG, which no one expected, and has now been able to force the three-way tiebreaker in Group A. So maybe not the last hope of SEA yet, but the last kind of reasonable hope of SEA, I suppose. I don't know what's going on in that three-way tiebreaker, but I do know that we're into the draft for this game number 1. So to be clear, and just to clear up any confusion here, TSM, they can afford to lose one game. If they lose 2 games, they're completely done. If they lose 1 game, then they're just relying on Entity and Talon to both get 2-0'd, which is very, very unlikely. If they don't lose anything, there's still a chance they don't make it through if Entity and Talon 2-0. And also, there's a chance that Fnatic and Beast Ghost both get 2-0'd. So there's a lot of opportunities for them if they can pull off the 2-0. There's likely going to be tiebreakers, but if they get 2-0'd, that's it. They're done. There's no chance.
Yeah, it is another. It's similar to Group A, but a little different in that the opponents for Entity and Talon are Secret and Tundra, who are both secured. They're secured upper bracket, but they are not secured beyond that. So so there's still a whole lot for them to play for in those, and that does mean that maybe they'll take their foot off the gas a little bit, but they're still probably going to play pretty hard. Though in this case, I guess that could end up being good news for TSM and for TSM fans. But still got to win your games, and like you said, still got to win at least one.
You got to pull it out of the bag here, And as well, we're not looking at just qualifying to TI. We're not looking at these teams to just be like, scrape through the group stages to. You're then into the best of ones. There's no way you're going to feel good coming into best of ones if you just scrape through the group stage. You want to be starting your TI run properly. And TSM, you want to see them making a real play for it. You want to see them making like a big move and making a statement here in this best of 2 series. But Fnatic, same with them. They want to break into the upper bracket. They want to be able to show everybody that SEA is right to put their hopes and dreams in them. And there's so much experience in this Fnatic team as well. These guys, I mean, at TI, DJ, Jabs, Raven, Armel, we've seen them all here before. Like, they've never had deep runs, but we know their experience. We know they can get it done. We know that they can be absolute gods when they turn it on. So, just hoping that both teams bring everything to this matchup. And I'm sure they will, because they don't have another choice. Let's get into this draft. Talk to me about some heroes, Basecamp.
Yeah, so Fnatic getting their hands on their Undying. This has been the absolute go-to for Genuel. So I wonder if he's getting sick of playing it yet, but he has looked fantastic. It's been good for them. TSM, the Shadowfiend and the Nyx Assassin as the start. It's been pretty good, I think, looking at the numbers. Brawl, the SF has looked like his best hero. That's 3-2. Tomato's played 2 games of it. He's 0-2 so far. So I think trying to stick it mid, if at all possible, not really going to have that flex. But maybe with the sniper pick coming out, that matchup went even more or less in our last game. So I don't think it's you don't have to be too worried necessarily. I don't think it's a hard counter pick. I think more for Fnatic, it's just kind of their comfort. What are we missing here? Is there anything big? The Marcy's banned, the Enigma's banned.
There's Morphling and Primal Beast, which have made it through so far.
Yeah.
I think Primal's probably the big one.
Yeah, Primal definitely worth pointing out. And always kind of a question for me is, what is the Jabs hero going to be? If we're talking about players on TSM being a little bit hot and cold, I think Jabs has had some great performances. We had that insane series that they played against Aster. If you guys didn't watch that, you should just close this stream right now and you should go and watch Fnatic versus Aster, because that was that was a hell of a series.
I mean, you need to watch game 1 to get the full context of game 2. It was kind of like a whole epic saga leading up to some of the most insane finishing, like, last kind of 20 minutes of Dota you might ever see. If there was more on the line, it definitely would have been one of the top series of all time, but it was a best of 2, so that always kind of takes a wind out of the sails a bit. But crazy Dota. Fnatic are well prepped for a long game here if that ends up being the case.
And okay, so the Lycan is to ban Fnatic. Are they not worried about Broods? Do they feel like they have some kind of an answer? They haven't won with it on TSM, but and they are going to go for the Crystal Maiden. This is something that they've played both 4 and 5. We saw Moon Meander on it, but I think this game just going to be Dubu taking up the mantle.
Got Coach Misery here behind Dubu as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so looking like I would imagine just the Jabs Monkey King, maybe.
Seems likely. Could be a flex. Could be holding it. You know, again, Fnatic do this every time. They really like to pick up some flexible cores. If you have a flexible core between the 1 and 2, then a flexible core between the 1 and the 3, then it means that you can really just rip open the draft for the final pick. You're probably going to get what you want.
Yeah, I like the vision game here with the Monkey King and the Disruptor and, like, heck, even just the Shrapnels. Fnatic are, if you engage, the Tombstone as well. If you engage into a fight against them, you better be sure that you want that fight, because you're going to be kind of locked in. The Crystal Maiden is, I don't think, going to be walking away from a single team fight this game. Poor Dubu is probably going down with the ship every single time.
I mean, you've seen Dubu Maiden though, right? It's usually a case of just waddle into the front lines of the fight and start and press R, and then just that's it. It's usually his team fights, so likely to be the case this time around. But we've seen how powerful Disruptor can be when you combo it up with a hero which gives him vision. We've seen the Beastmaster Disruptor combo be absolutely ridiculous, so I'm really not surprised to see them kind of prioritizing that again. And again, they've just given him so much sight, so much to work with. They've really enabled this pick. And enabling your POS 5s is a really smart thing to do when you have some very talented POS 5s players like Genuel is. Or it might even be on the POS 4. I don't know. They've got an Undying as well. They can flex it.
Yeah. I'm not sure what we're expecting to see on this one. Maybe just DJ on the Disruptor. Are they going to Brood? Oh, they're just going to Lesh. Okay. All right. Curious to see the Leshrac picked into the Sniper. It could even be position 3 Lesh, I suppose, in this spot.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't know. I feel like it's possible. I mean, it's absolutely possible, but that doesn't feel like something Saberlight wants to do.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I really feel like they want to set him up for a good Night Stalker game.
Yeah, something like that seems good. They haven't really addressed the sniper in the draft yet, so yeah, whatever he's playing is definitely going to have to be that answer. We did have the one series of theirs that we cast previously. Who were they playing against? Were they like basically ran back the drafts? They won the first one. Was that versus? Oh, I'm trying to remember.
Isn't it Aster again? It was the same thing as Aster. It was,
oh, is it also Aster?
Yeah, it was the whole thing. Which is why we had Silencer versus Enigma twice.
No, I'm talking about TSM.
Oh, TSM.
When they drafted Naga twice, they had like the Dawn. Didn't they have like the Dawn draft? Yeah, I'm trying to remember when that was. It's been too much Dota.
It's been a whole thing.
That must have been on day 2. I'll go because the problem that they had there, I'm thinking about the second game specifically, is that they didn't have good ways to start fights. They've got the Nyx Assassin this time around, which is something, but I think they have to. And Fnatic are thinking the same thing as they get rid of the Mars here. That whatever Saberlight is playing, it's got to be something to get in on top of this sniper. Otherwise, how are they going to deal with him? Could maybe take a page out of the playbook that we've seen from some of these other teams and pick up the Centaur. That was the option for LGD in our series earlier. Could be okay, but then maybe you're just going to get Monkey Kinged in the lane, and you're also picking into this Undying is such a pain. You just pick this hero, and all of a sudden it's like, what do I actually want to play in the offlane? We keep getting to these situations at the end of the draft where it's like, I need a guy who's tanky and goes in, but also doesn't lose the lane to the Undying. And I don't think that there's not a whole lot in that Venn diagram in the middle. I can't even really think of too much off the top of my head.
It's a lot of boxes to tick, that's for sure. It's a lot of boxes to tick. I think, again, just go comfort. That's all you can really move for here. Fnatic going to be the final pick for them. And TSM, again, they're just respecting the flex potential on this tide of Fnatic, so they know it could be an offlaner, and they know it could be a mid laner, they know it could be a safe laner. Just ban out those really strong heroes, which they're worried about. I'm glad they ban out the Lifestealer, because we've seen Lifestealer versus Lash. Always looks good.
Yeah. So what are TSM up to here? I do think it's just the Saberlight here. I would be kind of surprised to see it in the offlane.
What do Fnatic need to finish off their draft?
A little bit of frontline, one of these carries that can kind of go in. Why not just Pudge? Is that not bad?
Seems like a good option, but they're going to go for the TA, which is interesting. It's going to give you a bit of defensive potential against the Shadow Fiend, but the Lash Rate going to melt through this TA very, very quickly if you can close the gap. So a bit of a risky pick from Fnatic, but something they're very comfortable with.
They seem pretty happy with it, or somebody's telling a good joke. Yeah, so they're just kind of going for the full Tricore in this situation. It's another Vision hero. The side traps are going to be annoying to play against as well. I get the feeling that their goal is to just kind of be farming all 3 lanes, splitting, finding the occasional pick off with the Monkey King and the Disruptor. This is a very Fnatic playstyle in that where they really love to be is often playing all separately and just creating huge amounts of room for Raven to farm in. As TSM, okay, just going to go for the Darkseer.
Very interesting here. So, I don't know, is this them kind of all-inning on the Leshrac? Because Darkseer, we've seen him a few times. He's okay, but he's not a lane winner. He doesn't really get much done throughout the mid-game either. He's more just a kind of team-amplifying hero rather than an actual kind of... He's almost a pseudo-core. But what he does do is he's going to buff up the Leshrac, and he's also going to be able to give a vacuum for the Shadow Fiend, so there's some potential here.
They have some real wombo combo. I think the team fight superiority has certainly landed on the side of TSM. Fnatic, they gave it a half-hearted effort with the Disruptor and the Monkey King picks coming in, but it is not going to stand in the face of this. If everybody gets vacuumed into a Split Earth or the Impale, you all just die, assuming that you don't have your triple BKB at that point. But yeah, I don't know that the Darkseer is that free in the lane, and even some of these lanes have looked pretty volatile. It's taken like big individual plays, sometimes from the position 4, to salvage a lane for the Darkseer where he is struggling a little bit. I don't have a huge amount of faith in this hero, but it looks pretty good here on paper against the TA. All the wall illusions are going to be super powerful. TSM, we'll see if they can make it work. We'll see which Saberlight we get. Will it be the Saber Chad?
Yep, Saber Chad, Saber Lul, we will see in this game. Worth mentioning as well, an extra bit of spice on this matchup is that, if you remember, the team that eliminated Undying in those best of ones last year at TI, it was Fnatic. So once again, Fnatic.
Right.
They could be the ones to do it to him again. We will see as we get into this game number 1 in this crucial best of 2 series. TSM, it has been a rocky road for them all throughout.
You guys don't get to see it on the loading screen, but Saberlight had his own sticker on his Darkseer, and he was the one that got featured. He's Grandmaster on this hero. He's certainly confident.
Yep. His own holographic sticker on the Darkseer. I mean, that's the most Saberlight thing you've ever heard of.
I just love that his sticker autograph is also Saber Chad. So it was too perfect, but it was
beautiful.
Yeah.
You guys have to mention. We'll screenshot it for you guys. But let's go. Game number 1 between these two teams. As we mentioned before, just to reiterate here, TSM, they can still hold on due to some circumstances if they get beaten once, but it's very, very difficult, and it relies on other people, like some crazy stuff happening. If they lose 2, that's it. They're over. They're done. The TI dreams end here. The journey is over.
Yeah, and Fnatic aren't safe no matter, they're not safe no matter what. They do have to get some wins here, and they are potentially playing for upper bracket or upper bracket tiebreakers. So they are, there's this one is no messing around.
They can go in either direction as well. They could be playing playoffs. Fnatic can still get eliminated. Let's not.
Yeah, they can get eliminated straight up, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah, they can. It's much less likely, but it's possible if things don't go their way. Yeah. I mean, they'd end up with the same score as TSM if that happened as well. So
anyway, winning Doto important. Win the Doto game.
That's what it comes down to, yeah. Just win. Just win.
Win the Doto game.
That's what you need to do. Win the game.
You didn't load up in the lobby here to not win.
Exactly right. So talk me through some of these lanes. I mean, we've got Bryle on the SF versus Armel on the Sniper. We've seen this matchup before. Generally, it's a hero which doesn't die to SF, which itself is pretty value.
Yeah, the farming seemed relatively even the last time we saw it. I do think that's a little bit skill-based. You have to be really careful on both sides when you choose to man up. As soon as you enter into that, like, shrapnel plus the other guy's got 2 raise stacks, someone's dying one way or the other. Yeah. Often it's going to be, a support rotating in or something along those lines. So it could be pretty volatile. I don't think there's going to be too much support intervention on mid, though. I think this might be a pretty clean 1v1. Just because of the side lanes. Saberlight doesn't want Moon Meander leaving his lane, and I can't imagine that DJ is going to be making too many rotations. They can't leave Jabs here alone.
No, they can't. That's absolutely true. So, yeah, both the side lanes going to need a lot of babysitting from the support. So, yeah, we'll see the pure 1v1. And, Bryle, last year in the group stages, he was one of the best statistic mids. He was winning his lane a hell of a lot for his team. This year has not quite had the same success, but we know he's capable of pulling out an all-star performance when required. But Armel, as we know, a bit of a god in the middle lane. He beat the king. He uncrowned Samael, if we remember back to that wonderful 1v1 situation.
Yeah, that was great. And Bryle, this has proved to be his best hero here in the TI-11 group stages. He's racked up 3 wins on it. So, see what he can get done this game.
It's going to be extremely entertaining to watch, as already they're getting a lot of damage off onto one another. It'll be very, very close. Meanwhile, on the side lanes, Saberlight and Moon Meander have just tried to mess with this lane as much as possible. Moon Meander getting some... actually been seen on the vision here. But yeah, wanting to go on a bit of an adventure. They've got the Creep Weep Equilibrium in a pretty good spot. I don't know, is there any kill potential onto Raven if they can stack up the double ion shells?
Maybe once they get Saberlight's level 3. I think that's kind of the idea here for Moon, is they do all the shenanigans, they try and hand the experience over to Saberlight, and then they can maybe look for a kill with the double level 2 shells. Moon doesn't get that much stronger at level 3, so it's not really worth it for him to soak any experience here.
Yeah, the only problem is, with an Undying in the lane with them, this hero is very good at kind of stopping you from just running at people. And that's exactly what you need to do with Dark Seer and Iron Shells. You need to be right on top of them, so you can get your health pool halved by Januel. It's going to be very difficult to keep up that level of aggression as maybe I'll try to pull the creeps through, but it's unable to do so. It's going to get interrupted in the jungle here. A bit of side laning going on, a bit of craziness happening.
Oh, Moon wants this courier. Januel with the body blocks. Can Saberlight finish it? Moon's pinging it. Yeah, okay. Team effort.
All right, good job, guys. Good job. They get it done. But they're also going to take a ton
DJ's
of
rotating mid
here as well. Yeah, we thought we weren't going to see it, but Brawl in some trouble inside those shrapnels. He's getting very low and will be finished off by Armel with the right click from the sniper.
Dang. Yeah, didn't think that the Disruptor was going to make rotations, but DJ just leaving the lane at level 2, saunters mid, and secures that kill for his sniper. Very nice.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And Dubru TP'd over to the middle lane as well, which is actually really unfortunate because they probably could have gone aggressively onto Januel if the Crystal Maiden had stayed top, but Dubru TP's mid, doesn't save the SF, and doesn't help get the kill at top either, so ultimately a wasted rotation from Dubru. Just got a bit of XP from the mid lane at least.
Yeah, the Lesh is not doing very well against the Monkey King, needs to be said. Jabs 22 CS to his name. Tomato only 14 CS. He's picked up the double Null Talisman so far. I really thought that this lane, especially with the Crystal Maiden, that they would be able to spam quite a bit, put the pressure on, maybe get the Monkey King a little bit low, never really give him the Jingu, but Jabs just with fast boots and seems to be doing fantastically.
Yep. It's tricky for the last track here. This hero is... He can be okay before level 6. Like he is a pretty decent hero, but he needs someone to lane with him. At the moment, Dubru has not really been present much in the top lane, been kind of pulling and stopping pulling and kind of having a little bit of a 1v1 with DJ instead. Slow start to this game.
Yeah, but a start that's looking really good for Fnatic. The bottom lane's going to start ramping up. Saberlight's got his Arcane Boots. He's going to get into his level 5 before too long. They've got the Arcane Aura going as well. So should be able to put a decent amount of pressure on down here. But even if they kill Raven the once, he probably just ditches the lane. And you do also have to be careful that I think this Monkey King can rotate down bottom.
They're moving bottom here. They've got the Iron Shells out onto 1, but only the 1, which means they won't have the damage to bring down Raven, so he's just going to be able to run himself away. Slightly disappointing attempt there from the side of TSM.
Fnatic trying to make a play with this first catapult wave at mid. So they did know that Januel was rotating over. That's why they made that really deep go onto Raven. But TSM, are you gonna stop this? I mean, Brawl's actually just off farming some stacks, trying to recover. So it's just up to the supports to try and hold this.
Yeah, I mean, the tower alone should be able to hold on a bit, but they've even fortified for this one as well. Wow, that's just proving how confident.
Raven's got a salve too. He could even tank a couple of shots.
Yeah, Januel's going to be the guy to tank it for now. And the creeps come under the tower. They will be the ones to do so. DJ being chased out of the jungle. DJ thought he'd go and see what was going on with Bryle here, but Bryle... Oh, has he got the raise? He's trying to get through the trees, won't make it, and Dubu's going to be the one who dies instead. Meanwhile, with the tombstone down, they're still just plinking away at this tower. Fnatic, they're going for the 7-minute tier 1 at mid. Can they do anything about this? TSM, Moon Meander's nearby, Bryle's here as well, but he's just looking for the deny. Not going to find it. Fnatic are just absolutely smashing TSM in the early game.
Dang. The glimpse from DJ as well, just walking up, he sent Bryle back. He couldn't get over to actually contest it. They were not... I do not think that TSM ever expected that Fnatic would be able to make this play. And this hurts so much. And you can see, like, Armel's, I keep calling him Raven because he's got Raven in his name. But, yeah. He can just come sit here now. What can TSM do about it?
I don't know. Doobie trying to run him in circles, but he's just going to die again. Another death in the middle lane for the Crystal Maiden. This is not looking very good for TSM at the moment. Just looking a little bit lost on the CM. Not really getting anything done in this laning phase. And a point of the game where she should be quite powerful, I thought.
Yeah, and TSM with a little combo at bottom. Tried for the vacuum into the Impale. Got it onto neither hero. This is tricky. The Fnatic Tricore is really firing on all cylinders. I'm more confused than ever about what this Leshrac pick was supposed to be about. Like, it hasn't turned out to be the counter to the Monkey King. They've already picked it into a sniper.
Yep.
I just don't know.
It's certainly not doing what they hoped. That's for sure. Maybe like trying to run down Januel here, but this is a Undying. He's going to be absolutely fine.
Jab's trying to make the big play at top.
Yeah, maybe this is an overextension. Yeah, they're going to be able to bring in supports and get the kill here. So Jab's giving away a bit of a freebie up here. Wasn't able to get the third Jingu out onto Tomato.
With no help at bottom.
If he did, but yeah, they're just moving on Saberlight. TP out though. They don't have the stun. The glimpse. The glimpse didn't work. Is it on the same spot or something?
What? No, he TP'd after he got glimpsed. So he was running north, then he got glimpsed back, and then there's no stuns left.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's got a Vanguard, so he's pretty tanky. It's not easy to just sit there and right click him to death. And the Vanguard definitely going to be nice this game against the lineup that Fnatic have. But Armel being able to take up residence in the Dire jungle already is just an unmitigated disaster for Fnatic. Like,
making a little bit of a play onto Jabs here, but he's really trying hard to get off the Jingu. And Tomato coming in very nicely here, kind of baiting Jabs into hitting him once more, but they were out of mana on the Leshrac, so won't be able to get this kill. And now Armel moving in from the side. Wants to get some beeping done, or at the very least get some pressure on this tower, that's for sure. And I think he'll be able to do that with relative ease. Saberlight putting the pressure on down bottom, though, just cutting the waves, getting himself some money, putting some pressure onto this bottom tower. Is exactly what he wants to be doing this game.
He needs to try and draw Fnatic down to this bottom side. They're putting so much pressure on top that it just kind of falls to Saberlight to push it up by himself. Brawl gets glimpsed back at mid and okay, he walks away.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Tombstone.
Got blocked by the zombie. Okay.
Yeah. Top lane looks like some. No, actually no. I thought Jabs was gonna commit something there. One Saberlight at bottom as he's just trying to take this tower, but Januel's being so annoying, just dropping tombstones on him, dropping decays on him, and Saberlight even using the illusion here to help him farm up a bit as well.
Okay.
Lane stun out. Here we go. This time they'll go on to Jabs. Jabs trying to avoid a bit of damage here. Sniper is in from the sidelines here, but he's going to get stunned up by Moon Meander. It is Tomato that goes off as Jabs. No way. No way to see survive through this. Jabs limping away from the fight. Is going to be able to escape. Moon Meander as well gets out of the distance of the sentry, but trying to skirt around the outside of it. But he's not going to find the Monkey King he's looking for, that's for sure. He is gone. One of those days, huh?
Yeah, having a rough one. Just Sniper's huge. Doesn't feel like he's addressed. The TSM lineup really needs to start accelerating. Okay, they're going to try with this first ulti from Moon. Tomato not really connecting with him. A little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, and DJ's there to drop down the Static Storm to be able to hold them back for now, but in comes Jabs, two-man stun, Tomato's dead again. Moon Meander follows into the grave. TSM just can't put 2 and 2 together at the moment. They can't even put 1 and 1 together.
So I think Tomato may have been, like, he wanted to wait longer because he didn't want to show before he'd waited out the potential glimpse duration. But like something broke down about the communication there, or Moon Meander going after they spotted the disruptor and they just knew that it wasn't gonna happen, and then they forced it anyway and just end up losing both. they're under so much pressure because they have to start making plays. I don't think they're going to win against the full Fnatic Tricore. Like, once the Fnatic Tricore has 3 BKBs, I think fights just become impossible at that point. So you really have to get the ball rolling soon.
Yeah, and Jabs feels like he doesn't need anything else. He's just running straight there as DJ and Raven take down Dubu in the middle lane. Viking running straight for the BKB. Armel could be caught out here, I think. They'll be able to stun him up. This is very greedy from him, and the sniper will be punished. I know you're doing well, but farming on low HP that far forward is always going to be punished. Tomato might be the return kill here, though. Going to drop the Pulse Nova, and Jabs knows he can't heal through that. And actually, Saberlight turning up to this one as well. He doesn't have the mana to go for the vacuum, but we'll just try to settle him with the Iron Shell. Brawl coming across as well as a double kill for Tomato. TSM, they will hold their jungle just a little bit here and force TSM off their turf.
Nice unintentional 3-man stun for Moonmeander. He's going to be happy with that. Okay, yeah, Fnatic getting a little too big for their britches, and TSM just popping down some wards over on their side of the map. They are desperate to retain control of this dire area of the jungle to keep on farming.
They have got the glimpse back onto the Darks here, along with the Static Storm as well. They know this guy's pretty damn rich, so if they can take down Saberlight, it would be a big kill. He's got the Crimson Guard to try and keep himself alive. Vacuum back. Dubu trying to let it go with the Freezing Field, but doesn't stay alive long enough to do enough. And now the Assassinate takes out Saberlight as well. Looking forward for more. Moonmeander's going to be the next target, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to close the gap on Tim without the vision, so that will be that for now. But yeah, TSM, the moment they get something, they give it all away. Fnatic able to get them. They are just absolutely rolling. Despite a couple of setbacks here and there, the slight overextension. They get it back again.
Fnatic just want to punch on. The bottom lane's being completely ignored. I think we've had like 3 or 4 waves of creeps that have just run into each other, and they've been battling all by themselves down there. All of this attention is just over who controls the dire jungle. It is really important for TSM because Tomato's not having the best time, and he needs to catch up, and he's not really a hero that farms Ancients all that well, so he does need some of this jungle farm, but the ward battle just goes back and forth, back and forth.
And meanwhile, Armel is just absolutely massive. He has already landed himself on the Hurricane Pike, so really hard to kill off. Januel just being beaten down, though. TSM will once again make a claim to their own jungle. So Saberlight, since he's moved up to the top side of the map, able to get quite a lot done on this Darkseer. Small kill, but it gives them back their jungle, which is really, really important for TSM. Able to get off the D wards as well. Mardo wants to exist down at bottom, but just feeling the pressure a bit too much at the moment.
Yeah, Fnatic very, very responsive to anything happening on the map. I'm shocked to see this sniper is just walking at TSM every single time, but he's feeling confident, and they are prioritizing Raven with the farm. Moon's going to come up here and see the Templar Assassin, but I don't think he's going to burn him to death with just an Invis Ion Shell.
Yeah, it's always tempting, but with the support nearby with the Sentry Ward, you really don't want to tempt fate. Sees everyone here, actually. He's going to know they're going for this Roche attempt. TSM, you wanted to pull off the big Wombo combo. Now might be the time, but they might just leave it as well. They know this is happening, but they're saying, it's just not worth contesting for us. Although the wall does get thrown into the pit. Saberlight wants to do something about this, but meanwhile, Moonmeander's just going down. Jabs is going to be able to just kill him off.
Yeah, he got caught
Pit is
on an
kind of
obs
flooded at the moment.
Yeah, Genuine not very happy about
wall, illusion, zombies, like it's all going off in the Roche pit right now. But despite the wall of replica coming down, it's not enough to stop Fnatic from taking this Roshan, and the Aegis going to Armel.
All right, Sniper continues to just be the #1 farmer. Raven also looking good. Just going to go for a Deso before he goes back for the BKB. Jabs, no greed from him whatsoever. It's a BKB rush for the Monkey King. He is still the offlaner at the end of the day. And we do have the Bloodstone up for this Leshrac. And he's going to go for a Blink Seconds. Okay, so
yeah,
the goal is to get these. Yeah, they just I think the only hope for TSM is that they land this big Wombo combo team fight.
Yep. Vacuum into Split Earth, or Vacuum into Impale, follow it up with a nice ulti from Bryle. And Januel's just going to get killed off again. More than happy to be the frontliner here in the Canary for his teammates to get out. Exactly what he wants to be doing, and You know, meanwhile, TSM, like, yeah, they get some of their map back again, but they're not exactly taking objectives. They're not exactly farming that well.
Yeah, I think this Aegis is just going to end up being like farming for all 3 BKBs for Fnatic.
Oh, yeah. Yep, yeah, it just allows Armel to farm a little bit deeper into the map, a little bit more recklessly, which in turn opens up the map for Raven and Jabs. Not to say they won't take opportunities that are given to them, as Jabs really forcing this opportunity to happen here. I mean, the ultimate from DJ going to cancel out the freezing field as Dubu gets absolutely obliterated. Sableye running in, trying to look for a target here. Well, somehow doesn't land the vacuum onto Jabs, so Jabs will get his way up onto the tree line there. That looked like it was really, really close.
And they saw that rotation coming from a mile away, but TSM still weren't able to scramble the heroes to make a punish. They were probably not expecting that Jabs was going to dive the tier 1 tower, but there you go. he gets it done. Oh, no. Armel with the haste turn. Okay, Moonman is out of there.
Yeah, he does get away. Brawl, even thinking of cocking up Requiem. Haven't really seen much from Brawl this game, to be fair. He's just kind of sat in the jungle and has been happy about it, as Armel. Just a little bit of DDR. Trying to sidestep Tomato there. Also successfully.
Okay, so TSM, maybe there's a very brief window after the Aegis is down. They're getting close to these blinks. It's just like it's nothing but blink timings, really. They've got the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, which is nice for Bra, but I do think it's still difficult for him to walk up in these team fights just against all the physical damage that Fnatic are bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's very threatening team lineup to walk into, as you said earlier. Like, once you commit, you got to commit. But they are going on to Armel here. If they can kill him once, then they can kill him twice. But they can't bring him down for the first time. They go for it. But Fnatic will be able to bring over the heroes. And Bryle, he does have the BKB. Might want to pop it here as Jabs gets the 4-man stun through the boundless strike on the back lines here. Requiem comes out, but it's too little, too late. They've already lost so many heroes. Bryle needs to run, trying to make it through the trees. Jabs trying to chase him down, but doesn't have the primal spring, so we'll have to turn around and deal with Sableye instead. But we'll absolutely be getting that kill. Oh no, Bryle just holding back on the BKB a little bit too longer, gets stunned up, and Jabs, what a boundless strike from him.
Yeah, the patience from DJ, just waiting, everybody running over during the Aegis respawn, and the boundless strike was insane. Jabs showing us why he loves this offlane Monkey King so much. He's like the only person that plays it, but he makes it look good.
Goodness gracious. I mean, and the problem there was that, Shadow Fiend, he just wanted to hold off on his BKB as long as possible, but the stun meant that he couldn't relocate to get on top of the TA right as, the sniper, right as he respawned, so it wasn't really possible to blow him up immediately, and now he's got a BKB anyway, so...
Yeah, and then he just got run away, there wasn't any follow-up damage, and it's still not truly the teamfight combination that TSM are looking for. Are they ever even going to get it is kind of the question. Like, when are Fnatic really going to be all that grouped up? The sniper shouldn't ever really be standing close to the Templar Assassin or the Monkey King. You're just gonna have to maybe try and bait a little bit, get them to collapse on their Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, well, they will wait, but they will get caught here as Moonmeander inside the kinetic field cannot escape. 2-man stun, delays the inevitable, but his death still come as TSM will give up on their captain, Moon.
So there's Blink on the Darkseer, there's Blink on the Leshrac. Unfortunate for Moon that he just died because he's 1,700 gold towards the Blink. That's the combo.
Yep.
Fnatic just completely destroying the early game, coming for that initial tower. Like that first rotation from DJ getting the first blood onto Armel, so he gets a lead, and then they come and reinforce that point a second time with the catapult rotations. Just TSM caught very flat-footed. They were not expecting to have to send supports mid from these side
All right,
lanes.
TSM. Let's see what they can do. They're moving over, but unfortunately there's a bit of a counter rotation coming in right now. Tomato in some trouble. Glimpse already used, but Tomato, he just didn't quite get off the blink there, and now he's going to get brought down. And TSM realize there's not going to be anyone showing a bottom, so they'll back themselves out of this area as well. All a bit awkward.
Yeah, Raven was down there, but he backed off, just TP'd out, grabbed his BKB, and yeah, now this triple BKB timing is online for Fnatic. It's going to have to be catching them off guard somehow for TSM. Perfect execution on the blink into one of these 2 stuns.
Tier 2 tower in the top lane. Raven, he's got his Desolator, so this Tier 2 is not going to stand an absolute chance against Raven and Armel. They will tear down that tower. Yes, I mean, there's some very gentle pressure being put on bottom, which Jeff's going to be able to easily come and deal with.
They see him down there, they're thinking about it, but I think this is the better idea. Maybe try and go take the 4v5 if that's possible. Brawl and Dubu want to look at bottom. They got to be careful. Jabs might come scout them out.
Yeah, it looks like Dubu is going to be losing his life here. I mean, TSM, they need to find an opportunity. That's the problem. They need to find
Brawl
a way
already used the pike.
It's this fight. Yeah, Bryle looking at Januel, looking at Armel. He doesn't have the health, though. He's going to go for the TP out here. Will be able to do that successfully. So BKB wasted from Armel as Bryle also pops his and gets out.
Okay, a little antsy from Armel. He hears the Requiem charging up and presses it immediately. Maybe he was worried about some heroes collapsing on him. Jabs is just
stun from
everywhere.
the sidelines. That's always a Nyx carapace around, which he's got to be cautious of as Moon Meander actually going for a bit of revenge onto Jabs here, and I think they might have caught him out. Does have the BKB though, and with the Jingu keeping himself alive. No way, he is going to fall eventually. Tomato runs him down with that damage, and Moon Meander gets himself away to safety.
Did Moon have to think for a second there if it was his Darkseer wall or not? He kind of, it's fine. He could have been thinking, oh man, I hope I don't get glimpsed and just die to that. That is one way to get a max damage glimpse is when you've got the surge. So you do have to be a little careful. Yeah, so Jab's going a little too far there, and kind of a scary moment because the Roshan could potentially respawn. Okay, there we go. Roshan's up.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was really fast, but TSM can't really take it. And yeah, they see it already with the trap, so Fnatic going to be happy to just walk on in there, I think. Probably need a little bit of vision.
Yeah, the team fight wombo combo is always a threat from TSM, so got to be cautious of that. The likelihood of them getting off this game just seems slimmer and slimmer, and once they have an Aegis as well, you don't even want to go for it. Jabs does get seen down the bottom. They're going to try and go for this. In comes a vacuum. They'll try and take him down. The stun completely off the mark from Moon Meander, though. Tomato's in as well, though, and with the split earth, they will be able to take him down. But whilst that's happening, Fnatic just run into the Roche pit. They know the action is happening on the bottom side of the map, so they want to make the move at top.
Yeah, hit him with the space-created chat wheel line. Maybe wait until the Roshan's 100% secure before you do anything, but it doesn't look like TSM should be able to get over here in time to contest.
Yeah, and it's a little bit disappointing. Like, I feel like the one thing TSM can do is take like 4v4 fights or even like 3v4 fights. As long as you have your vacuum, your Requiem, and one stun, either Moon Meander or with Tomato. Like, I really want to see them making these plays. Like, playing this slower tempo, just waiting for a 5v5 or a 5v4 or a 5v3 fight, it just doesn't seem conductive to what they've tried to do with the draft.
Yeah, I'm with you. It would be nice to see them try and find something, but Fnatic are also playing very grouped up, right? It's only ever Jabs who's off, kind of putting himself at risk. As he's kind of split pushing. Everybody else is playing very grouped up. So it's a nice idea, but I don't know if Fnatic will ever offer you that kind of fight.
Oh my god, Moon. He's able to get off the Spike Carapace, but I don't think DJ's going to let him get away with this one as he does land the kinetic field. They got the vision down as well. And they will be able to take down this Moon Meander. Nyx Assassin. Well, Raven wants to set up here onto Bryle. Bryle does have the BKB, and they don't have any stuns between them, but right-click damage still going to be enough to just force Bryle away, and wow, Raven linking onto him as well, just really threatening.
Messed it up a tiny bit, hit the meld before the blink, but it's fine. It wasn't going to be a kill either way. It's they're just scaring him away, stealing the farm, continuing to build their net worth lead as they make their way down towards this bottom tier 2, perhaps. Raven's going to go and push at mid briefly. Feeling pretty confident. Yeah, not too much that he needs to worry about.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fnatic smashing away at this bottom tier 2 tower. Armel, all the farm in the world. Hurricane Pike, Monkey King Bar, Black King Bar. 28 minutes into the game, this guy's just got a ridiculous amount of farm. And TA just right behind him as well.
Yeah, MKB is a little interesting. I wonder why that was the priority, but massive
TSM.
wraparound from TSM. They see the stream of couriers going over here.
Yeah, they know something's up. What can they really do? The problem is they're fighting into BKBs, they're fighting into Aegises as well. Fnatic look really split up also, so finding a meaningful kill here is going to be difficult. They need to get the TA pretty much. Riot trying to set up. There are pings coming out from the side of Fnatic, so they seem to have some kind of idea that something's not right.
I mean, the smoke's been broken. The creep wave's aggroing on them now.
TSM, I think I don't know. They still want to see what they can do, but their ward's been destroyed as well, so vision is lacking. It's just not looking like this has worked. A nice try, I would say. I think this is the kind of thing they need to be trying to pull off, but
yeah, it was kind of the only play that they had available, but they don't have another smoke now. So Fnatic just going to send Raven to push mid. Other 4 heroes are looking.
Yeah, Sableye been dragged back. Shadow Fiend also caught out, but he's got the TP away. Sableye won't be so lucky, though. He's going to get killed off, so will be the Darkseer going down. The rest of TSM just going to ditch. Tomato has been able to cut the wave very nicely, but I don't think there was any attempt of a high ground coming out from Fnatic there regardless. They just want this mid tower.
Yeah, just keep them completely pinned inside of the base. DJ's scoreline is ridiculous. 0-0-19 on this disruptor. Can we just talk about that for a moment? He's almost 100% kill participation. This is it's been a tournament all about these melee position 4s and the position 4 performances, and here we have DJ just busting out the disruptor and absolutely owning this game.
Yeah, it's been done fantastic. Catching out the Nyx Assassin so many times, you know, these Static Storms have been phenomenal. Definitely lining himself up for a MVP selection maybe, but moment it is Tomato trying to run away through the tree line here. Looks like he is going to get it out to safety, but another position 1 Lash, which has just looked completely impotent, like hasn't been able to get off anything. Like, I know this is kind of a snowbally hero. You want to get an advantage. If you can't play on the front lines, you can't play at all, but it's just felt so awkward for them.
Yeah, and I would be a little bit more sympathetic to the issues if they had like first faced it and then it got counterpicked and they deprioritized it, or tried to find a lane that it was okay with. But this was ostensibly the counterpick for TSM. They knew what they were getting themselves into here, and it just didn't work. Fnatic smoked up.
Back to the drawing board. Stun out on Sableye. They found him again. They find the offlaner, and there is no save coming his way because he's inside the Static Storm once more. Moonmiana trying to do something. They are trying to try and commit to this fight, but there's just nothing they can really do. Tomato needs to leave. The Ghost Scepter going to buy him a little bit of time, but it looks like they're still going to be able to run him down. A Requiem just doing nothing from the sidelines there. Bryle even getting chased now by Raven. Going to have to force himself up the high ground, and TSM, man, they just get caught again. It just doesn't feel like they can do anything in this game.
Yeah, so long as the Darkseer dies first every single time, what can you do? We're saying that the only chance to win is to vacuum all 5 heroes together and stun them into oblivion.
Yeah,
and Fnatic.
He's just on the front lines, but
yeah,
if he's not on the front lines, then who is? I think that's the issue here, right? Like,
yeah,
the issue with Darkseer fundamentally is like you want to have that guy who goes in first, and then you get the real initiation with the Darkseer, but that's usually your offlaner, so it doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's It's tricky. Maybe they could have tried something slightly different. Oh, they get the combo this time.
Here we go. All right, it's on to 2. It's not bad. Now the follow-up needs to come in. There's BKB out from Armel, so he's going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but does still die. TSM, they pull it off, but not before their melee barracks does get brought down. And the stun from Tomato almost catches, doesn't quite land. All right, well, better late than never, I suppose. TSM, they will make some kind of bid at defense here as they kill off Armel. But their melee barrack did fall through that. Range barrack still surviving.
Yeah, and they did buy back on Tomato, which is
it's
kind of tricky. Yeah, they have to go and try and find more. Just go again. Try and exploit the BKBs maybe being on cooldown, though Jabs and Raven, they're both back up and ready to go already. They finally get through this mid-tier 1 tower, but it's 32 minutes into the game. Just a testament to how difficult this game has been for TSM.
Yeah, for real, for real. And Raven now picking up a Daedalus as well, so even more damage going to be blasted out of Fnatic. I mean, that is their plan. They just want to take down, the problem with TSM is that their game plan is basically like everyone has a role to play. And that sounds great until one of those roles is taken out and all of a sudden the chain of command is entirely messed up. Like your cog pops out and all of a sudden the whole machine stops working. So TSM, Fnatic just answering that really well with this TA who's just gone pure damage BKB. Not exactly unusual for a TA, obviously, but that's what the pick has allowed them to do.
Yeah, TSM need kind of perfect orchestration, and Fnatic have 3 guys with 2x4s who will just smack you and press their BKBs. So it's sort of tricky. Any team fight is an okay team fight for Fnatic, but there's only one sequence of events that is going to look good for TSM, and they're trying to make that happen. They're playing around these high ground boards, playing with their smokes, trying to catch Fnatic off guard, but they have just not given them the chance. This gem that they've had picked up for a while, Januel buying it, Jabs carrying it, playing the vision game, never letting TSM have that chance.
Nope. No, they don't get a chance to be on the map. They don't get a chance to get their wards down on the map. And it's really, really hard to land combos if you can't see anyone. Look at DJ here, just on the front line, just chatting up on Dubu here. Get in here, child. They have managed to destroy the trees, which the Monkey King was on, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's got a nullifier, for God's sakes. Poor old Dubu just gets shot in the head. Oh my god. That was horrible to witness. That's a Crystal Maiden. Now just a corpse, floating down the river. Well, Roshan can respawn in about 2 minutes' time, at which point Fnatic will look to take it, and then that will probably be their high ground moment. TSM just trying to hold out until then, maybe find themselves an opportunity, but right now it's Fnatic on the get. And they're all smoked up. Ryle, yeah, it's got a BKB. DJ, no Aghanims just yet, so very quick blink away from Ryle there, actually, my god. Still got them fingies, still working pretty damn fast, but they will avoid Fnatic for now. A lot of time wasted from Fnatic here at the very least. Gonna plateau things off for TSM, I guess, but with that massive gold lead. Oh, Leshrac has somehow managed to finish off the Aghanim Scepter as well, so...
Alright.
He's got the Ghost Scepter and the Nihilism, so he basically cannot be right-clicked in this fight, and considering the lack of magic damage, that's going to be kind of tricky to actually kill off Tomato, so I have a bit of hope in him lasting more than 1.5 seconds in the fight, which I think is his previous record.
Yes, but nullifier.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'll give him 2 seconds then. Going for a new record here, Tomato. That is a very big yes, but that was a very big actually.
If they can kill the Monkey King, he can get to sit and potentially wait out these BKBs and get some big disarms. It's a possibility, but Jabs has been playing kind of like a lunatic, but he's also very safe with the BKB. There's not a whole lot to kill him inside of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fnatic just running over. Oh, they spotted Saberlight again.
Trying to run around, trying to dodge the stun, trying to MLG it. Not going to happen. Glimpse back onto him as well. Going to throw him into the breach of the kinetic field once again. And Saberlight is going to get brought down, but they're going for the play here. They want to try and fight him, but the BKB and the Wukong's command is out from Jab, so he can look for the turnaround. They have caught Moon Meander, but only Moon Meander inside this kinetic field, so that'll be the singular kill for them. Bryle trying to find an opening here as Tomato commits hard to DJ on the back. Right click comes through. It's a lot of damage, but it's not enough. DJ gets away. TSM take the tombstone. And now they want to look for more. Bryle just blinking forward here. He knows they don't have the BKBs to fight them at the moment. So TSM do find themselves a tiny, tiny bit of space. They know they have a brief moment where they can be the aggressors and actually come out. Okay, DJ blinking away. He's so quick. And now Saberlight going to get glimpsed back into oblivion. Januel even buy back for this one. Roshan is up. They spot that and they buy back immediately. They can't let this go away. Is there a possibility for TSM here? The BKBs are on cooldown. That's the only possibility.
It's not that fast for TSM, but they're going to have to try. The Static Storm's coming off cooldown super soon for DJ. That's what he's going to be calling out. 12 seconds. He's got the Aghanims. Yeah, they can't.
They don't have the tank for Roshan. That's a problem.
The BKBs and the Static Storm are going to come up. If they stick around, they're just going to get obliterated. But it's also maybe a catch-22 if they give them the Aegis. Yeah.
The TA BKB, I think TSM are running out of maneuvering room here.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up, but they put more buybacks into that. They're just not progressing on the items. Bryle's trying for this Hail Mary Arcane Blink, but it does feel like it's just more of the same in terms of having to find this perfect opportunity. And yeah, Fnatic now with their BKBs up again. Just going to head into the pit.
Well, Saberlight still wants to charge forward, but that shrapnel is very, very scary. He doesn't want his blink cancelled, so... Dubu, oh no, Dubu's been seen! The jig's up! There comes the Ghost Scepter, but in comes the Assassinate. Won't be enough to bring him down, but gets him very low indeed as a Static Storm catches out Bryle. Is that an axe? Yes, it is. No BKB for you. Down goes Bryle. Buyback from him. They'll take down Saberlight on the sideline as well. He does not have a buyback, so no vacuum for this fight as Dubu falls as well. They will get jabs. They are able to get at least that much done with Tomato, but jabs also buying back into this fight. There's the Ghost Scepter coming out from him. Nihilism not available for another 10 seconds, so Tomato's going to get cut down as well. Moon Meander doing his best to survive through this, but his best is not enough as Armel kills him off, and Fnatic will absolutely smash TSM, says, get away from our Roshan. This is our Aegis. And they will indeed claim it, plus the Yags as well. Ubu just trying to throw in anything he can here. Bryle looking for something on the high ground here, but just Requiem and leave.
Yeah, they tried. If anybody other than DJ gets the MVP in this game, it's a crime. It's illegal. His play has been ridiculous. 3-0-25, kills off the Shadow Fiend in that fight pretty much by himself. Doesn't let Bryle have the opportunity to get anything done.
Yeah,
a wild
perfect Aghanims reveal.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect.
It should just be Fnatic walking up onto the high ground and closing out this game. There's one more buyback in the tank for TSM. Maybe they'll try one final hurrah, one last team fight.
Top barracks falling to Fnatic. They have the Aegis. Who do the Aghanims go to?
The Monkey King, I think.
Oh, very nice. So Soldier's going to be cropping up all over the place as well.
Oh, Saberlight found a little sneaky spot.
Oh, this is very sneaky. Maybe too sneaky. Well, he jumps in, tries to find Armel, but immediately the Static Storm comes out onto him. They know he doesn't have a buyback, so that's just an easy elimination, and GG is called. That's it. Game 1 done. Fnatic looking so damn crisp. These guys are finding their pace here at TI.
It's an absolutely important series for them. Like we said, there's so much to play for in Group B, and TSM getting one step closer to just being straight up eliminated.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like one more loss and they might be done. I mean, they could be done already. I don't know about Entity versus Talon or how those series are going, but yeah, things are very, very hard now for TSM, and that performance will show absolutely no confidence, to be honest. I don't think it will win anybody over to the TSM camp just yet. It's looking so tough.
Yeah, feels a little similar to our earlier series where we have this kind of impossible offlane pick that has to fix the entire game, fix the entire draft. And Saberlight tried with the Darkseer here, but as we saw time and time again, he was just the only thing that Fnatic had on their mind. DJ the entire time was just looking for him, blinking on top of him, glimpsing him back. Very, very difficult for Saberlight to play, and shockingly low amount of impact from the Leshrac pick.
Yeah, he couldn't get any done inside these fights. 15k damage dealt on a Leshrac in this kind of game is just not at all what you want from this pick whatsoever. It just feels a bit lost and confused for TSM. Like that's kind of been their TI run in a nutshell, really. Like they have not been able to put it 2 and 2 together and make these drafts work.
Yeah, and then there were just some other little like miscommunications and other issues, like when they tried to go for the sniper and Tomato's coming in, and then they decide to bail out, but then they force it anyway. Not being ready at all for the possibility of that mid push. Yeah, they just seemed like things breaking down a little bit, and Fnatic playing a very clean game, very confident from them.
Yep. So Fnatic bouncing back after their loss against Tundra and putting in a really, really nice performance here in this game against TSM, at least in game number 1. And our MVP for this game.
Show it to me.
It's gonna be the big red man. Let's see him. Go on, throw up DJ. I want to see that glorious face.
Yep.
There he is.
Yep.
Happy with that performance, I'm sure. It's absolutely phenomenal stuff. The Static Storms just made it absolutely impossible for TSM to pull off their draft against them. The perfect counter pick and played to perfection.
Yeah, there's a reason that this guy is the heart and soul of this Fnatic team, and he is certainly showing it here in game number 1.
Yep, a fan favorite, and certainly our favorite for this game, at least, as he just made this travel to position 4 work absolutely fantastically. And as we say, every other team, we've been like, oh, they look so much better when they have someone who can kind of go in and start fights and initiate on the position 4, but not when you have this much kind of engagement from DJ, just playing it on the front lines and catching heroes out left, right, and center.
Yeah, that performance is mind-blowing. I feel like this is one of the ones where I'm gonna have to go back and at least watch the highlights, because the way that he moved on the map this game was crazy.
Yeah, and of course, Disruptor, always a nice hero to play when you're in front, and always a nice hero to play when you have lots of vision. That's something which this draft did give them, so credit to the drafting from Fnatic as well. It did look very well put together, but ultimately, DJ was the one pressing the buttons, and gets our MVP for this one, and Fnatic, huge win for them. One more game away from definitely securing themselves in the lower bracket and possibly even moving up and having higher aspirations. TSM, 1 game from definite elimination. They might be gone already. It depends how the other game goes. It's not looking good. Let's see who can pull it off in game number 2 after this short break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello and welcome back to the B stream, where we are here with TSM FDX versus Fnatic as TSM try their hardest to hold on to their TI hopes and dreams, but it is looking harder by the minute. Already they have to rely on some other situations going down, and most importantly, they have to beat Fnatic, who, quite frankly, in that last game didn't really look beatable.
No, they looked fantastic. The whole game through, super stable performance, dominated the Vision game. Really did not give TSM any room whatsoever. Maybe things will be a little bit different in the draft this time around, but Fnatic certainly looking like the stronger team. And yeah, like you said, there's tons of tiebreaker scenarios brewing. There's crazy stuff happening in Group B, but absolutely the one thing that is true here is that TSM have to win this game to remain in TI-11.
Yep. So the only thing we can say for sure is that Entity and Talon have both lost their game ones. Don't know about game two, but that means that the hope is still alive for TSM, at least in terms of if they can pull the win around and then both of those teams lose their games. That's the one way in which they can stay in TI. So they need a lot of things to go their way, and they need to win. So already looking very, very tough. The end might have already been reached, but they're going to try their hardest to stay in it, stick their heels in the ground, and pull off a win here versus Fnatic. I mean, either way it comes down, it would just be nice to leave TI on a win, right?
Yeah, that's true. Leave on a high note. Try your best. This game, I would really like to see them try and give. I think so. We haven't watched that many of their games. Granted, there's too much going on. But the games that we cast, the most convincing thing out of those for me was that Tomato Nagasiren, the last pick that they got. So I think trying to give him whatever he feels is the best carry for the game is maybe their best shot. That is going to maybe be a little bit difficult against Fnatic because they are going to run at you for sure if they get any kind of a lead. And some of Tomato's carry pool is pretty farmy, but the last pick for Saberlight was not it in the previous game.
No, it was not. No, it did not work out at all. And a lot of question marks around the draft, a lot of question marks around the strategy. Trying to rely on this kind of wombo combo thing just felt a little bit weird, a little bit odd, and not really adhering to the meta much at all. And Fnatic with the sniper were just able to kind of completely dance around them. Like Armel, he only really had one major death in that game. They just never closed the gap on him.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Just like the sniper came out so early and then was never addressed to my mind throughout the whole draft. There was no Clockwork, no Primal Beast, no Centaur, no Spectre, no nothing to get in on top of him. And he died once or twice, kind of overextending, but other than that, his game was so easy to play.
Yep, that's it. Alrighty, well, we have the draft now available for game number 2, so let's jump into it and see exactly what's going to be picked up and banned out between these two teams. Things we were expecting is probably no Nigma being let through, probably no Marcy being let through. I find it strange that TSM do ban out the Enigma themselves every time, because this used to be their go-to hero, but they actually don't really want it as a first pick, so take it out the pool.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to get the Undying for themselves. SF remains in the pool. There was absolutely zero chance that they were ever going to get the Beastmaster. It just looked too good for too many offlaners in this event. Yep. And okay, so Fnatic, could you just go?
One thing,
yeah.
The one thing I will say about TSM, just quickly on the drafting front, also at the start, is that they tend to be. I mean, they're a team where their hero pool was like perfect for this meta, right? You think back to what they were playing at the Stockholm Major, and it was the Enigma, and it was already the Undying. You know, like these are heroes they already loved. You can even say Beastmaster and stuff like that as heroes which they've always played. So it should be in their wheelhouse. But the problem is those are now first banned material, so they don't get to play with them anymore.
Yeah, that is a good point. That things that they really had a lot of confidence in are now stuff that teams are super willing to just ban out. And dang, Gauntlet's being kind of thrown down from Fnatic. They're just like running back.
You, baby.
Yeah, this was their third and fourth picks in the previous game. Now it's coming up in the first phase. It's like, hey, do you want your Shadow Fiend again? You think that's good? And TSM a moment of having to think about it.
Yeah. It's odd, right? Because they probably came out of that last game going, right, we want to do something completely different. We don't really want to go down the same route again. We want to mix things up. So that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to pick up the Drow and not take the Shadow Fiend, which was dangled in front of them, or the Lashrak, which is also still in the pool.
Yeah. So I think the Drow is just supposed to be like, they only think that the Monkey King is going to be played by Jabs, and because of that, they just want what they think is like a really good laning matchup, which I can totally see. Fnatic could, mess them around, I suppose, and put the Disruptor on 5 for Januel, and then maybe like worst case scenario, DJ can play the Monkey King. I don't know if I've seen a whole lot of successful position for Monkey King this event. I think Moons maybe played one game of it. Just going off the stats that I looked at coming into this one. Yeah, he's played it once, at least once in 7.32. I don't know if that was necessarily I don't think they've played anything else. So that's, must be once at this event at least. But hopefully that doesn't get them too caught out with this. They're very committed to this Drow Ranger pick. Fnatic, I guess you're banning, maybe you ban like a Visage.
Yeah, I think Drow Undying is always like a strong opener, to be fair.
Yeah.
It just gives you a safe lane, which isn't really going to lose to anything. The one problem I do see with it is that obviously you've got the Monkey King who can kind of close the gap on you, so there's always that threat. There's always that threat of him jumping down. You've got the Gust, you'll have a Hurricane Pike, but it's not always the way things go. You already know you're going to need to item somewhat defensively, so...
Yeah,
the dream scenario.
Yeah, that's true. It's already not like a totally free pick. And Fnatic, are they willing to keep giving them the option of this Shadow Fiend? They could also potentially take it for themselves if they don't feel like there's too many bad matchups left. They could just grab, but it would be weird into the Drow, since the Drow has been the one of the potential answers that we've seen. A ranged hero that can kind of deal with the Shadow Fiend or make his life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, for sure.
So what else could TSM get going with this? I could see like Mirana for Moon and maybe the Dawnbreaker for Saberlight. I think that would be kind of a cool, like maybe a little bit weird picking the Dawnbreaker into the Disruptor, but he certainly looked pretty good on that hero. There's still a Nyx Assassin floating around, so Fnatic do want to try and go for the full run back. They won't be able to get their sniper, but there's still the majority of it there. And okay, just going to get rid of the Primal Beasts. So still leaving a lot of those options on the table. And once again, TSM, do you want your Shadow Fiends? Do you think Brawl's just going to get ganked by by DJ again?
Yeah, that is the question. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the bracket, by the way, NCT did get 2-0'd. So they are in a very tricky situation now, where they will most likely be eliminated, unless Talon also get 2-0'd. And yeah, TSM, they need to draw. They absolutely need to draw. But that's good news for TSM, because it gives them a chance.
Yeah. So is that enough? It needs to be both, right?
It needs to be both Entity and Talon get 2-0'd, and then TSM get the win. And then they go into a 3-way tiebreak.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, win here, and then Talon need to lose their second game to Secret, and then TSM get to play for their lives. Okay.
Yep, that's the way it goes. That's the way. That's the only way they get to
TI, baby.
A 3-way tiebreaker. Win this series, then win 2 more best of 1.
It would be wild.
Easy.
If we got to the actual end of the groups and there was nobody eliminated, right? It's like, oh, it's all tiebreakers to determine the bottom. Just goes to show how much I think the level of competition has improved so much across the board, right? There are no 0 and there's no 0 and 18, 0 and 16, 1 and whatever teams at this TI, which is so cool.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. And a phenomenal group stage from start to finish, but this finish is looking like it's going to be very spicy indeed.
Yeah, so I like the Dawnbreaker because it's looked good for TSM, but it's pretty tricky this game. Like I've already said, there's the glimpse. The lane doesn't look free necessarily now that the Lifestealer is being picked up. The CM Dawn does look pretty good. Enchantress is a good laner, but she can just die to 2 nukes from each of these heroes. Lifestealer is not going to save you in that situation. But at least the Nyx isn't going to get completely bullied out of the lane. And yeah, we just have nothing but Armel and Brawl heroes left to look at here. Don't think there'll be any curveballs or anything. None of these heroes are going mid. I don't think we're going to see Enchantress mid, and that's maybe even the most likely out of this lot.
Yeah, if it was TSM, I might be like, maybe, but because it's Fnatic, pretty sure they're going to keep it demonstrating narrow. They don't feel like they need to do anything crazy to take the win here. Yeah, this does feel like a very DPC draft for TSM. Again, like we've seen a couple of teams kind of say, you know what, this meta doesn't really suit us too well. We're just going to revert back to our DPC meta and see how that works out for us. And sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't.
Yeah, So the place that we saw a similar draft from them get exploited was not having the lockdown for a spirit hero, but this time around they've got the Gust and they've got the Frostbite. It's not really initiation, and that's where this Lifestealer does have a pretty free game to just run down lanes, always be able to get the Rage TP or the Infest to get himself out of there. But other than that, should be okay for TSM. Man, are Fnatic really gonna be like, look, we don't think your Shadow Fiend looked very good there, friends. You can take it last if you want it.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
take it.
Take it.
We don't care.
Okay, and then what are we looking?
I like how you're giving them the psychopath voice as well.
Yeah.
We don't care.
There's a smile, but the eyes are dead.
Yeah.
So, okay, what's Armel going to play? He's played quite a bit of Puck. It's still here. I don't think it looks great. Batrider's banned. Kunkka could be pretty good here. Wouldn't mind seeing that. They're going to ban the Puck. Okay, so maybe even with the Frostbite and the Gust, they're still representing potential Spirit Hero for Armel. Could be okay. If they don't feel like they have enough jump for this Drow Ranger, there is still a Storm. Hasn't been wildly popular, but does give them some potential, like 2 different infest targets. You can either infest the Monkey King, infest the Storm, get into the back lines.
Yeah, Gaiman did play it earlier on. And,
yeah, I think there's been a few
win with
picks.
It, so.
Yeah, there's been a few picks. I think EG picked it at least once. Like not memeing. No, please. It wasn't a meme.
I'm sure they did. Basically,
it wasn't a meme.
Right. Get out your system. Atmospheric coming out for the side of TSM FTX, so that will be their Spirit Hero, and that will end up their draft. And yeah, it looks extremely DPC from them, extremely comfort zone. These are all heroes they love and play with a lot. Will it be enough to win them this game? The one thing they don't have is like a ton of team fight, but they do have the heroes which can kind of skirt around the edges. I'm wondering if Fnatic just pick up a big team fight hero now and try to finish it up.
I think the Kunku could be... No, it's going to be the Invoker.
Ooh,
okay.
Fnatic trying to send TSM out in style with his Invoker Pit. Does give them a bit of team fight, does give them a ton of damage. I think it's an alright matchup at mid lane as well. It's one I've seen do pretty damn well. Yeah,
the lane's quite nice. You know, Invoker doesn't have the best matchup spread, but against the Ember, he can certainly be very potent. So again, it's just kind of this full tricore from Fnatic, but I think the TSM lineup matches up way better this time around. So could be a closer game. Hopefully Brawl not losing confidence. Tomato certainly feeling confident on the Drow Ranger. Should be a better performance from him than on the Leshrac. We'll just see what they can do with their lives on the line.
And I am a little bit surprised from Fnatic. You know, they had a bunch of picks to kind of answer this Drow Ranger to pick up some heroes which kind of really go in. They didn't really do that, though. They've got only Invoker and Enchantress, which are all very kind of non-jump heroes. So they're saying that Jabs is going to be enough to kind of shut down Tomato. And like, it's the same thing about Sniper, right? Like, you want 2 forms of initiation. So they use the Hurricane Pike, and then you just throw in another one. I guess maybe they're saying that Disrupt is enough for that, but I feel like you just want to give yourself the option. But nevertheless, I've learned to trust Fnatic. You know, they've had some good games, so we see if they can do the same thing to TSM like they did in game number 1. But I would say these drafts looking very, very even. Maybe even TSM favored, which is a relief for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think they have to be pretty happy with what they've managed to get here. So long as the matchup against the Monkey King works the way that they thought it is going to work. I think that's maybe the big question mark. Like, who plays offlane Monkey King? It's only Jabs. So TSM might have some idea here. They're like, surely Undying Drow Ranger beats this Monkey King in lane, but somehow the J and DJ lane makes it work, and I think that's where things could get pretty scary. I'm not sure.
That was kind of cute from Jabs there. He turned into a courier form and then just ran up onto the TSM high ground, ran past the tower, and put a branch from his backpack into his inventory as well, so that if anyone spotted him at just the right time, they'd be like, he placed a ward. But they didn't have a ward down already, so it didn't matter. But could have been cute, much like this spray in the middle lane is very cute indeed.
Try for the fake out. Is there too much time before the horn? There's so many shenanigans. People doing like these, checking the... You know, it doesn't happen in pro games, but in pubs, everybody spends all their time like running into tower range, trying to figure out where the wards are. Oh well, it's a pet peeve.
We just use it to have a lovely conversation. Check up on your friends, see how everyone's doing.
Type GLHF.
Have a conversation. Yeah, exactly. Rune's going to come down and actually Sableye and Moonmeander getting pretty busy on the Enchantress here. She's actually had to go for the Nature's Attendance level 1, so regardless of whether they kill Januel or not, it's already a pretty big win for TSM as they'll get a bit of relief in this bottom lane.
Yeah, it can be really nice to get the Starbreaker straight up, especially when neither of the heroes that you're laning against have any way to interrupt it. Like, I think it is the stronger level 1 spell, but you don't always get to use it because there might be a support or even the core that can interrupt. So definitely looking to put a lot of pressure on early here. Saberlight with his triple mango and Moonmeander with 4 mangoes of his own.
Mango Town, baby. Mango Bay. Let's go.
Yeah.
We love mangoes.
Yeah, 3 mangoes on Dawn, 4 mangoes on CM, and 5 mangoes on Dubu. He's the mango king for this game.
Yeah, as the Undyings usually are. Undyings love mangoes. Same way zombies love man. I mean, it's on brand, right? Like
Yep.
if there's ever a zombie invasion, just keep a bunch of mangoes, throw them down the road. They'll chase that instead. I love it.
So I did get the wave drag from DJ, but Dubu also dragging it. So no real advantage off of this one. Just giving more experience to Jabs. And maybe if he gets like getting a fast level 3, a level 4 or something could be the X factor in terms of how you deal with this lane, especially if Dubu chooses to stay at a really low level as well.
Yeah.
Like the Undying not going to be so strong fighting up against an early phase boots on the Monkey King or something like that.
Yeah, he's just going to get beaten down, isn't he? That, the Monkey King always very good against dealing with tanky heroes, so Dubu probably won't be able to stand his ground if that is the case. Once he hits kind of level 3. Maybe might need level 5.
They're going on Moon.
Not quite sure. Yeah, he's going to go down. That'll be a first blood. Fnatic, they kind of bait him in a little bit there with the heal from Januel, but yeah, in the end, they have enough damage to bring down Moon Meander.
Yeah, it can't go on Saberlight, but that is going to hurt getting the first blood here for Fnatic.
And it went to Raven as well, so that's a lifestealer getting a great start to his lane, you know. Like, you can shut out a lifestealer, it is possible, but you need to kind of do it early points. Because once he gets a couple of items, once he gets a phase boots, that kind of thing, he becomes very hard to lane into. As in the top lane, Jab's taking some heavy hits here from TSM, just forcing him out of the lane as much as possible.
Yeah, this is scary. Even if once he gets the fast phase boots, not going to take so much damage, makes it easier to potentially dodge out of the way of the Starbreaker.
Very aggressive here, but that aggression does lead to Tomato missing the banner creep, which is kind of unfortunate for both of them. A little bit of gold lost across the board. Meanwhile, over in the middle lane, we have Armel versus Bryle in the 1v1, and once again, kind of expecting it to be a pretty standalone 1v1, but we thought that last game as well, and they still ended up managing to rotate over and put pressure on.
Yeah, Armel is just going straight Quas Exort here. There's not really that much setup for the Sunstrike or anything, but yeah,
Armel doesn't need it.
Yeah, we'll just have to see.
What a chat. There's very little stuns. I mean, I guess you could say DJ somewhat, but that's also a tricky one. You can still maneuver inside the kinetic field, right? So
yeah, and it does mean that he doesn't. He's not going to have the Dispel to deal with the Flame Guard or anything like that. And Bryle doing quite well in the mid lane so far. 21-4 up against the 15-3. But
yeah, it's a good start for the M-Spirit for sure. See if we can keep up the momentum here as you can see Armel just being very aggressive because DJ's here as well. DJ, level 2, does have the kinetic field. Bryle, taking some heavy hits. Gonna have to use a Sleight of Fist, but he's got the Fairy Fire, he's got the bottle. Sunstrike coming down, it's off the mark though. Not a great first shot there from Armel. Maybe expected him to kind of try and dodge it out a little bit, I'm not sure, but either way, didn't work out how he'd hoped, and Bryle does get away.
And Moon's even trying to protect this water rune so that he can get a little bit more going. Stop the Forge Spirit.
No, you will not deny my rune.
Okay, nice.
It's good money for Moon as well.
Yeah, it's
kind of annoying for the Invoker.
It's something. But it seems like they've kind of given up on pressuring bottom. Just gonna let Saberlight farm down there by himself. He's doing okay. And Moon's been doing a little bit of stacking as they're diving onto Armel. No mana on this guy.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage. They need help, and they need it now, Armel. Getting low. Moon Meander trying to finish the job. He's out of mana on the CM, but it doesn't matter. Brad's going to be able to bring him down regardless. And that is a big, big kill for the side of TSM. And, well, Fnatic bringing across heroes, but not getting a whole lot done. I'm wondering if we're going to see some aggression in the top lane here. Yeah, we absolutely are. They will just chase Jabs away. So already TSM fixing things from last game, you know, making sure that they punish the over-rotations towards the middle lane with a bit of aggression of their own.
Yeah, and just much better having ways to actually pressure the Monkey King. Crazy that DJ was able to leave and Jabs just got away with whatever he wanted in the previous game. Januel's coming over and checking out these stacks. Moon Meander's not going to be allowed to just sit here and build those up. So what's he going to do with his time then? He doesn't really want to be bottom. They can't kill the Lifestealer. He can try and rotate mid, but it's kind of scary. If it goes wrong, he's just going to die every single time. Maybe he'll make a rotation towards top.
Yeah, 6 minutes in. Only 1-on-1 despite the amount of fighting we've seen in these lanes. In every single lane we've seen a lot of blows being traded, but no one actually dropping other than in the mid lane. And then the one killing bot.
Yeah, kind of quiet thus far, but Saberlight's getting a lot of solo experience. He's going to have the Solar Guardian to use somewhere. So long as it's not straight on top of DJ.
He just spent a ton of time and mana trying to take the hard camp, and then the Enchantress just comes over and takes the creep, which automatically feels it to full. Siege shot pretty annoying as well. Going to slow Saberlight down a little bit more. Raven just chasing and chasing. Moomiander is here. I'm going to go for the creep. Moon does not like this Enchantress having any creeps, that's for sure.
Saberlight was denied the first time. Oh no!
Denied the second time as well. Oh no. Daniel messing with him, and then some. Meanwhile up at top, Jabs going on to Dubu here. The gust is out from Tomado, but they won't have enough damage to bring down Jabs. We're still just chasing away the Monkey King once again. Will not let him have quite a good as laning phase as last time. As, it is TSM narrowly coming out on top of this lane phase at the moment. But Raven, he is very farmed at the moment. And Sunstrike onto Saberlight catches him out. Oh no. Sometimes, you know, you just forget about the Sunstrikes. And lovely, lovely little pick off there from Armel.
Yeah, you're not normally playing against them in the laning stage. The dominant Invoker build, in the few times that we do see him, is often this, you know, Quaswex and then swap back. Oh, now Tomato making a little bit of a go on him here. Trying for the turnaround.
Yeah, he's got the gust, but he's holding on to it for a very long time, and too long, actually, as he does get caught out. Dubu going to get a bit of revenge here onto DJ as Moonmeander comes across as well. Jabs just going to flex out Wukongs and say, get off me.
God.
And Power Rune in the mid lane, going to be bottom. Bryle, he's got the Remnant across. Oh, racing with the Forge Spirit. Oh, he gets it.
Well, maybe turning out that this Drow Ranger pick is not the counter that they anticipated. They're still going to try for Jabs on the respawn. Tombstone's up in 5 seconds. So if they can just figure out where he is, they might be able to drop him off of his... Actually, doesn't even have the Tree Dance yet. But...
We get him. Moomiander manages to connect here with the Frostbite, and that's going to be a dead Jabs. Monkey King goes down. Tomato gets himself a much-needed recovery kill here. That's going to throw him forward on net worth just a little bit. Exactly what he needed.
DJ's sad that the lane's pushing so hard. There's no experience for him to grab here while his Monkey King is dead. Trying to pressure onto Saberlight at bottom, but Fnatic instead just kind of turning their attention over towards this tier 1 tower. They know that both supports are top. I'm just going to take this one down pretty easily with the creep.
And using the hill troll, but yeah, they kind of just let Saberlight deny that one. I'm not too sure what that was, but whatever.
Yeah, I think they underestimated his damage somewhat. Dawnbreaker does hit pretty hard. Alright, so just back to farming for a moment. Armel is just going pretty standard Quas Exort Invoker stuff, picking up the Midas. He's got the 4-4 build so far. Get the double Forge Spirits going.
Yep, so, you know, as we say, the Sunstrike build seems a little bit odd because the opportunities haven't really been there. He's managed to pick up 1 kill with it, but you're going to have to land them using skill alone because there's absolutely no, like, long stuns on the side of Fnatic at the moment, so... Setting himself up for a tricky game, but...
Boundless Strike might do, you know, Boundless Strike will do something, but...
Jabs even throwing out the Wukong's command in the top lane here just to defend the tower. Not quite sure how much that's even going to get done, but...
Rotation's
moving across towards the middle lane, they're moving on to the Enchantress here. Januel tries to take a step forward and just getting punished. And Saberlight already looking for Armel, but Armel gets gifted a haste rune there and is able to get away. Meanwhile, Dubu does get caught out trying to be a little bit cheeky around the sideline, so does gift a kill the way of Jabs.
It's a very convenient haste rune. Oh, Brawl's making a go up here.
And he's turning up, and they've got the Dawnbreaker to come on down as well. They'll land the stun onto Jabs. Jabs silenced up and taken down. Tomato will finish the job. Armel moving across, though, looking onto Tomato. Sunstrike's there. He's going to land. DJ chasing him as well. He doesn't have any more spells left on the Disruptor as Tomato moves into the tree lines, but they'll scout him out with the Forge Spirit.
The trees
Tomato.
respawned!
Oh, no! That was bad timing. Might have been dead regardless, but Bryle trying to follow up on this one as he jumps in on this as the Sleight of Fist doesn't get the kill onto the Disruptor as he moves across to the side. Saberlight trying to find him, lands it with the hammer, doesn't have the damage though to finish the job. Might be able to find him as he runs through the trees, but DJ cannot get away from the Dawnbreaker. And then Mudil comes, but now Jabs back to life, helping out. There's the Sunstrike, lands onto Saberlight, absolutely nails him and takes down the Dawnbreaker. Fnatic, they
what's happening to Raven, to Armel? Sorry, stuck in the trees.
Yeah, he's a little bit stuck. And Moonmeander, he's going for the freezing field. Do they have a cancel? They don't have a cancel. They're just going to die. Armella, Jabs taken down by TSM as Brylan Moon see an opportunity and seize it with both hands. TSM finding themselves some big plays here in the early game.
I don't think I've ever seen the trees be MVP for both teams in one team fight, but they respawned. They respawned. They blocked Tomato so that his pathing got messed up heading towards the tower, and then he got surrounded. Was Armel? What the heck?
Well, the trees just really wanted to prove that they're unbiased. You know, first they were they messed up TSM. Like, oh no, we're just here to cause chaos. We have no allegiance.
So a very weird map setup now with bot tier 1 dead, mid tier 1 dead, offlane tier 1 for Fnatic is also dead. That does kind of open up this ancient area for Fnatic to come and sit up here. I think Januel's going to be spending a lot of time just stealing the big creep out of the hard camp every single time.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Pretty annoying for him to be able to do that, and has the vision to do so as well. So. Yes, it's hard for them to kind of keep hold of this area now they're missing all these towers. Yeah. I mean, they will keep control of their jungle for a while, though, due to that top tower still being up and taking the Fnatic offlane tower. So it's a little bit of a different map than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to just walk up here and try and take this. Seems like they are just setting up to have the Monkey King deal with bottom for the time being. So maybe a little bit of a stalemate back and forth between Saberlight and Jabs, and then other two cores are just going to keep on farming. Nothing greedy for Raven. He's just going to be going for an Armlet into a Deso. And I think the real timing for TSM, they might try and make some plays with the Maelstrom and the Desolator, but of course the BKB is going to be super important this game for them.
Yep, for sure, for sure.
Armel's just accelerating. Boots of travel.
Yeah, full greed mode. He's expecting a long game, and I think he's going to get one.
Yep.
TSM will struggle to play at a high pace here, I believe.
Yeah, and this hero does get pretty crazy with once you hit your level 20 timing and you've got the meteor talent.
Yeah, smoke popped here by Januel and Moonmeander. He doesn't have time for his nonsense, so just going to throw down the freezing field and get the quick kill onto the Enchantress, and now try and turn that into a middle tier 1 tower. Fnatic, unlikely to defend this one, I would say. They're pretty happy, as we've seen from their builds, just to kind of play it slow, play the map, and make it last. I mean, you got an offlane Monkey King, right? Like, he's not the hard initiating hero you want in the offlane to try and start these early to mid fights, so TSM will just be able to take Seraph the map, but not really concerning for Fnatic, to be honest. They're in a good place.
They want to run at Saberlight at bottom, but I think he's a little bit wise to this, perhaps.
This is Saberlight. He's going to throw a hammer.
Yeah. It's got some of his team coming. I thought there was going to be a bigger rotation to bottom, but it's just Moonmeander gets spotted by the courier and immediately just runs straight to the north. It's like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I've been seen, I've been rumbled. Get myself away, although it's actually Jabs who's going to catch the Coastal Noble, which is going to slow him down. Brawl coming in from the side as well. Big initiation from the Ember, but he does get that Flame Guard taken off. Moving forward now onto Armel, but the hammer is there from Saberlight. How much work can he do? There comes the Wukongs from Jabs. Saberlight needs to leave, tries to go for the Solar Guardian, instantly cancelled out by the Cold Snap from the Invoker, and now they've caught out one inside the Static Storm, but not really doing a whole lot as they just kill off DJ instead, so Unfortunately, DJ a little bit separated from the rest of his team, and Fnatic just choose to leave. They find a pretty good trade, and we'll just give up the tower for this one.
TSM do see that Jabs just TP'd over to this outpost, and Lifestealer popped in. I don't know if they can do anything about it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, TPing nearby. Kind of cool from Jabs, actually. You know, like the natural reaction would be to just TP to the other side of the map, but he is still the offlaner. He still wants to kind of play where the enemy team want to be, so...
Yeah, bottom lane is still his job this game. The other two cores don't really want to come down here and look at this. Hit him with some damage, but it's just spooking him. It's not going to be anything. Alright, so we are just kind of looking at a game where it seems like every core on both teams is going to have alright farm. Just going to come down to some of the map movements, some of these item timings. The Lifestealer is going for a BKB after picking up his Deso, so...
Wow.
Yeah,
committing to the magic resist life.
Yep.
I guess it makes a lot of sense considering the draft. He doesn't want to get kited, and that's probably the only item which allows him to just completely be free inside these fights. That's top lane, moving on to Saberlight. Armel can't close the gap. Mumianda's here as well, and it's going to consume another Enchantress creep. And resummoned.
And Jabs gets caught.
Oh, damn, he does, yeah. He's turning around here with the Jingu, but with Tomato sliding across as well. They are going to be able to bring him down. Man, Bryle is just everywhere at the moment, always turning up to these engagements, and a Swift Static Storm in the top lane, but Saberlight looks like he might go down regardless of Raven inside the Rage, is able to get the kill, but now Moon Meander letting it go on top of him. The support's getting it done with the help of Tomato from the low ground. Now they move across towards Januel as well, but it's already DJ who gets caught out. Moon Meander chasing. If you can get in range for this Frostbite here, it might be doors for Januel, but looks like she's able to skip herself away on the Enchantress, so it'll only be a couple of kills, but damn, overextension massively there from the Lifestealer. I mean, he got this amazing timing on the Desolator and just really wanted to get something done with it, but in the end, just ends up getting dropped.
Yeah, they were even a little bit worried about maybe the Roshan potential there. Because Dubu had already used both of his big cooldowns, so makes it a little bit more difficult. But I think we are seeing so I don't mind the itemization from the Lifestealer, but I think he can just die to the Drow. Like, who's gonna jump on top of the Drow Ranger and kill her? This feels a little similar to the sniper in the previous game. Armel? He's good.
It's alright, yeah. A little scary, but okay in the end. Armel is the one guy who's kind of managed to stay off map since the laning phase. Those two deaths did happen quite early on, and since then he's been pretty elusive, using the boots travel to just get around, farm out waves, use the Midas, and yeah, have a pretty happy existence. Yeah, and that was just a big overextension from Raven, who was otherwise having an amazing game instead. With Tomato. Pyke finished up as well, so it's able to keep his distance from the Lifestealer, which is basically the entire aim. Get away from the Monkey King, get away from the Lifestealer, who will likely be together in these fights.
Yeah,
Is that what we're expecting with the 5-on-5s? Just infest in Jabs and try and find the backlines?
Yeah, I guess so. I think the Invoker could get a blink as well, and we could be seeing just whoever is available trying to get in on top of the Drow. DJ's buying blink as well. He's just kind of going for the same build that he went for last game, though not quite so impeccable of a scoreline as he had. And
no, not quite. Yeah. Not quite. That was a high bar was set, but
Jabs gets knocked off his tree.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, even if Jabs dies here, I think it's fine because Fnatic are just going for Roshan, and this is completely unscouted. DJ securing this one. Doobie's in the neighborhood, but he's like, what can we really do about this? Answer is nothing. Sunstrike comes down, finishes off the Roche. Raven is going to snatch himself up an Aegis, and that again is big wind removed from the TSM sails. They were really hoping they can get that Aegis for themselves.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't have minded winning a team fight and going in with the Undying, but I don't think TSM are too stressed about the pace of this game. Like the upcoming team fights are pretty good for them. Brawl with the BKB should just be able to run down the supports in the back lines, and yeah, still the problem of the Lifestealer closing the gap into all of the damage that TSM are bringing out, especially if he's not going to be going for an AC or anything.
Yeah, for sure. Well, 20 minutes in, pretty even right now. Kind of feels like TSM needs to start pushing the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, they've got big timings coming up.
To an Aegis. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can still fight into the Aegis. Just the Invoker, like the right clicks and stuff are going to be useful, but the BKBs are going to negate a lot of his impact in the next little bit. So he does need to still continue just focusing on split push, focusing on farming for the moment. This is the one thing that Fnatic are so good at, is just using a wide open map and farming on all 3 cores. Like even Raven just walking into the enemy ancients and taking some farming.
Yeah, and we're not really seeing any smokes or anything coming out from TSM. Like, they're not really trying to put any pressure onto Fnatic at the moment. And I don't know, even maybe being seen here, they'll force back the...
The BKB is a few CS away from Bra. He's just getting it now. Oh, they get the glimpse back into Tomato. Okay.
Yeah, it's just under his own ward, though. He's feeling very safe. And Raven finally gets the Tornado, and that's going to give him the jump he needs to try and close the gap onto Dubu. But with Tomato on the low ground, just blinking away at him, doesn't feel the confidence to go and chase this one. Meanwhile, Brawl just trying to find jabs on the side here, but will be left empty-handed. So, all in all, no one really catching on to anyone at the moment.
Matt moves back in the opposite direction. You know, Saberlight's able to get top shoved out, and TSM are trying to find something. It's not that easy to just walk up to a tier 2. So, hoping to find somebody with a sneaky smoke.
Yeah, and they have Saberlight available with the ulti as well, as Raven are going to try and go onto Dubu here. Look at the damage coming out from Raven as Dubu. Oh my god, absolutely not undying in this game, as Moonman is going to be the next target. My goodness, Fnatic, they just turn it around, but in comes Saberlight, can't connect onto Armelda with a BKB. Instead, they'll look towards Raven. Raven will be losing his first life, but Saberlight gets pretty low during this as well and just has to back himself away. But a big glimpse coming out, cancelled out. Has he got the shard? Yes, he does. Okay, Dawnbreaker able to cancel that one out. And going to give himself a little bit of a fan.
Hype him up. Yeah. They got 2 supports dead. Could one of them get some fanfare going? But overall, I mean, a little bit of a nothing fight, really. They got the edge. They did get the BKB out of the Invoker, which is definitely annoying for Armel.
Pretty big.
Yeah. I don't know if Fnatic were really planning on going and using it soon.
Yeah, it just kind of opens up the map for TSM to kind of, you know, whenever they go smoking, they can just kill any target they jump on. Always nice to have that behind them.
Definitely.
Januel just continues to be super obnoxious on the Enchantress. Like, she really is just right up down this middle wave, you know, on the other side of the river as an Ench, as a pos 5. Like, Ullet has given him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, he's too powerful. Saberlight trying to hold at top. Fnatic are looking at him. DJ just poking, see if anybody wants to come TP.
Yeah, make an offer. A trade deal, if you will. Not going to happen, though. And again, things getting a little bit quiet. I mean, they want to wait for this Solar Guardian on the Dawnbreaker, and I imagine we'll see another play being made by TSM.
It's weird on such an open map, right? The battle lines are constantly shifting in terms of who controls what. They're both trying to like drag the other team into a ward that they control. Lots of slow push happening.
There's shenanigans happening as Jabs and Brawl just trading hits, but just a bit of tomfoolery, a bit of slap and tickle. No real commitment from either one of them.
Yeah, he's the custodian of this bottom tower. Doesn't want them to take it that easily.
Nope, keep pressuring. They're going to come with Moonman just sitting behind, though, to make sure they can maybe punish him if he tries for this again, because, of course, does have the BKB, but they'd love to get that charge beaten out of him. Maybe Moonman is just seeing if he wants to pop it preemptively, but I don't think Jabs is going to do that. He's literally just here to defend the tower, and that's it. And meanwhile, I mean, all this space which is being created, all this kind of nothing that's going on bottom is just allowing Fnatic to just keep farming, and Raven and Armel are just absolutely huge. Like, they're up there with Tomato. When it comes to farm, they're all basically neck and neck with one another at this point. Saberlight doesn't have a BKB, so he gets caught here by DJ. will just get brought down very, very quickly.
Dire's top tower is under
It's looking good, but it's not immediately clear to me who the... they're finally actually going to bring down Jabs? Just want to press
Yeah,
BKB.
maybe there's a BKB as Moon still waiting down in the bottom lane. He's growing old in these trees.
He's got a ward that he's sitting on, so he's just hoping to...
Top lane,
chop him
Saberlight
down.
just trying to bring down Januel with one combo with Tomato blasting in from the sidelines here. They're going to be able to absolutely kill off that edge, so... Again, fairly large commitment for, well, not really, just bringing down the Enchantress, but... Everybody else from Fnatic getting away. Bottom lane being shoved in as well. Moon Meander still waiting for Jabs. To this day, still waiting for Jabs to turn up. I'll find someone else though. It'll be Armel. Armel does have himself a BKB, so they're going to try and force this out of him, and now Moon Meander needs to back himself away. Meteor's coming on down. Little Ice Queen trying to get away as they will finally get Jabs across the map, but Moon Meander gets absolutely devoured by Raven. Watching Raven smack these supports is both funny and sad.
I think pretty big plays made by TSM at bottom, right? Forcing out those two BKBs. The one has already gotten Jabs killed elsewhere on the map. And now Armel going to have to be very careful for this next little bit. And I was just about to say, it's like, yeah, Fnatic are farming well and they do have a Tricore, but it's just not clear to me that they actually have the better late game lineup. I think it's pretty close, but the Drow is just scary. You know, we've seen what the late game Drow can do in a few series.
And as mentioned, you know, like, yeah, you can buy a thing. Oh, top lane, we've got a bit of a scuffle
Damage
going
from
on.
Saberlight.
Dude, he is smacking this Invoker, but in comes DJ to save the day, and with no BKB on the Dawnbreaker, a little bit sketchy on the glimpse, but we'll be able to kill off Saberlight in the end. A little bit of a over-eagerness there from old Saber Chad.
I think he was just trying to last it with the glimpse. It's like, I need Blink and I need my Ags. I'm putting this game in my hands. Get out of my way, Armel.
That's it. And yeah, DJ's not actually committed to the Blink Dagger just yet, so may consider just the straight Ags rush. Gonna be tricky with the heroes he's against, but maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
Checked.
Oh, it's another
that is
super
a
fast rush.
respawn.
I don't think they saw it. They didn't quite have enough vision.
That is the fastest I think I've ever seen.
Well, I think it was basic.
seconds?
Wasn't it not just like instant in our previous series? I think it was. But yeah, that's the fastest that I've seen the actual countdown go for sure. Tomato just walks on in
now.
here.
It was like 5 seconds or so.
Okay.
That was 2 seconds though. Literally the 2-second burst respawn. They see it. Here it comes. Tombstone coming down from Dubu. I wanted to see if they could just take this sneakily, but Fnatic are very much in the area. And they actually see Saberlight again. He can't die like this. They need him alive for the fight, so in comes Tomato to try and soak up a bit of the damage. Saberlight still being chased on the backlines here, but he's got the hammer to get himself away. Wukong's command going to land onto no one, as on the sidelines, Dubu getting chomped up by Raven once again. That'll be the first kill. He'd kill off the Tombstone as well, but man, Bryle is in. He is going to get tornadoed up immediately and then back himself away again as the spear hits him in the arse on the way out. Once again, Fnatic, they will hold the line. So good at these little skirmishes. Guess I'm unable to get in towards that Roche pit.
That's two PKBs in the Wukongs
though.
for just the Undying. Yeah, Fnatic gotta kind of split up on the map, try and buy a bit of time. I don't think it's easy for TSM to just waltz on in here, but they certainly have the edge for a second. And everyone's just gonna go play the lane control game. The split push bottom's gonna be thwarted by Saberlight. And yeah, TSM are smoked.
Yeah, this time the Dawnbreaker is nowhere nearby, so they're going to have that ulti to come in, and this might just be a case of TSM running into the pit and challenging Fnatic. Raven, he is very scary, but oh my god, Moon Meander just getting clapped by Roche. Yeah, Raven is very scary, but he has to get on top of them, so that is going to be the big X factor in these fights. When we see the first big team fight of the game, it's going to be all about whether they can close that gap on Tomato, or whether Tomato just gets to play the backlines. Jab's going to initiate onto Dubu. Dubu once again getting torn in twain. Raven has to back away as Tomato finds him. Bryle wants to try and catch him, but he's got the BKB, of course, on that Lifestealer, so he's going to be able to break himself out. BKB on cooldown, but we'll have the rage back again soon.
The other two BKBs are off cooldown. Armel and Jabs have them again.
Yeah.
Oh god, there's double
I don't know,
damage
was
at
this
bottom.
TSM playing a little bit too slow?
I don't know how they could have gone that much faster, really. I do think they wanted to wait for their Undying to be back up. And they were getting threatened on the lanes. Like, Fnatic did the right thing. As soon as those BKBs got forced out, Jabs went and split push top, Armel went and split push bottom.
Right. On the front lines, but they're going to go onto the Drow. They want to throw everything here onto Tomato. Tomato doesn't get a chance to get another BKB. See you later. DJ as well also gets brought down. Saberlight gets melted. Fnatic just pumping out way too much damage. They have no buyback on the Drow, so this is probably just going to be the Roshan going the way of Fnatic. Dubu trying to make his way around the trees, but you're far too fat to hide in there. And Diane goes down as well. TSM, heavy losses.
We talked about him getting close, but DJ's got the eggs finished. So they just tornadoed him. He dropped down into a static storm, couldn't BKB, couldn't pike, couldn't do anything.
DJ getting it done yet again.
Oh,
they need to do something about this disruptor, man. That this guy's just destroying them every single... I mean, they did do something. They killed him. Didn't matter. He'd already got it done.
And now
this Ags way too good at catching out these carries. And now Raven picks himself up an Aegis, so he's going to feel nice and safe. Side of Vice finished off from the Evoker as well, as if they needed any more lockdown.
Yeah, this
Tomato just cannot feel safe inside these engagements. And that was a bottle double damage on Tomato there. Like, TSM was so ready for that fight. They just wanted to take the engagement, and yeah, DJ punishes their slight overstep. It was so slight.
He's trying to make some use out of this DD. The Hex on the Invoker does change the dynamic a lot for these BKBs on TSM. Previously, they could kind of wait or try and react, but Armel with a Blink Hex is just going to destroy you. And he's got that timing. He's got the level 20 talent, and he's got his shard. So this Chaos Meteor just does ridiculous damage. If you don't get force-staffed out or saved somehow, you're just going to die in the duration of the Hex. And yeah, very much TSM on the back foot now.
It's going to be tricky to come back into this one at this point. I mean, it's not a massive advantage for Fnatic. Still a lot of Dota to be played, but when Fnatic get ahead, they're looking very, very difficult to play into.
Yeah, the high ground defense in the late game I think is still okay for TSM, but the dynamic on the map has changed so much. Like, with this, now Saberlight can't be out trying to, use the shard. Big damage onto Armel, though.
All right, just take him down. Bye-bye, Invoker. The Desolator plus the Drow just does way too much damage. Armel not ready, but they have Magic Scorch Brawl inside the Static Storm. DJ gets it done once again. Kills off Brawl, but Tomato unleashing from the sidelines, trying to bring down Januel and will be able to get that kill. Can they find any more? As Dubu has fallen inside this. Tomato tries to sneak in with a Shadow Play, but they got the vision down on the cliff, and it's going to be Moon Meander who gets munched up next. Inside Jabs, we shall go. He has the shard, so can close the gap very quickly. In he goes. Gleipnir onto 2. Now they've got to close the gap. Saberlight, though, just jumping in and dying for his Drow. And Tomato glimpse back once again. DJ finding the targets and takes down another. Everybody dead on the side of TSM. Fnatic are taking 0 prisoners and showing 0 mercy towards his team on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, they were friends once, family. They played together at the major, but Fnatic, when it comes to this game, they are pulling absolutely no punches. Even with the Invoker dying like that at the beginning of the fight, Raven still just cleans house, still had the Aegis. There's a beautiful Static Storm from DJ, completely killing off Brawl.
Yeah.
He was like, he wanted to go in hunting for the Disruptor, but yeah.
It's quick enough on the BKB, like that's the problem. He jumps with DJ, and DJ's just already thrown the Static Storm on himself. And Brawl, I don't know, I just didn't think he'd be that quick on the trigger. Underestimating DJ has been the downfall of many, many teams, as Brawl trying to connect on the back lines here, trying to kill off Jabs, but Jabs just going to receive the burst heal from the Lifestealer, which means Brawl has to back himself away, and Dubu, under the tower, is going to get killed off. DJ will take that for himself, denies the Lifestealer and the Invoker of the kill, and says, nah, this one's mine. I want my Blink Dagger.
As we said, this is elimination on the line for TSM. That they have to kind of play this one out to the bitter end, but an absolutely enormous advantage now for Fnatic, and they're just going to keep on pressuring it with the Aegis. Really no reason to back off.
What a history between these two teams as well. If anyone to take them out, this was by far the most personal, Past with Saberlight and Saberlight's redemption. They're coming together for the major. It's really been through it all. And then, of course, you know, last TI, Fnatic were the ones to take them out. So
Yep.
it's a storied history, and Fnatic looking like they want to do it again here, and they want to do it now. Smoke up from Fnatic. They still have this Aegis for 50 more seconds on the Lifestealer, and they don't want TSM to forget that. Bryle moving out of the base. DJ, he's ready. Static Storm comes down, and it's going to land onto Bryle once again. Down goes the Ember Spirit. He does have the buyback, but they've taken down Saberlight as well, and he doesn't have a way back into the game. Glimpse out onto Tomato. He's forced to pop the BKB just to survive through this for now. A buyback comes out from Bryle. They have to try and make this fight work, and they might be able to take down Raven for the first time. Jabs, in he goes, jumping forwards. Wukong's command along with a climb there. No BKB available of Tomato. Tomato forced stuff away. He has to survive this, and he just about will. Makes it back to the fountain. 4 heroes surviving on TSM, just trying to hold it back, but no. Raven, he's going to make it 3. Buyback out from Dubu. Fnatic, I don't know if they can stick around and keep on fighting this one as Bryle comes in again, but there's a BKB on Raven, so Bryle just kind of hanging around as Moon Meander gets destroyed again, and Tomato is gone. They close down the gap. GG is called, and TSM, they will be the first team eliminated from TI11. Such a run from Fnatic as well, just turning it around, just looking so good. The moment they get into the advantage in this game, they just crush TSM.
Yeah, I think a little bittersweet for Fnatic. So in the end,
see their faces, yeah.
Yeah, we come out, and that, I think, result, I'll make sure in a second, but I think that means we have no tiebreakers in Group B. Everything else is resolved while we've been off doing our thing. So
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's... Oh, no, maybe there's a tie between Entity and Talon, but TSM are not involved. That's...
No, TSM are gone. TSM
Yeah.
are 100% gone. Yeah, dreams extinguished. Hope's gone as Fnatic take this win. Just for a second to kind of reflect on TSM, because, you know, these guys... They had such a big start to the season, you know, getting to the grand finals of the Stockholm Major, feeling confident, feeling good, and, you know, after their disappointment at TI, you could tell that there was a lot of life in this team, and then, you know, didn't really make it to the following majors, but they turn up at TI, you know, so certainly ready to put on a performance, but just didn't find the feat, didn't find it. You know, the magic wasn't there for them, unfortunately, and it never came together at all. They didn't get their feet in the meta.
Yeah, lane's never looking all that strong necessarily in this series. And maybe a little bit of a lack of that killer instinct. There's a lot of things that I think kind of let them down. I think they're going to be certainly disappointed. They played some really nice games, but it's tough.
It's tough. It's really a sticky end for TSM. But Fnatic, you know, they're going to move forwards now. They're looking absolutely fantastic. Where does this win put them in the base, Skip?
So I think they're still just solidly lower bracket at the end of the day. Okay. Yeah, looks like that's confirmed for them. So there was a chance, depending on how everything played out. You know, we said that there were some weird scenarios whether they could make it, but in the end, I think they finished with a 9-9 record in the group stage. So just missing out on that upper bracket, since it was like Thunder Awaken and Team Master with a 10-8 in the 3 and 4 spot. But still, I mean, it was a great game here. I think they're going to look strong in the lower bracket, but couldn't quite get over the line there.
Yeah, it's really rough starting TI from the lower bracket, so a long journey for the side of Fnatic. But yeah, that's going to be it for TSM FTX, and that's going to be it for this series. And I guess that's it for updates, Skip. I think we're done.
Yeah, I think we might just be. Dang.
All right.
Time flew.
No. Yeah, it really did. I was expecting a long day. You know, I was here prepared, ready for the absolute marathon of a day. But in the end, no tiebreakers, all done and dusted. And all that's left to say, congratulations to Fnatic, I guess. A huge win from them. 18-1 on Raven, by the way, on the carry. So turning it inside out on the Lifestealer. Yeah, this Lifestealer, he's creeping up in terms of the priority. It's seeming like he might become a hero. The meta is continuing to change. So yeah. So out of the teams that we've got qualified to the upper bracket, you can see here, there's not going to be any tiebreakers along the upper and lower line. However, it's all kicking off now for elimination. On Stream A, you're going to have Entity versus Talon battling it out in a best of 3 to decide who goes to the lower bracket and who gets eliminated. Meanwhile, over in Group A and on Stream C, that is going to be BetBoom, Boom, and Sonics playing up in the round of robin best of ones to find out who's going to make it through of them to get to the lower bracket and which 2 teams are going to be eliminated. So plenty of high octane Dota 2 on the other channels, guys. Go and check it out. But from us, our journey is done. Just want to say thank you so much for coming to listening to us, for giving our cast a listen, and hope we're able to do the games justice. Appreciate all your kind comments and everything you guys have been saying and the constructive stuff as well. It's been awesome. Really feeling love from you guys, and it's just been a massive, massive pleasure to cast the best group stage in TI history, probably.
It was so good. We had so many fantastic games. Thanks, Nomad. I had a great time. Appreciated casting with you.
Yep.
It was great. And we've still got more Dota to watch. We don't have to go and just sit around and stare at the wall. I'm going to go watch some tiebreakers. Hope you guys will join me there.
Absolutely. Yep, you guys should do so too. We're going to sign off on the B stream now, but once again, thank you so much for watching and joining us for the group stage. Go and enjoy the other stream. Go and enjoy the tiebreakers. Goodbye from us, and thanks a ton for watching.